Welcome. I'm Ada Kay, your deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama, providing ASL interpretation when possible, while making justice accessible to everyone. Grab your favorite cup of Java and let's dive in.
Good morning, everyone. I hope this finds you well. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's a fabulous morning. It's a beautiful morning, actually. Looking outside, sun is shining. Beautiful, cool morning. I want to welcome everybody here today. I want to give a huge shout out to my mods and a thank you to all of y'all for your patience while I take care of family, loved one, and friends during a very difficult time. Thank you for all your prayers, and we will face this journey with Jennifer one day at a time. And I can't do it without the love and support of all of y'all. So thank you so very, 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 very. And she thanks you as well. So we have been in this trial that I have vaguely been here for, but y'all have been here. So we're going to do a quick recap. That is not what I want to do. That is weird. Let me get it up and going. I had all my notes and it kind of went away. Why did it kind of go away? It should not go away. It went away. We'll do it again. Let me pull them up. I hope this finds you well. Everybody get a cup of coffee. Get you something to drink. Get y'all breakfast, whatever you normally do. There we go. Thank you so much for joining us. Miss June is first in chat. Teresa is second. Aaron E is third. Thank you so very much for joining us and your comments. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Okay, guys, so here we go. Here's our recap. September 23rd, day one, prosecution delivered an opening statement and alleged that Isabelle shot his girlfriend, Danielle Hoyle, and then disposed of their newborn daughter, Kennedy, in the Mississippi River. The state presented its theory of motive. Isabelle reportedly wanted to be with another woman and did not the responsibility of a child. Defense's opening was brief, emphasizing the state must prove beyond guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Witnesses that were called was an MPD officer, Cody Sutton, who found Hoyle abandoned car at the scene. Memphis Fire and EMS personnel who responded to the scene. Sergeant Jenny, who testified about discovering the text from Isabelle on an Apple Watch asking Hoyle about their baby or expressing a willingness to be a father. Day two, Danielle's mother, April Hoyle. Oh my gosh, y'all, I saw this. That was so heartbreaking. Took the stand to describe Danielle's life, pregnancy, and what she knew of the couple's relationship. The lead investigator, Brian Noonan, testified about the crime scene photos, damaged Hoyle's vehicle, and bullet hole evidence. Forensic pathologist Dr. Scott Collier conducted the autopsy on Dale, concluded that she had became unalive due to multiple lead shooter wounds, 5 in total, with signs that she may have been dragged. Sergeant Cecil Flower testified about finding an abandoned car and early steps in the investigation. Artesia Stewart, the woman Isabelle was involved with at the time, testified about her relationship with Isabelle and their communications and her knowledge of the conflicts between him and Danielle. Hey, that's enough. Thank you. Kitty Kitty went poo poo, but Kitty Kitty scratches for an hour. Digital forensic testimony, Sergeant Jason Blesso, MPD, detailed how Isabelle's phone was extracted and the chain of custody. That was, you know, can't mass. Pay attention, chain of custody. Lieutenant Johnson Stanley, Real True Crime Unit, testified about the surveillance license plate reader, the tracking of white Chevy related to the victim's vehicle across the bridge and towards the Mud Island. Day 3, Sergeant Joseph Smith, assigned to initial missing persons investigation, described the search efforts, grid search, drone drivers, etc. Evidence at Mud Island included only a small baby hat. No baby or weapon was ever recovered. Officers described difficulties of the river, low visibility. They couldn't even see their hands in front of their faces. The cold, muddy conditions of the water sounds like the Guadalupe. And the infant's body in the river are especially hard to locate. Yeah. Would have been excruciatingly hard to locate at that time. I could not only imagine the difficulties they found. Learned a lot. Floods here in Kerrville. So, yeah. My apologies. I'm trying to find the feed for this morning live. Waiting for trial on that one. Okay. I'm waiting for the feed to pop up. They also talked about him being under pressure. His story shifted as he admitted to unaliving Danielle, disposing of Kennedy, though his version varied greatly about how he disposed of Kennedy. The officers did escort him to the river, where he purportedly indicated where he had left or dumped the body or the baby. Day 4, Sergeant Charles Winborough returned to the stand. Video clip of Isabelle police interview was shown, and oh, that was brutal. I did watch that. In the recorded interview, Isabelle initially described the shooting as an accidental, claimed the baby slid out of the car seat, or that he had placed the baby near the water and lost sight of her. Interrogation team challenged these versions as physically impossible. He did admit to changing the clothes after the lead shooting, claimed the blood on his shoes was due to trying to dispose of the evidence. Miss Police Officer Ronald Blake testified about finding a car seat at the Walmart believed to be Kennedy's body cam and video evidence was admitted at that time. TBI specialist Michael Garner, digital forensics, testified about extracting data from Isabelle's phone, mapping his GPS movements, and reconstructing the timeline and the route that he took on February 1st. Some of the key findings in that evidence was Isabelle's phone placed him near the homicide scene between 9:02 and 9:17 p.m. After the scene, he allegedly had traveled to Mud Island's boat ramp, then to Walgreens, Walmart, and back home. Communications amongst Isabelle, Danielle, and Stewart, text message logs, call records were introduced to support this timeline. Day 5, Special Agent Michael Garner continued cross-examination regarding the reliability and limitations of GPS data, emphasized that GPS point maps locations, but did not always resolve precise route or there were gaps in that information. Walgreens employee Teresa Ashton testified surveillance footage and the purchase record showed that Isabelle bought items, Hallmark card, 6-pack of Sprite, Perlini gummies. I can't ever say those. Security footage and police testimony traced Isabelle's movements after Walgreens. He allegedly made a stop at Walmart, disposed of items. Officer Keith Crosby testified about going to Isabel's parents' home, confiscating his phone, and preserving the evidence. Lieutenant Jennifer Robinson testified about finding the infant's hat in the Mississippi River. She became emotional, noting investigators realized they likely would never recover Kennedy's alive. Officer Lank Cole, MPD CSI, testified at the crime scene that Daniel's body, bullet casing, vehicle damage documentation. Then yesterday, September 29th, the state rested its case. Hallelujah! They rested their case. Sergeant Jacob Boyd, MPD, testified about Isabel's confession during the interrogation. Initially, Isabelle claimed he met Danielle at Napco station to exchange baby clothes. The version was rejected. Under questioning, he admitted he lured Danielle to a secluded location, shot her in the torso, then drove to the river, threw both baby Kennedy and a 9mm in the water. Boyd noted Isabel's movements via GPS aligned with a confession from his parents' home to Mud Island and the location on his timeline. He also described stopping at Walmart dumpster to dispose of baby Kennedy's car seat as captured in video surveillance. Boyd escorted Isabelle to the river where he indicated where he claimed to have thrown Kennedy. Only the baby's hat was found. Physical forensic evidence further tied in the DNA blood testing. DNA match Danielle as a major contributor. Items, clothing, and shoes were swab tested. Possible GS residue was found. Also, pathologically expert, I say with the laugh, Jeffrey Neuschwartz, yes, Neuschatz, testified about false confessions, coercion, interrogation techniques, and how internal pressure, fatigue, stress, repeated questioning can lead to an unreliable statement. My butt. I don't believe that to save my butt. That is where we were. And I got to tell you guys, the testimony yesterday was a screaming hoot. Let me go back to y'all's comments. Thank you, everybody, for liking and sharing. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, you guys. Thank you so much for joining. So we got through the review. So now we are waiting for court to begin. Yep. I don't think it shouldn't, in my humble opinion, I don't think it's going to take the jury more than an hour to deliberate this, especially with a confession. But speaking of confessions, have y'all seen the video where this guy confesses to a news crew for unaliving his mother and his father? Oh my gosh, y'all. We're gonna watch a part of this, okay? And then when the trial comes in, we'll hop over. But oh my gosh, y'all. This is absolutely freaking insane. Let me get my things set. Sorry. There we go. Pull up this video. It is insane. It's absolutely insane. This guy admits to killing his parents. He goes in and purposely.
Well, thanks for sitting down with us. We really appreciate it. We'll get to the statement, but first we want to talk about the more recent event, actually the prior events and now the more recent events. Take me back to the summer of 2017. What happened to your parents?
My mother wrote me a note, which the police must have now, describing her walking across Whitehall Road. I'm not Whitehall, Wolf Road, and she fell down on her face. And she had, when I saw her a week or so later, yellow and green, black and blue marks from this. And she wrote that down. And that was a situation that became a problem, because when elderly start to fall down the time comes that they started, you know, beginning of the end. And my father also had cataract surgery, and he lost his vision to double vision, so he couldn't be a he couldn't drive. So they were losing their independence and so forth. And my mother had a brother who had Alzheimer's, and my father had a sister who had Alzheimer's. They were both in nursing homes. My mother had a second sister who also had Alzheimer's. And, you know, they put you in a bed, they put catheters into you, they, you know, they rip your teeth out to try to keep you, you know, the whole 9 yards. So this is in the back of my mind.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Since when do they rip out your teeth? What? Where did you get that information that they rip your teeth out if you've got Alzheimer's?
So you didn't want to see them deteriorate and go through that, did you?
And I'll
Hey, Eddie's Music Man.
the police know about my sister and having to see my sister die from cancer. I was 16, she was 14, go through 9 months or so of, you know, the agony of cancer patients.
So did you kill your parents to, as a mercy killing, to put them out of their misery? You can be honest with us.
I know. I'll leave that for the statement that I put on your website.
The statement doesn't mention that.
I know,
The statement
I
does
know.
not mention that.
Right.
I want to hear from you.
Yeah.
What did you do to your parents?
I buried them in their property.
You buried them in the backyard of that house in Albany.
Right.
At what point did they become deceased?
I need to see a calendar to sometime August 2017.
And did they die at your hand? That's the question.
Right. I'll have to leave it for that statement.
But that's not in the statement. And I think
Right.
it's important for people to know what happened to your parents.
Right.
They were your parents. You loved them. They were deteriorating. What did you do?
I will.
Don't tell me you're going to leave it to the statement because it's
Well,
not in the statement.
I know.
What did you do to your parents?
My goal is for the American people to recognize that there's 40 million boomers. They're all going to go through the same kind of problems. It affects all of us, and we need to widen up the law so that people can deal with these kind of problems in a humane way, in a whatever way that people can deal with. And I did my duty to my parents.
So you ended their lives.
I won't.
You're
admit it.
saying that without actually saying that word. I want to hear you say that word. You
Yes.
ended their lives
I have to.
to give them mercy, you're saying.
I have to plead my Fifth Amendment rights until I can disclose it with my statement there.
Did you have any concern that whatever you did was wrong?
I would never have done such a thing if I ever did it, knowing it's wrong.
So you believe what you did was right. You believe taking your parents' lives was the right thing to do for their sake.
If I did it, absolutely that.
But you did do it. You're saying to us that you did it.
There's a statement there that we'll deal with more later, if you want to know.
Lawrence, I appreciate that, and we'll talk about your statement, but show me where in this statement it says that you killed your parents. It doesn't. It doesn't talk
Right.
about the fate of your parents here. You
Right.
keep talking about the statement answering my question, but the statement does not answer my question. It's the question people want to know. And I think they need to hear it from you.
Yes, there's
So-
a time for that.
And I think now's the time. Did you kill your parents to put them out of their misery?
My concern for their misery was paramount.
Mhm.
And it was a huge burden to have to face this coming up. You know, this is a horrible situation.
Sure. So you alleviated that burden.
You're a good questioner.
Yeah.
I have to protect my Fifth Amendment rights on this until the right time.
I'm not an attorney. I'm
Right.
not an officer of the law.
Oh.
You know, you don't have to say that to me.
Oh, yes, but I mean, whatever I say here is going to be held against me elsewhere. Right?
Of course, but you probably answer to a higher authority anyway in the long run. So I
Right.
think you can tell us what happened. Did you kill your parents together at the same time in the same place? What method did you use?
All of that, all that kind of stuff I would answer later with that deal with the American people. But I'm not going to speak about such things like that.
But you have a chance to tell the American people right now.
I want their feedback on my statement. Then I can believe that I can tell the truth uninhibited.
You don't think you're going to get better feedback if you're honest with them? And tell
Well,
us what happened?
I put things in the right order that have to be in the right order. But it's very important that insofar as exculpatory material, the police have that statement from my mother regarding what happened to her crossing the street at Wolf Road, falling down, you know.
Right.
And she also had a problem with, she mentioned she was getting lines in her eyes for some reason. And there was no, I don't know what that would be.
That was the prelude that helped set things in motion, you're saying.
That was the,
That started your parents' downhill trend health-wise.
yes, but also the letter from her to me said, do something. Or this you need to know this in a way that was,
Your parents asked you to kill them or to take their lives in a merciful fashion?
I think they want me to take responsibility for things.
They asked you to take their lives, to do what they couldn't do?
Implicitly, but not explicitly.
So you were just granting their wishes?
My mother, after my sister died, my mother would give me these do not resuscitate things every few months. And she wanted to die given her grief for my sister, her daughter.
And you love your parents and you wanted to honor their wishes?
You know, there's something special about our family that we can somehow read each other's minds. And so being things explicit isn't necessarily, you know, I could complete my grandmother's sentences for her and she would say, well, you know, so, I mean, the context of all this became to bear on me.
Did one parent, did your mom or your dad more so than the other, ask you to take their lives?
They didn't explicitly say that, but they made it clear that they were going downhill.
When it actually happened, when your parents died, did they know it was happening to them?
Oh, yeah.
And they knew it was at your hand?
Well, yes, no one else's.
Right. So they realized what you were doing to them as it happened.
Yes.
They knew that this was it for them, that they were perishing at your hand.
Yes. And it was so quick.
How did you do it?
Yeah, I can't talk about that.
Well, you've just told us that
Right.
it was at your hand.
Right.
Were there drugs involved?
No,
Was
no.
there a suffocation? You suffocated them? You suffocated your parents.
Yeah.
That was the best way to take their lives, through suffocation.
Basically.
Which parent did you suffocate first?
My father, and after he died, my mother put her head on his chest, and she was there for a few hours, and then I finished her.
And then what did you do? Did you bury them immediately?
No. I didn't know what to do after that. I was thinking what to do. And it took me several days to realize I can't do this, I can't do that. Just bury them on the property, and it was wide open sunlight. I remember my sister, she received either a gift of a lamb or a lamb was given to her upon her funeral, but that lamb showed up, and I put it on my mother's grave, and the police must have that now too.
You call it a grave? You bury them in the backyard, you see it as a grave?
Well, I bury them, and I put a thing around my mother's grave, and and I planted a peach tree next to her, and I put that there.
What did you think as you were doing it? As you were taking their lives? What was going through your head?
Not thoughts, action. Make sure it's done, and not.
This just happened a few days ago.
Fool around, not make a mistake. But you know, I'm sure the police are going to say what an incompetent idiot I am on that. But
Did they both pass away peacefully? Did they struggle as you did it?
I would say the last minute, no. But they're, I think my father died very quickly, like surprisingly quickly. That shocked me. And then, the part with my mother, that went quickly too.
Did you realize what you were doing, as righteous as you may have thought it was illegal, and
Oh yeah.
you knew you were breaking the law? You knew you were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We have to squeeze the law to fit the humans, not us, the humans to fit the law. And we have 40 million boomers. They're all going to suffer a horrible death, typically. My mother always, if somebody died in their home, she would say, great, the person died with their boots on, instead of going to a hospital and going through a meat processing factory kind of thing. So they were both children of World War II.
What? Meat processing? What? Who? This is your next. That's where
My
your
mother was born in 42. She was a toddler. She told me she would follow funerals behind the horse and wagon. This is the kind of world she grew up in. My father was at age 12 in a communist concentration camp for 3 years. So they had very serious lives, given the globe, genocidal British geopolitics, as I call it. So they were not fooling around on things. They were serious people.
When you were doing this, did you think about the financial ramifications, the fact that you would continue to take their government money?
Once that happens, and what do? The government is pissed because I took the Social Security money and gave it to people who are starving in the Philippines. Okay, then, be angry about that. But the police know all the money that I have went to people to help them, thousands of dollars. I gave almost, not all of it away, because there was still a lot left. But I gave away. I didn't play with the money. I gave it away. I didn't enrich myself.
Does that justify what you did?
No, but this is not a kill for money case. It's important to say. It's in fact, I was helping people before that just fine. So it didn't. The issue of taking my parents' money for other purposes related to that doesn't fit. That's why the police, they had a theory going which we talked about on Tuesday, and they wanted to try to say that this was taking their money to give away to other people, but it was that the other part is the primary situation.
Someone called that blood money.
Right, and I was giving it away.
But it's still blood money.
Well, if you kill to take somebody's money away, that's blood money. But if what was I supposed to do with this money? Again, I couldn't tell anyone. The government needs to have an office where you can say, this is something that happened, and here's how it happens, and they need to deal with these kind of problems in an open way. Everything in this country is hidden away, and this is a societal crisis. Again, 40 million people are going to deal with this, and maybe a multiple of that given their friends and family. So it's a reality of human experience. And I just wanted to say, in 2020, there was this YouTube channel called Tribe of the Fox, and they did a video called The Mannerbunde. And And they explain how in the ancient times they had men who would do this for the elderly, so they wouldn't have to suffer. And of course, the ancient Greeks always believed in dying on the battlefield rather than dying, in a bag of bones, like a bag of bones. So, I mean, culturally, America is totally different.
They didn't die on a battlefield, though. It sounds like they died in their beds with a pillow over their faces.
No, but you could put it that way.
I mean, it wasn't a battlefield.
Well, right. It's not. I mean, the preference of people of the ancient Greeks was to die on the battlefield rather than die so infirm that you had nothing.
Was it a pillow that you used?
No.
What did you use to suffocate them?
For my father, my hand. For my mother, a rope.
So you strangled her?
Yeah, that would seem better.
It was strangulation, not suffocation?
Well, it's the same. No, denial of oxygen,
Okay.
but also blood circulation.
So you cut off the oxygen to both of them. That was your method.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that this has come to light and the police started investigating, and do you have any regrets?
I did the right thing for them based on the situation. I did my duty to them as a son, and that's everything fell into place. I don't know how it happened that it all fell into place, but it did. And so no, I don't have. It's a horrible situation to be in. One does one's duty and one is done. The issue of regrets, I can't say this. It's a regrettable experience, a regrettable situation. And of course, life is horrible. It has horrible moments in life. But that's that.
I just want to make sure I have it correct because I'm a journalist and facts are important. You used your hand, a single hand, to kill your father?
Right.
Putting it over his
No.
nose, and you choked him. Okay.
Yeah.
And you did the same with your mother, but with a rope. You choked her with a rope.
No, just a rope.
Right. I'm sorry, but I meant you choked her with a rope, though, instead of your hand.
Right.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No. Well, no.
Nothing?
Should you?
Is your mind clear? And
I'm just a little sleepy, but I'm trying to keep my eyes open. But that's okay.
okay, but you have no mental disabilities that are affecting what you're saying here today?
Correct.
You're confident in what you said and clear of
Yeah.
mind as you
Yeah.
say all this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would appreciate. I hope that you could put this on YouTube, the whole thing.
I'm sure we'll put this on. And are you ready to face the consequences now with the police and the authorities?
Yes, but I would like the American people to also read my statement so that everybody can have something to appeal to on this. I know my statement is I'm not really concerned about the police or the courts or anything. There's something much bigger in life, and we have to deal with the big things in life.
Okay. But again, just to be certain, in 2017, you took your father's life.
Correct.
And then moments later, or a short time later, you took your mother's life on that same day.
Right.
There you go.
Well, see, that's the thing. It was late at night, and it was like late evening on one day into early morning next.
Okay. So within hours of each
Right.
other. What did you do between the taking of your father's life and the taking of your mother's life?
I'm trying to remember because there was. Yeah, I don't remember.
Did you sit with your mother? Were the three of you together in one
Well,
room?
before they died, my father was here, my mother was here, and I told them what happened to me and my sister after she died. And my sister died in the house too, because when she died from the cancer. But she died in May of 1988, and then in that fall was I was doing my 11th grade now then, and there was I had to do a paper in a big test, so I did an overnighter to do that test, and then tried to do a second overnighter to finish that paper or something, and I crawled into bed at like 2:45 in the morning, and sometime then after I popped out of my body, and I started floating up to the ceiling. I saw the nooks and crannies, and I acknowledged that the nooks and crannies of the ceiling, and then the whole world disappeared. And I was in this big black void, and it was rushing by, and then I saw my sister in a doorway in profile. Anyhow, after that, it was like a near-death experience kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so I told my parents about that experience, and I told them it's time, go find Rosa. My sister's name was Rosa, and so my father just died quickly, so quickly. And I told him find Rosa, and that's that.
And then again, just take me through, after your mother died, how long was it before you buried them? Approximately.
Like 2 or 3 days, actually.
So your parents' deceased bodies were in your house with you for 2 or 3 days.
Right.
And then you decided you had to do something to cover up your crimes or to properly bury them and send them on their way.
Right. I mean, I needed to. Yeah, I mean, basically, I had to bury them.
Was the burial to cover up your crime?
No, the sister did die of cancer and was not aided in her death.
You didn't want to be found out.
Right, of course. I mean, what to do? So again, the thing to do just occurred to me. Oh, she can fit here and he can fit there, and then just do it. And it was done. And
God.
that's that.
Have you lived with fear of being found out all these years?
I struggle to do other things with my life to try to make something great out of it, because if that's what I know, that they would not want me to rot away to death in prison over this. And I have a duty to everyone to make the best out of my life, and in the end, do what's best for the people of Germany. Really, I call it being a Volkssaver. It took me years to understand all this, but I learned a lot in the last 8 years that I never knew before, and I learned, self-educated in so many ways. So I did not. The issue of being caught is, I was able to buy time to solve huge problems. And that's worth it in many ways, to the American people, to me, and to them, to their legacy, to their,
Do you think people are going to accept this rationale
They probably won't.
and feel for you?
What they need to feel is for their own parents. They're going to face the same problems, and they're going to have to find solutions ahead of time, or else they're going to end up like me. That's the reality.
Are you telling other people that when their parents start ailing, they should take their lives?
They have a duty to their parents to bring them comfort at the end of life when they believe they need to.
But again, just to be clear, you took both your parents' lives.
Yes.
And you realize that you're probably going to face the criminal consequences.
Oh,
now.
of course.
I mean, you're probably going to be arrested and
Well,
charged. And
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're going to, it's a process. You have to go through the process. How it will come out at the end, I don't know. But to influence that process, I would beg the American people to read that statement.
all right, Lawrence, thank you for being with us.
Oh, I appreciate it
Okay.
very much. Thank you.
Wait,
You guys,
there's more. There's more.
you good, Stone? I think we covered all the bases. Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say?
There's
Why,
more.
why did you write that manifesto?
What?
I'm calling it a manifesto. What would you call it?
A statement to the American people. Is that what I wrote?
He doesn't know the camera is still rolling. If there's a camera in the room, always assume it's rolling.
That's what you wrote down.
I wrote statement to the public because you
To the
said
pub-
that.
yeah, I
You
think-
said that to me.
Right. Yeah. A statement to the public. What was the other option to call it?
Manifesto,
Not a manifesto.
just a statement to the public. It is a bit rambling, a bit hard to follow.
Right. I need, that's why I say I need more conversations over this.
But do you think people are going to want to talk about this or the fact that you
Absolutely,
took
they're
your parents'
gonna talk-
lives?
Right, they're going to talk about that. That's what they want to know. It's just the reality. So I mean, they'll, it's a horrible situation to be in. Everybody, many other people are going to face it. My
But are other people going to take the same actions you took?
Probably not, because they don't have the same kind of sense of duty to their parents as I did. Duty is I owe it to you to do it, as opposed to right and wrong, the law, etc. These are different ways of being. And of course, the law in this country does not allow for this way of being.
But are you truly confident that's what your parents wanted?
I know my parents are harsh in certain situations. And if my mother could see where she was going, she would never want that.
But you said they didn't expressly ask to be killed.
Right.
Are you sure you did what they wanted to be done?
I think that they would have increasingly wanted me to help them if their situation got any worse.
So that day in what you think was August of 2017, what made that day the day?
Crazy.
I think it was a colder evening and the windows were closed. So it was not a, it was just no noise or something like that.
So you were safe from detection? Is that what
Right,
you're
of
saying?
course. Because it was a summer, right? It's usually hot and windows are open, but it was kind of cold that period.
So because it was a little chillier that night, you decided to take your parents' lives.
That note she gave me was sometime in May or June, I think. When she said she fell, it was May or June or something like that. So this has been, my father already told me he has double vision. He had a hearing aid. He couldn't hear anymore. His eyes were going. He couldn't drive. My mother, I knew, was not using her turn signals properly. So they were losing their independence and even awareness of the world because of, breakdown.
Most people, I think I'm safe in saying, would not take their parents' life because they couldn't use their turn signals properly.
That's a very good point. But again, it's not just that. It's one marker of decline. And again, she had a brother and a sister who were going through Alzheimer's. By then, one died, and her brother was going to die, and maybe 2 years later, and he was in a terrible situation. So, the other aunt of mine was I think even in an even worse situation because of Alzheimer's. But I never visited her because women tend to want to be remembered for their beauty when they're young. So I didn't visit her for that reason, but I also never knew enough to visit where she was or anything like that.
But again, you feel like it was your role to, some might call it playing God, deciding on their lives. It was fair for you to do that?
If the decision is going to be made, it's going to be a playing God decision. And truly, we lived through this COVID thing. Cuomo is, there's probable cause to arrest Andrew Cuomo for thousands of deaths because it's on the record that he sent people into nursing homes for a certain reason, and there was reports that people died as a consequence. So that's probable cause. But
Andrew Cuomo did not put his hand around
Right.
someone's neck.
But
Andrew Cuomo did not put a rope around someone's neck.
that he would be culpable of criminally negligent homicide. I think that's
So what are you guilty of? Are you guilty of murder?
You could say age-related homicide or something like that, but it's not in the law. But it should be. Somehow it should be. And maybe it will be. And maybe if it's accepted at some point, because there's 40 million people, they'll want it to be accepted. This will blow over. And I'm willing to make restitution to the family. That's why I mentioned that other type of legal system. And
Lawrence, this is not going to blow over.
I know.
You killed your parents.
There is that situation, but to me, it's not very important. It's politics is subject to change. Everything is negotiable. Donald Trump has proven that everything is negotiable in this country. And if you have a good idea and you can help people, you can get a better outcome.
Did you ever kill anyone else?
No way, no way, no way.
Did you ever commit physical harm to anyone else?
No.
This was it. Just
Right.
your mother and your father.
Yep.
No one else in your family ever suffered at your hand?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to check.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Lawrence.
Lawrence, can I ask you a question? One of the neighbors told us on the scene that your parents were under the impression that you were going to take them on a trip. Did you tell them that you were going to take them on a trip before you killed them?
No, but I asked my mother if she wanted to go with me for a ride to Grafton Park. We'd like to go there.
I think they told people that they were possibly moving to Germany.
That's what I said.
You said that?
Yeah.
You said that to people, not your parents.
Right.
So that was
People ask me, where are my parents? I tell them, because my mother's from Germany, and my father was born in Yugoslavia. And then after they could escape communism, they went to Germany. And then my father came to this country. And then my mother in the 50s.
But there were neighbors who said that they had been told by your parents, oh, we think we're going to move to Germany. Are they mistaken? Are the neighbors remembering that incorrectly? Or could your parents have said that?
They could have said that.
Could they have known something was coming?
Possibly.
You ever give them the impression that maybe you would just move them somewhere?
No.
No. Okay.
That's news to me, to be honest.
Okay. All right. I think we're done.
Okay.
Thank you, Lawrence.
I appreciate it very much.
Thank you for talking to us.
Okay, here we go, guys.
Not thoughts, action. Make sure it's done.
They were waiting for him. So, y'all, what are you? And then, guess what? This, we have another situation where we have two people found in a backyard after being red roomed. Yeah, I cannot believe. Oh, that's this one. I cannot believe we have another red room.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? It's a little wet out there. So thank you for all coming in. I appreciate everybody's patience. I'm here with the District Attorney, Lee Kinlan, Brendan Cox, Albany Police Department. We're here today to talk about 6 Crestwood Court. I know a lot of you have been over there and a lot of you have been asking questions. I appreciate your patience as we were wanting to make sure we had some facts. We're going to be a little bit brief just because this is still a very active investigation and we still have a lot to do. To give you a little bit of history, so on May 21st of this year, the Albany Police Department, we received a call from the Social Security Administration, from investigators with the Social Security Administration to assist them. They were doing some investigation follow-up to the address at 6 Crestwood Court to check on the welfare of Teresa and Franz Cross, who live at that address and were receiving benefits from the Social Security Administration. We responded there, met up with the investigator, ultimately interviewed Martin Cross, we interviewed Lorenz Cross, I apologize. And it was apparent that Mr. and Mrs. Cross were no longer at that house. That opened up a long investigation between the Albany Police Department, the Albany County District Attorney's Office, the Social Security Administration, and also a partnership with the New York State Police and several other federal agencies to start trying to figure out what was happening from both a financial background and where the Krauses were. That culminated in the execution of search warrants that started on Tuesday, the 23rd. We are still at that residence. Ultimately, yesterday on the 24th, we did uncover human remains of 2 people in the backyard of 6 Crestwood Court. I just want to be cautious about everything that we say at this moment. We are still in the process of identifying the identities of those 2 people. While we are confident that those are the remains of Franz and Teresa Kraus, we still need to do some work and confirm that's who that is. So we are not going to confirm that is who that is right now, because we need to ultimately go through the actual forensic process of identifying that as being them. We're confident that is who that is, but we still need to actually do that process. We are still trying to determine the cause and manner of death of both of those people. So we are still early in our investigation, and it wouldn't be responsible for us right now to comment too much further on the investigation until we ultimately determine cause and manner. So we still have a long way to go in our investigation. So that is where we are at. We will continue this investigation, and we'll come to a conclusion in the investigation, and we'll obviously keep everybody up to date as we get a determination in cause and manner of death. As we're able to determine that, and as we're able to take the next steps, that's where we'll go. But that is where we are right now, still trying to determine that. I certainly want to thank the hardworking men and women of the Albany Police Department, from the responding officers who worked with the investigator to recognize that something was going on, to our detectives who are still on the scene doing the hard work, the New York State Police, our own city Department of General Services that was there helping us out yesterday, the district attorney's office, the Social Security Administration, all of their work. The FBI was a big help, and a number of other agencies.
Y'all, what is the deal with people unaliving people and burying them in the backyard? I just don't get it. My mind just doesn't wrap around that very well.
Been a help. So
how would you describe Lorenz's cooperation with authorities?
So we have interviewed him, and I'm going to leave it at the fact that we have interviewed him.
Do you know how long the bodies have been there?
That is still being determined.
Chief, earlier you said when your investigator made contact with Lawrence Strauss back in, I think it was May, you said it became apparent that those 2 individuals were not holes. Can you elaborate on what made that so apparent?
So I'm not going to get too far into investigations and what they learned. I mean, he had told us that they weren't there, but certainly we had enough suspicion to say we need to find out where they were. We had also gotten a call back in February of 2020 to check on their welfare. At that time, we had gotten information from a neighbor that they had moved out of the country. We had tried to contact the person that had called us, which was a distant relative that did not live in the area, and we're not able to contact that person. And we had no reason at that moment to find anything more suspicious at that time. But based on all the circumstances in May, we had reason to believe that that information was no longer accurate, and we needed to do more work.
Chief, what made you dig in the backyard?
I'm not going to get into the terms of the investigation at this moment. That will be more to come.
Is the investigation shifting to a homicide investigation now?
As I said, the cause and manner of death has yet to be determined. So when that is determined, we will then be able to say whether or not that is.
Where were the elder Krause's Social Security checks going to? Did they have direct deposit? Was someone signing your checks?
So I am going to again defer that this is an active investigation, both from the financial end and the cause and manner of their death. I'm going to leave all of that with the investigation. Okay. So we're going to leave this here. We will give you an update as we move this on. Like I said, this is still a very active investigation. I'm going to close the Crestwood Court conversation. Are there any questions? We also had a homicide this morning at the 300 block of Sheridan Avenue. Unfortunately, a 29-year-old gentleman at about 6 a.m. this morning was stabbed. He unfortunately is deceased. That is an active investigation as well. We do know that the case certainly appears that the person that would be responsible for that as we build our case is somebody that would have been known to that person. That is still a very active investigation. We do not believe that there's any danger to the public, and we believe that will come to a successful conclusion shortly.
Do you have any details of what led to the stabbing?
I do not have any details as to what led to that as of this moment, other than the fact that it certainly appears that the individual that would be responsible is somebody that would have known the person that is unfortunately deceased at this moment.
Going back to Crestwood, though, is there a timetable for the autopsies?
Like I said, I'm gonna close the conversation out on Crestwood. Okay.
Understanding. I believe in the release it said he was found between two buildings. Do you know if that's where the stabbing happened or whether he's been inside?
The stabbing happened inside.
I'm wrapping my head around all this.
What was the person's name for the stabbing?
We're still in the process of making sure that all next of kin have been notified. So we'll release that later on once we're confident that all of the people have been notified.
What's the current situation regarding the police force? How many men or women are we down right now?
So we're probably about 75 officers down. We have a class that's in right now, and we're in the process of hiring a new class. We just gave a test on Saturday. So we are continuing to actively recruit. We're actively providing tests, and we're actively hiring. Join the APD.com.
I just have one more question. How old was that couple?
Can I join?
I have
I'm
it right here. Just
54.
1 second.
I do cop, but I can't do anything physical. I have no ACL. Can't do that. Old. If I had life to do again, I would either be a police officer or a doctor. I don't know. God only.
Thought I had it right here. We'll get it for you because I want to make sure you have the exact ages. You're welcome.
Were the elder Krauses American citizens?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know if both girls had German citizenship?
I do not know. Okay. Thanks, folks.
Okay. We are waiting for this hearing to begin. Those are two separate cases, but the one guy confessed to unaliving his family. Oh, sorry, something else was going off. I was like, what's going off? What is this? So, yeah, I just wanted you guys to see that. And of course, the guy writes a statement. He goes and does an interview. And then, of course, they arrest him as soon as he walks out the door. Thus, I couldn't figure out why that was. Ah, there we go. Got it. Well, you know, the cost of funerals are ridiculous, but that said, y'all.
People were saying that this female pastor was very beautiful, but nobody really had pictures or videos of her until now. She started trending after people started seeing that she was all about God and she was saying like good messages and she knew her stuff. But the reason why she started trending was because people started noticing that she had pretty much cake. And a lot of people were saying that it's very difficult when they attend the church and the ceremony, that is very difficult to focus. So you already know I had to do my research and I had to see what exactly is going on. And after doing my 20-second research, I came to the conclusion that the cake is the reason why she's currently trending. Let me get out the way real quick so you guys can see. And a lot of people just don't know how to act. A lot of people are trying to find out exactly where they could go see her preach. Remember, you're at church. You're out there to clean your sins and to just relax and not think about cakes. This female pastor is trending all over social media, and you're not going to believe.
Back up. What the? No, boo. I couldn't help that. Hello, Miss Diane. Okay, everybody, we're going to have a quick chat with Miss Diane. Her sister is home.
Yes,
They can hear you. You're
yes.
not muted.
She is home. We have physical therapy coming in, occupational therapy coming in, and Diane needs therapy coming in. I am looking for my other glasses and I can't find them because, oh, I can see y'all if I take these off. Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but congratulations. Diane is happy to have her sister home.
Very much so. Very much so. She is so happy to be home.
I bet she is.
Oh, yeah, she is. She's very, very happy to be home. I must say, I laugh a lot at her when she's at her antics to get in the bed because it's a little high. So she uses a different way every night. I just sit back and watch. It's like watching a little baby trying to crawl into a bed.
Why do you not have a little ladder, a step stool?
Because I don't have one that's big enough yet, and I've not been anywhere to get one yet. So I need a bigger one. What I have is really small, and I could see her trying to put both feet on it and falling off, and then she goes back to the hospital again and back to rehab again. So it's just better to laugh at her doing it because she does it. She's strengthening her muscles.
Well, that's good. Paul Young's Esquire.
Sorry, Paul.
No. We're talking about that female pastor. Here it is again. You missed it. I couldn't.
Poor child. She needs a bigger screen.
Oh,
A lot of people were saying that this female pastor was very beautiful, but nobody really had pictures or videos of her until now. She started trending after people started seeing that she was all about God and she was saying like good messages, and she knew her
boo. That's all she wears. Why?
stuff. But the reason why she started trending was because
And why are you turning your butt to the church member?
people started noticing that
Ella and Beyonce.
and a lot of people were saying that it's very difficult when they attend the church.
I'm sorry, I think Beyonce has more class than to get up and preach in church and show her butt.
And the ceremony that is very difficult to focus. So you already know I had to do my research and I had to see what exactly is going on. And after doing my 20-second research, I came to the conclusion that the cake is the reason why she's currently trending. Let me get out the way real quick so you guys can see.
Okay.
And a lot of people just don't know how to act. A lot
She's so thick. They call it.
of people are trying to find out exactly where they could go see her preach. Remember, you're at church. You're out there to clean your sins and to just relax and not think about cakes. This female pastor is trending all over social media, and you're not going to believe why.
Okay. Yeah, I got to get it off of that. That's just
That's
gross. PT, yes, when PT comes today, they can talk to PT or OT and they can get her a proper step stool for her on her insurance to get her in and out of your bed.
hopeful. I don't think they're coming today. 2 came yesterday. They're going to come 2 times a week, so maybe tomorrow. I haven't seen any messages with her coming today. Let's see how these work. Oh, that's better. It's not the ones without the rims, but hey, it's better.
We're throwing up hearts and the celebration horn if you don't see it in the comments.
All right, that's wonderful, wonderful. I love it. Thank you so much. I
So
know
how
y'all
long
been
will she be
praying
going?
is needed.
When did she have her event?
When did it happen? June the 11th, I think.
Yeah, I knew it was early part of June.
It was a long time ago. And so, but I got to say, the second rehab was much, much better than the first rehab.
I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't send my sick puppy to the first rehab.
Well, for those of you, Jenny, there's a blood clot that goes from here to here. Got another one just as big in her groin, but in between the size of my finger and thumb, huge. She has a mass kind of right here in her lung that's 2 centimeters at the biggest part. And she goes to oncology on Thursday. So I will be with her. Discuss the path ahead.
What the plan is?
Well, what's going to happen, they're going to have to send off for biopsies for a targeted test where they take it down to the molecular level, find out exactly what version of what kind of cancer. And then we can get what they call a targeted treatment plan. But until then, everything is just a hypothetical at this point.
And she's still in Austin, right?
No, she's home and resting, and I got her home yesterday. We also saw her sister for a couple of days up in Dallas because she hadn't seen her sister in 2.5 years. And the thing is everybody's adopted.
Did they go well?
Yeah, well, she's struggling, she's suffering, but I'm keeping her as comfortable as I can until we get in to see the doctor first.
Well, she's doing better than Margie's family. Her daughter still hadn't seen her, still hadn't heard from her, not a word.
Wow. Well, the thing is that it's kind of interesting in her family that they adopted 2 girls from, I think, Korea and one of the Oriental countries, and they were 11 months apart in age. They adopted girls, and so Jen and her sister both adopted. I'm adopted, so I'm like, we're the adoption.
Margie's my adopted sister.
Yep.
So it's like, it is what it is. And when you look at the fact that when you are a Christian, we're all adopted through the blood.
Hey, by the way,
Yes.
did I tell you we got a 95 on that paper?
We did wonderful. You were reading it and me helping you understand it was your vernacular and your language was awesome.
Yeah, you did a great job.
There. Yeah.
By the way, those who don't know, who've never met, this is Miss Diane. She's an American Sign Language interpreter. We are good friends, and she's also my tutor in college.
And
she's my accommodations for college.
Yes.
Y'all, we're almost done with the first 8 weeks. Week 6.
Yes, I have to.
In the class that we had that big paper for this week, we have nothing to do. The next week, the next.
Yay! Do rest time. Just read up. Read up and understand it. That's what you have to do. Because sometimes those words are, what? Look them up and say, what does this mean?
Well, yeah. Well, this particular class is on drug trafficking. That is the topic of my one class. And it is just joyful.
it is amazing to find out how that presents and works in Mexico
Well,
and why it's so rampant.
well, right now, that particular part was focused on the cartel in Mexico. Um, but how it has gone internationally is, yeah. And it was primarily due to one person.
Hmm. He had his hand in a cookie jar and he stole all the cookies. He didn't want anybody to have any.
No, he did not. He did not want anybody to have it. Well, Escobar, was that his name? Escobar? Of course, he's been unalive for years. But what was interesting is that his mindset was pretty freaking amazing in the sense of if you're going to become a criminal, let's make you legitimate and legitimize it by running for political office, and then that way you can cover your butt. He was in political office for a while. Then they booted him out once they figured out who and what he was.
Yeah.
But it's pretty amazing how some of these masterminds have thought and how he paved the road for trafficking and built it was an empire. It was a dynasty. It was huge. And then to use the reverse psychology in the aspects of uh, get the sit there and harass and harm and threaten and unalive and do horrible acts to people in the town and the community, but then at the same time have some of your guys come in and save the day. You have two groups of people, those who come in and attack and destroy and hurt and kill, and then you have those that come in and protect. He created his own need for protection within the community that they became so dependent on him, who he used guerrilla warfare, basically, is what he did. And then created his own military and police to protect the people that it was crazy.
Yeah.
On one hand, you're red rooming, on the other hand, you're protecting, and they didn't know for a long time. A lot of the citizens, but when they started understanding and finding out what was going on, the crap hit the fan. But
Yeah.
just to me, the mental aspect of it, the way his mind worked, is intriguing.
He definitely created the need.
Yeah.
For, he had this here, but then he created the need for these people to come and quash what was happening at the moment. So then they would go back out, then these rose back up again, and then here the game came. So there was that constant, as you said, guerrilla warfare. And
And
people were glad to see these guys come in, our savior, our salvation. They're coming to help and protect us from these guys. It's just,
not
yeah.
knowing that both entities were from the same person.
Yeah.
It's like,
They'd all go home and have a meal together.
pretty much did.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he was pretty it's so sad some of the smartest minds are the biggest criminals. Can you imagine what could happen if they put all of that energy into doing good?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hell's going to be full. Like what it says, the road to heaven is narrow.
After his death, unfortunately, things did not get better, and the cartel became just as strong, if not a little stronger, after he passed away.
Yeah, it was interesting how some of the the cartels and the gangs, for lack of a better word, they would just, after a while, evaporate. When the people who were in charge of it, when they went to jail or they died or whatever, they didn't have a strong enough support network and structure that they would just, and someone else, some other gang would come in and take their place. So they were never without the gangs. So
Um, I found it interesting um, how everybody made fun of um, Nancy Reagan just say no to drugs,
Yeah.
but they had no idea how bad it was. I mean, the normal citizen of this country back then had no idea how bad it was.
I think even today, the normal citizen has no idea how deep and how widespread it is. They're in their own little world, me and my four, and no more. And that's it. And then when the police come knocking on the door um, we need to talk to your son or your daughter or whatever, they're like, not my son, not my daughter. And it's like, your son, your daughter was the pusher at school. They don't realize it, don't know it because they have raised them to be so, what's the word I'm looking for? They feel entitled. Yeah, we have an entire generation that doesn't feel any responsibility for anything they do because they've been raised to be entitled. And I'm like, oh dear.
Oh, I got to say something before we get started. I see the head moving.
Okay.
Good day, honey, 2800. Just so y'all know, some of you may have caught on to the conversation, some of you may not have. Angela, our mod, is currently in major surgery.
Oh,
Went at about 7:30 this morning.
Hmm.
It could be up to 10 hours of surgery. He will not be in chat, or she is. I'm going to spank her for the next couple of days at least. Depending on my finances, I will try and go and see her. It's about a 4-hour drive for me, but I feel that I need to go and see her maybe this weekend
Where is she?
in Texas. But I just want you guys to good thoughts or prayers, whatever you do, please. This is serious. And there's 3 different things they are going to hope to accomplish. There is a priority of those 3, and I'm praying that everything gets accomplished that needs to be accomplished, and nothing has to that they don't have to stop and leave one thing undone, which will be
Yeah.
horrible no matter what it is. So you guys, please keep her in prayer. I will be keeping you updated as soon as I get any kind of update. Right now, we have no update. So no news is good news. So if she did in fact go in at 7:30, or they started on time 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, we're coming up on 3 of the 10 hours. So our heart and blessings go out to her at this time and her family. All right, guys.
A button in a button.
Okay, you're going to need to do a lot of the interpreting. I'll try and help on when I can. I'm going to go real quick.
See if these are charged.
Mr. Christensen is now in the courtroom. Mr. Isbelle, if you'll please come around to the seal, follow the directions of the deputy.
Step this way, sir. Stand on the top of the seal, face the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and I'll need you to speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Reporter who's recording these proceedings.
Good morning, Mr. Isbelle. You have sat through this trial, and you've listened to all the proof along with us.
You got to speak up, Mr. Massey. Thank you. Try to get you an additional microphone.
You've heard all the proof along with us. And even before that, we've gone over the proof that we expected to be shown in this case, even showing PowerPoints and those kind of things, so that we may make sure you were aware of all the discovery available. And after hearing the proof today, of this past week and yesterday, and knowing that you have a right to testify, that's an absolute constitution.
My apologies, Diane. This news feed does not have captioning. Do you have your live caption? Okay, please forgive me. I had to go to ladies' room, so I'm going to come back. He is testifying.
Isabelle, if you'll please come around to the seal, follow the directions of the deputy.
Step this way, sir.
All right, Diane, I'll
Stand on the top of the seal, face the judge, raise your right hand.
do the
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat, watch your step, and I'll need you to speak up for the benefit of Madam Court Recorder, who's recording these proceedings.
Good morning, Mr. Isbelle. You have sat through this trial, and you've listened to all the proof along with us.
It's so soft.
You have to speak up, Mr. Massey. Thank you. Try to get you an additional microphone.
Good luck.
You've heard all the proof along with us. And even before that, we've gone over the proof that we expected to be shown in this case, even showing PowerPoints and those kind of things, so that we may make sure you were aware of all the discovery available. And after hearing the proof today of this past week and yesterday, and knowing that you have a right to testify, that's an absolute constitutional right to testify, tell the jury whatever your side of the case may be. And no one can make that decision as I told you yesterday, nobody but you. And what you do is you can look to others for advice, like you look to us for advice, you're lawyers. And you talk with your family as well, right? And after doing that, and after hearing the proof, have you made a decision as to whether or not you wish to testify? Have you made a decision? What is that decision, please? You do not wish to testify. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Do you mind if I just, for the record, flesh out some other things? You made a decision to not testify, and I'm certain that Mr. Massey and Ms. Fuchs have informed you that the jury will be informed that they can't hold that against you. You have the right to remain silent. Has anyone made any threats or promises to get you to not testify? You're entering into this season, this session of not testifying. It's your choice and yours alone. And that you understand that no one can draw any inferences, meaning no one can assume what you would or would not have said just because you didn't testify. And that's basically what I'll tell the jury. They can't hold that against you. You understand? And you've had enough time, not only just this morning, because I know you spent some time with your lawyers this morning to discuss this issue. And you did yesterday, right? I need work.
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't need additional time to discuss this decision. You're clear, and you're clear on what you're gonna do. And you're satisfied with what they've been able to share with you as far as where we've been going throughout this process. They've been accessible to you. You've been to court many times, correct? And they've shared everything that they have with you. Do you need any additional time with them this morning before we proceed? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Tried to clean my monitor. The sun's hitting it.
halfway through, we'll rest. When the jury comes back.
The jury.
How was the court sound? Because in my ears, it's pretty loud.
Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Tuesday, September 30th, and what a week it has been, right? Let's get started. Mr. Massey, Ms. Fuchs.
Now, the pledge on behalf of the defense rests.
Does the state of Tennessee wish to present any rebuttal?
No, Your
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the proof in the case. We're going to take a short break while I go over your instructions with the attorneys. I'm going to give them a few minutes to prepare their closing arguments, if any. The state may give a closing argument and the defense may give a closing argument. If the defense gives a closing argument, the state will be allowed to give a final rebuttal argument if it wishes. This is because the state has the burden of proof in this case. During this break, even though you have heard all of the proof, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. It is now 10:26. I hope to be with you very soon, and I hope that we can work, the lawyers and I can work rather expeditiously so as to get you back in and go over these instructions. I'll see you in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're the pen pad in your chair. Follow me.
Notice I didn't mention one yet. But I will.
I am using this screen cleaner, and guess what? It's streaky as hell. Now it's full of streaks. Okay, guys, see what they have to say.
I'm not certain if Ms. Harris sent out preliminaries. Did everyone have? She sends them out to everyone. You guys discuss. It's just been passed a request for lesser included offenses.
Sorry.
As to count 3 first-degree felony murder, they are asking for second-degree murder, reckless homicide. As to count 4 of the indictment, aggravated child neglect, they're asking for child neglect. As to count 5, especially aggravated kidnapping, aggravating kidnapping, and kidnapping as lesser. I have thoughts, but I'd like to hear from the state.
Judge, we just reviewed the proposed lesser included, and we're in agreement with those to be charged to the jury.
Under State v. Burns, the court must determine whether any evidence exists that reasonable minds could accept as to the lesser included offense. Negligent homicide is not on the table for the court under count 1 and 2. neither is reckless homicide under counts 1, 2, and 3. The court must view the evidence liberally in the light most favorable to the existence of the lesser included offenses without making any
Diane, I'm sorry, your hands are off screen. My bad.
judgments on the credibility of such evidence. And then I must determine if the proof provided was legally sufficient to support a conviction for the lesser included offenses. This is a practical two-step analysis under State v. Burns. I'm happy to share it with you while I take a brief recess.
What's in the brief recess?
She doesn't even give them an opportunity to say, all rise, and then leave. You know, I mean, she's just, I'm out. I don't care if you stand up for me. I could care less. Let me get Diane back on. I could care less. I'm out. I mean, y'all.
I want this to be done with.
She's to the point.
I want to be done with.
Well, she made them come in on Saturday. Can one of my mods or somebody tell me why they came in on Saturday? That's when I was out of pocket. Why did you, hi, Miss June. Thanks for coming back in. Why were they forced to come in on Saturday? Was that a punishment? Was that because they've got a trial coming up and she's got to get this done? What was the reasoning for them to bring in the jury on Saturday? And are they sequestered? Also, we're going to play a quick clip of yesterday. The judge declares a mistrial in the Twisted Mississippi Red Rooms.
What happened in that one?
We had this judge before, and I like him. So let's watch this real quick.
I believe that's all of you. All right, I've received another note from the jury indicating that y'all have still not been able to reach a unanimous decision. I caution you again, don't tell me which side, for lack of better words, winning. But what's the score? Has the score changed any? No. Score has not changed any? Do you feel that, and I'm sort of directing this to all of you, or not just Mr. Williams, but do you think that further deliberations, do you think any chance of any further deliberations moving the needle anywhere? Any y'all think, do you think further deliberations are being used or not? Don't be bashful. Speak out, shake your head, whatever you think anyway. I see some of you shaking your head no. I see a lot of you shaking your head no. All right. Y'all just bear with me one just second. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm not gonna send you back if the leaders haven't moved any, and you don't think there's any chance of it. If it was a 10-2 vote, 11-1, 9-3, even maybe 6-6, as far as you can get anyway. And I want to say I appreciate y'all service. We all knew going in this was going to be a tough case. It's going to take some of your time, and it's going to be a difficult case. I appreciate your service. Y'all be free to go. If you need an excuse for work or anything, y'all stop down in Miss Nowicki's office and see if they'll give you an excuse. If you want to talk to anyone about your jury service, you're free to do so. If you don't want to talk to anyone about your jury service, tell them you don't want to talk about it. I don't have any reason to think they would persist in asking questions, but if they do, you get in touch with me or one of these court officials, and we will put a stop to it, okay? I don't have any reason to expect any way to have any repercussions for your jury service whatsoever. But thank you. If you need that work excuse or anything, stop off in Miss Nowicki's office, and y'all go. Thank you for your service, and y'all have a good evening, okay?
What was that trial about?
I honestly, I don't have a lot. I don't really quite fully know. I'll be honest.
Still has any choice, declared mistrial. I will.
Jeffrey Spencer. Okay. Carpenter was allegedly unalived by Jeffrey Spence in 2022. The jury in this case was unable to come to unanimous verdict. It was split 6-6, and I've got another video to watch after.
Y'all consult your calendars about when you may want to, if and then you want to retry this case. I will, I got my wagon loaded between now and the first of the year, but sometime after the first of the year, if y'all wish to have a retrial, I will, I'll get with you and get on calendars anyway.
The Kip County term is in February, and I believe that Hawkeye has their term at the same time. So they have to do a special session.
We burned through one Tipper County term by this case. I don't know if we can sacrifice another term. It probably needs to be outside the normal Tipper County term anyway. That's just my thoughts anyway. We've got, y'all get together and look at your calendars and see, this case I won't get disposed of. I'll move something on my calendar if I need to make my DA's office be there.
Okay, so this is a bunch of rigmarole. We don't have a lot of, I want y'all to see this. Watch this, y'all. There is no sound at this point, okay? So it's no sound. But the woman,
Santa Claus elves.
this one right here is the victim's mother. And she goes hysterical after all of this, after he's declared the mistrial, to the point he passes out and is in the hospital.
She does.
After
Who
court,
are the two girls?
I guess the daughters, I don't know. I would say daughters. They look like they could be daughters. Kind of glad I'm not listening to it.
Yeah. She'd be having a fit.
It seems like we're all grieved.
So this was her son.
And this is really a response I have seen from other in they're trying to control her and getting more and more physical with this. Let me tell you this first. He's out. He passed out. Poor baby. Start doing that sternum rub, trying to get her back. So yes,
I intend to.
That is what happened in that court. She was hospitalized. I don't know if she's still in the hospital, but they did keep her under surveillance as just to make sure she's okay. Moneyball, They are saying they are, however, there was no official document or word if they are or not. Doesn't matter at this point. Um, After less than 8-hour deliberation, the jurors must have been very adamant that they are not going to change their views, and that happens. And he did give the Allen charge. So the Allen charge means basically go back one more time. One more time. And try to come to an agreement. Little Missy missed her mama. Little Missy is not an affectionate kitty, as you can tell. She's already ready to go. You poor. But she got up on my tummy last night and let me love on her. She's all like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Got your loving last night. Well, we're done.
Not mine. I lay down and I got 3 on me and a dog by me. And they're like, Mama, hi, Mama.
Yeah. She'll sleep at my feet and she will attack your foot. I don't care if there's a blanket or nothing covering it. Yeah, she's gotten that jerk off, the foot jerk where you jerk them off your feet a couple of times for me last night. Finally, she let me be. I've learned to keep my feet under a sheet or a cover because it will.
Draw blood.
I got to trim her nails. I haven't trimmed them since I got back. I just got back last night, so.
How do you manage to get that done?
Oh, no problem, Amy. Keep listening. It looks like to me that we are going to be going straight into verdict watch shortly, which I'm going to put up a poll after closing arguments. We'll have a poll but there's another trial I want us to start watching. June, I think we discussed it earlier. June, to private chat, please.
I gotta go walk Margie. I'll be back. She's got to walk.
Okay, I'll drop you. I'll remove you. Don't do anything. There we go. So this trial has been a little bit on the quirky side for me. But I am not surprised that he has chosen not to testify. I think that is in his best interest at this point. Unfortunately, when you have a video of a confession, interview and confession, and I got cat hair all over me, y'all. A video confession, it's really, I would not want to get up on that witness stand because then now anything and everything you say will be compared to the confession, and it does not help you in the least to do a video confession at this point. It does not. I mean, it doesn't help you get on the witness stand due to the video confession at this point, in my humblest of opinions. But I want to thank you, Moneyball, for joining us. I appreciate that. And for all of the who are new, if you hit the thumbs up, comment ILIKED, and just like that in all caps. If you are a first-time subscriber, please put I sub in all caps in the comments. And if you shared this video, put I shared in the comments. Why? Because we do a drawing at the end of the day and what we'll do is we will at the end of the month put you into the drawing for the end of the month giveaway. Yeah, let me do a quickie Google search or a search. It's searching. There is no official news. However, there has been post made that there is a sequestered juror in this trial. But the news coverage and official court documents do not mention the jury is sequestered, but that doesn't mean that they're not. So I would say, yes, they potentially are because of several reasons. One is, for me, is she's talked about multiple times ordering their dinner. They don't do that unless you're sequestered. They don't do that unless you're sequestered. I'm getting a headache, y'all. I'm going to take some. So I would venture to say that they are. That is my humblest of opinions. I would say that they are. We are looking for there is a trial that is starting today. It is a very, very new trial, and we will do some research on that trial. I'm looking for a feed for that trial. Give me a second. We will be going over to another trial as soon as this one is in jury watch. I'm trying to get a live feed into that trial that is now. Okay, so we will go to this trial. There we go. We are back into this. So while we are on a break, I will be diving in to this trial here. Let's see. I remember hearing about this trial. So let me pull up my notes on this. I do remember hearing about the trial that we're getting ready to go into. Let me get everything up and my screen so I can tell you. Okay. We have the state of Florida versus Leslie Dale Boyle. How do you say that? Boileau. No, it's kind of a. On September 19th of 2024, Boyle allegedly fatally shot the girlfriend, Paulina Wright, inside their home in Ocala. Why do they have these weird names? Florida. In Florida. He stated that, get my cheats up here. That the shooting was accidental, occurring during a firearm training dry fire cleaning session after they both had alcoholic drinks. Why do people decide to clean their weapons after they have been drinking and consuming alcohol is beyond me. While gun cleaning supplies were delivered to the residence, which apparently prompt Wright to ask Boyu to teach her firearm handling. They both were handling 2 firearms in the home, a Glock 9mm handgun and a Daniel Defense AR style rifle. Boyu claimed that after dry firing the Glock, i.e. fire with no live rounds, and cleaning it, he then attempted to dry fire the rifle, but had forgotten that a magazine was loaded. A live round was discharged, striking right between the eyes. Oh! The shot was fatal, of course. Investigators found Wright with a single shot wound to the forehead. Boyle was terminated from his position as a Marion County Sheriff Office following the shooting. He was arrested, charged with manslaughter, and held initially without bond, but the bond was later set to $30,000. Conditions: no weapons. So here are the legal issues. The state prosecution theory is that it argues that Boyu actions were negligent and reckless in raising the threshold above mere accident. The fact that Boyu, is someone tell me how to say that name, please? Please, I'll put it in comments. So y'all can break it down for me, because of my dyslexia, I am not having this. It's not working for me. They handled the firearm while under the influence of alcohol, which number one is a no-no in any. It doesn't matter if you're in the police force or not, in any way, shape, or form. Do not handle any weapon if you've consumed any alcohol. He not only did that, but he pointed it directly at her in an unsafe direction, may be used to support that he should have known better, especially given his prior law enforcement training. You think? Evidence such as a 911 call, body cam, forensic, ballistic evidence, and physical layout of the home weapons were likely to be central. The state must prove beyond all reasonable doubt that Boulay, thank you, Boulay conducted amounted to manslaughter, typically involuntary manslaughter or similar variations under the Florida law. The defense is going to say that Boulay, thank you. Defense will assert that this was tragic accident, non-criminal contact. Boulay states that he believed he was dry firing, not firing a live round. Well, Boulay should know better. He should not have even had the weapon ever pointed at an individual. He knew that. That is number one training. Before you even look at a gun or weapon, in training, they say number one rule: never aim it towards a living creature. Never point it. Muzzle control, muzzle control, muzzle control. No flagging, no pointing. Muzzle control. Yes, I have multiple guns, been through a lot of training. May emphasize the law enforcement training, the lack of criminal history, and that he performed similar firearm handling trainings with Wright before. In his statement, he acknowledges past similar trainings. Well, how many times did you train while under the influence, and how many times did you train and put the weapon and dry fire at her? This is just absolutely, it does look French. I don't get it. Baloo. Boy sounds like bois, Lou, Boileau is how they're saying it's supposed to be pronounced when I Googled it. Boileau. Okay. Boileau. All right, I've got to get it in my head. That's the way I do it. So they may seek to challenge the state's evidence, ballistic timing, views of the witnesses, forensic reconstruction, blah, 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 blah. The defense could argue that the negligence does not rise to the level needed for criminal liability under the Florida statutes or common law standard for the manslaughter charge. Key evidence in this is the 911 call made by Boileau. He reportedly made a call after the shooting. Body-worn camera footage, which Boileau is recorded screaming and reacting to the scene. Ballistic forensic evidence, the castings of a 5.56 round was found matching the rifle that Boileau owned. The layout of the position of the weapons, magazines, shell casing, trajectory analysis, witnesses, if any, investigative firearms expert, forensic pathologists who can reconstruct the shooting. Boileau's own admission and statement to the investigators, where he acknowledged he forgot the magazine. That behavior was sloppy at best. Ocala, thank you, honey. Thank you very much, honey. I appreciate it. Why should we take his word for that as an accident? Well, I'm with you on that. Are they only charged him with manslaughter because he was a sheriff? He's deputy sheriff. Has it been a civilian? I think they would have charged him with second degree or first degree. I don't disagree with you on that. I think that's a very good observation, and I wonder myself. The defense attorney, Alani Patti, Patti, the state represented assistant state attorney Tucker O'Neill. The next, so right now we're into the trial. So that is where we are on this case, y'all. We got that done. So that is the case I think we're going to follow. Is that correct, Miss June? We agree? I think we should. We will follow when we go into jury deliberations, the verdict watch. We will go to this trial. It is just starting today, so we should be able to catch up. Boileau. Get that over here. Boileau. Was it? Am I not saying it? Boileau. I'm not saying it wasn't on purpose. I don't believe, I don't want to believe it was on purpose. But I have to say that when you are a trained deputy sheriff, police officer, or whatever, a military, and you ever point a weapon at a human being, there should be no accidental shooting because you know better than to point a weapon at a human being. And if you know better if you're cleaning and dry firing, the magazine is out, you rack that chamber, or you visually inspect, and then if you are with somebody, you visually show them that lead shooter is empty, and then you dry fire downrange. You never dry fire facing a person. I have no sympathy for him on this. This was 100% avoidable. That's interesting, June. So it's Boileau. Boileau. Is that right? Oh, Boileau. Okay, Boileau. We can do that. And if you have any questions, please put the question mark in front of it so we can catch those questions. I appreciate it. So we are still in a court break for the defense attorneys, both the defense and the prosecuting attorneys, to get ready for their closing arguments. This is going to be interesting on the closing arguments. I'm dying to hear what the state has to say. In the meantime, we're going to come over here. This is the victim and the officer involved. Oh, I don't want to do this.
And a month later charged with manslaughter. Polino writes.
Wow, she's unconscious. Is she breathing? I need help right now. Please, I need help. Ma'am, is she breathing? No. I don't think so. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I need help right now. No! No! No, no, no! Tell them to come in. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, ma'am.
I need help. I need meds right now. Sorry. Liberty, come here.
Ma'am, are you a deputy?
Liberty. I need help. Where's the gun? There's one in her lap and one there. We're good. I need medics right now. No!
He knew that it was over. Medic ain't going to help this.
We heard during the 911 call, the call taker repeatedly referred to the caller as ma'am.
Yes.
When you arrived, did you actually determine that the caller was a male?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw when you got there.
I saw a white male holding a white female's head. She was sitting in a chair.
Did you notice any vehicles parked outside the residence when you were walking up to it?
I did.
What did you see?
It was a Marion County Sheriff's Office patrol car.
Did you eventually determine who that patrol car belonged to?
We did.
Who?
It belonged to the defendant.
Okay. Were you the first officer on scene, or did multiple officers arrive all around the same time?
Multiple officers arrived around the same time.
Was there a dog in the residence?
There was.
Forgive me. I'm going to, there's just too much stuff rolling. I'd rather start it here.
At some point, had EMS arrived on scene yet at this point?
At some point they did.
Okay. And when EMS arrives on a scene, do they just walk into the scene, or do they have to be allowed in?
They have to be, the scene has to be cleared for EMS to come in.
Okay, why? Can you explain to the jury why they do that?
So in a situation involving something like a firearm, it could be dangerous for EMS who don't have any way to protect themselves. So law enforcement arrives on scene first and make sure it's safe for them before they come in.
And once you give the all clear that's safe, then EMS can come in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before the defendant was escorted out of the house, did he say anything about another firearm?
He did not. Not that I can recall, at least.
Okay. Do you remember, was a firearm ever located in the victim's lap?
Yes.
Okay. Describe how you guys discovered that and what happened.
When one of the officers mentioned that there was a firearm sitting in her lap, and that's when it brought it to my attention.
Okay. And what happened with that firearm?
I removed the firearm from her lap and set it on the table.
Okay. Describe to the jury how you did that.
With the gloves on, I went and I grabbed the bottom of the grip, and I carefully picked it up and moved it and set it on the dining room table.
What kind of firearm was that?
It was a Glock handgun.
Describe the condition of that gun.
The slide was forward. It did not have a magazine.
How was the victim dressed or covered?
The victim was naked.
Okay. Did she have anything covering any part of her body?
Not that I can remember.
Why was she naked? Whoa! Who plays with weapons? Well, I guess I don't want to go there. But who plays with weapons half drunk and naked? Maybe the half drunk is the reason why she was naked. I don't know. But the thought of playing with a weapon naked, cleaning weapons naked, ew, it just doesn't fit. That's odd. Just saying.
Once the scene was cleared and the medical personnel came inside the house, was anything done with the table to give law enforcement, EMS, better access to the victim?
Yes, the table was pushed from where it was in the center of the dining room up to where you see it in the photographs.
What did the EMS do to try to treat the victim?
If I recall correctly, EMS looked at her and determined that she was deceased. I stood by to make sure that no one manipulated the rifle that was on the table.
once EMS confirmed she was deceased, what was done with the victim's body?
She was lowered to the ground and covered with, I believe, a blanket.
Showing you photograph 3 from States 2. What does this show?
That shows the crime scene.
You said earlier that the chairs and table have been moved to give better access to the victim. Can you describe for the jury how the table that we see in the photograph, is this how it appeared after you moved it?
Yes, sir.
How was it positioned before it was moved?
The table was originally in the center of the dining room, kind of lined up with the
I agree with you on that.
window in the back.
And the chair that we see at the threshold of the kitchen, what is that chair?
That chair was the chair that the victim was sitting on originally.
Did you have a body camera on at the time?
Yes.
What is a body camera?
Body camera is a device that records video from the point of view of the officer.
Was it actively recording at the time?
It was.
Showing us marked as States Exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed it and I initialed it.
And does that disc fairly and accurately depict the portion of your body cam that we discussed?
It does.
This time state when you see indebtedness to States 3.
No objection. Without objection, once the mark for identification at State C will be admitted evidence as State's Exhibit 3.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
There's one in her lap. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! Please, no!
Somebody's over here.
She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this. She kept trying to fucking teach me. No! I didn't want her to fucking be doing. God damn it!
I'm just gonna watch it. I don't want to move it for evidentiary.
No! Larry, come down. Get away. No. Fuck. Can I put my dog's friendly? Just leave it alone. Make sure she doesn't get out, okay?
Let's get her. Put her in the room. How far is he in this up? Find that first.
6716. Can I put you on EMS, please?
Clear away from move this here. What?
No! I don't.
Move her hand. There's a single zero on her lap. Someone move her hand. Someone look for the zero. Be careful. All right. Is anybody else?
Was that the firearm that we just saw?
Yes.
That you moved?
Yes.
Show me what the mark States Exhibit D is in dog. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that the same person that you saw deceased in the chair?
Yes.
This time state will move States D into evidence to States 4.
No objection. Without objection, once the mark for identification at State's Exhibit D will be admitted evidence as State's Exhibit 4.
May I publish?
Where's the volume go? Do y'all have volume?
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
May I please support? Yes, sir. Good morning, Officer.
Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. Just have a cold.
There's a whole lot of coughing going on in here. Based on your body camera videos, would you agree you were the third one in the door?
Yes.
And one of the ones ahead of you was coughing.
Yes.
Bald, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Boyloo, when you came through the door, was standing next to Miss Wright, holding her. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And he was covered in her blood.
Yes,
And frantic
he was.
and distraught.
Yes, sir.
What was the first thing you heard him say?
No, no.
And then somebody asked him about guns
Yes.
right away. And what did he say?
I believe he told us where the 2 firearms were.
Right off the bat. He said, there's one in her lap. And then he pointed at the table and he said, there's one right there. You didn't remember that when you first began to testify.
I did not recall that.
So the reason you knew there was a gun in her lap is because he told you there was a gun in her lap.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a quick check of the other rooms, make sure there wasn't anybody else in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at about that point, when you got back into that kitchen area, dining room area, somebody told Mr. Voilu to let her go, right?
I can't recall that exactly.
Well, it's pretty evident. He was waved away from her. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he went to the living room area, right?
Yes.
And Officer LeBay was with him, right?
I can't recall what Officer LeBay
Dark
did.
hair, big, thick, black glasses.
Yes, I know who
That's
Officer.
LeBay, right?
Yes, but I don't recall what he did.
You didn't see him?
I was looking at the victim in the video.
And within a minute or two,
Okay, we are back you're back in court on the other trial. We're going to listen to the closing argument. Once we get into jury deliberation, we will come back to the trial. So don't go anywhere.
Working our way through the instructions. I think that there was one page that we all agree there was a little phrase that needed to be taken out.
And I just gave her that, if there was abuse and there was neglect, and she's correcting that.
Okay, so if it is now 11:12, what time would you like me to revisit you? I understand it's, how many pages do you have there?
24.
I understand you need to go through them, and I understand you want to go through them with Mr. Massey and with Mr. Isabelle. I'm not trying to rush you. I just need to know what I'm doing.
I would say, yeah, there. 20 minutes.
That's perfectly fine. I don't want you to feel as though I'm ignoring you and I'm not here. I'm here. You just let me know when you're ready.
What we do, Judge, we have, and I think Mr. Steele and Ms. Carpenter can speak better on the law on this, but we do agree, all of us, I think, agree that reckless homicide and negligent homicide should be included as lesser included under the first degree murder counts, and they've been looking at the case law, but I think we all agree that should be in there.
Your Honor, and
Okay, so articulate for me what evidence supports reckless and negligent under first degree murder count 1 and 2?
it would, Your Honor, the state and I think defense would be asking for the inclusion of reckless homicide and negligent homicide, specifically looking at State versus Brown, which is a Supreme Court Tennessee decision from 2010.
Is that Benjamin Brown?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I have it.
That case it's somewhat factually similar, but it's a child abuse case. In that case, the child was shaken, reportedly, or that's what the jury found, and those were the injuries that led to the death. The charges include premeditated murder, I believe, murder in the perpetration of aggravated child abuse and aggravated child abuse. The difference is abuse versus neglect, but generally factually somewhat similar. There, the Tennessee Supreme Court did go through, and it looked at Burns. It looked at State versus, is it Eli as well, and looked at the instructions that were given specifically by the court in that case were first degree murder, stop. It wasn't second degree murder, it wasn't criminally reckless or criminally negligent. The Supreme Court of Tennessee then looked at the mens rea requirement of knowingly under the facts that were in that case. And the Tennessee Supreme Court found that knowingly was fairly raised, and then went further and said, so second degree murder should have been instructed. And then the court specifically then goes to on page, I believe it is 433. I'm sorry, I have it highlighted, but I lost it. Oh, it's on 433, carrying over into 444. To quote the court, it says, "It necessarily follows then that the trial court also erred in failing to instruct the jury as to the two remaining included offenses of reckless homicide, which is defined as," it gives a statutory definition, "and criminally negligent homicide." The court gave the statutory definition. The mens rea of recklessness and criminal negligence are encompassed by the definition of knowing, citing the state versus Eli. And therefore, having concluded the evidence would have supported a reasonable inference that the defendant knowingly killed Ashley, the victim in that case, we must necessarily conclude the evidence would have supported a reasonable inference that the defendant acted either recklessly or with criminal negligence. So basically, the Supreme Court of Tennessee said that if the mens rea requirement of knowingly is there, then these other ones fall under it as well. So out of an abundance of caution, Your Honor, because it's a level of review that we're having, the state would like to include those
Okay.
just to make sure that those
You've
are
noted
covered.
it for the record, fine,
Thank you.
add it.
Thank you.
Counsel 1, counsel 2, reckless and criminally negligent homicide.
And then for 3 as well, should also include reckless and criminal negligent homicide.
Okay.
Because it's the same
That's
intentional
what the state
knowing.
wants.
Yes, Your Honor. The
And
state
we
would-
all agree.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Going to count 5, out of the same, going out of the abundance of caution, false imprisonment, although it is lower down there, we are looking at the same reduction of the mens rea requirement. So the state would ask for that instruction to be included as well.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
add it. You agree?
We agree.
No one opposes what anything Mr. Steele just said.
No, Your Honor.
Well, let's go. But you still need 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're still reviewing over the rest of the language. Thank you.
Not a problem. Recess.
What's that, recess?
Okay, we're back in recess yet again, y'all. So let's get back to the other court. We're bouncing today.
Somebody tells Mr. Boyloo to get out of the house. Yes?
Yes.
And you picked up the handgun from her lap.
Yes.
You had to move her hand.
I cannot recall if I had to move her hand or not.
Okay. Where'd you put the handgun?
I put it on the dining room table.
When you picked it up, how was it positioned in her lap?
I believe it was positioned facing her.
What does that mean? Can you describe?
So I would say the trigger guard was facing her.
Closer to her torso, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So it was on right side, left side.
I can't recall exactly which side it was on. It was in her lap.
Okay, well, we watched you pick it up on the video.
Mhm.
The trigger was closer to.
I cannot recall exactly where the trigger was.
Okay. And you grabbed it by the grip
Yes.
and then laid it on the table,
Yes, sir.
which had already been moved at that point, the
Yes.
table itself. There was no EMS there. That table was 3 feet from where it originally was. Is that right?
That's correct.
Because somebody shoved it over there, right?
That's correct.
Was that Officer LeBay?
I believe it was Officer LeBay and I.
And somebody shoved
That was weird.
the sofa? And somebody shoved the table next to the sofa?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or not.
And how many different police officers were in that house?
I don't know.
Before the first evidence officer arrived.
I don't know the exact number of officers.
Would 10 sound about right?
I don't want to speculate.
And you say the handgun that you took from Miss Wright's lap had no magazine and was not otherwise loaded as far as you could tell.
I did not know if it was loaded or not.
But it had no magazine.
Had no magazine in it.
I do not have any more questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Counsel, state any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your
Oh,
hand.
Yuri gets the question.
See no hands, is he released state?
He is, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, anybody on the jury need a break, bathroom break or otherwise? If you do, raise your hand. We've got 2 jurors indicated. Now, before we separate, I want to remind you that even on recess, you continue to be a juror in this case. For that reason, do not discuss the case among yourselves or with any other person. And do not use your electronic devices to attempt to learn about the case from persons or places involved. Okay? With that said, we'll probably get back at about 9:55. We'll give you a little more than 10 minutes. Everyone will have a chance to use the restroom. Okay? See you back shortly. Leave your notepads here on your chairs. Face down.
These glasses are so microscopically strapped, they almost look foggy.
The jury's left the courtroom. Counsel will be in recess until 9:55.
Yes, sir.
Anything we need to take up before we break?
I don't believe so. No, Your Honor.
Okay. See you all back shortly.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Have you been having problems with the audio from this side for some reason?
No, sir, this has never happened before.
The only thing I can think of is.
Because I'm.
So there was an audio.
We can play it from here. Mr. Taddy doesn't mind it.
So we are still in recess on the other trial. So I think I can zoom this a bit. A lot of it. So again, as I say, we are still in recess on the Brandon Isabelle trial. As soon as that comes back, we will pop back. Till then, we are watching the gun cleaning gone deadly trial. Leslie, oh, how do I say that? Bolo? Wallow. That's how it is. Wallow. Yeah, got it. Okay, they're coming back in, waiting for the jury to come back in.
Counsel, y'all, you see it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Did the cough drops make their way back when we needed them?
I have COPD.
Oh, okay. Very good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. All right, state, you call your for next witness.
State Call Sergeant Brandon Ciroli. I got a doc system display.
Yes, sir.
His body cam or somebody else? Forward that way.
I do. You can be seated, sir.
Don't forget to share.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Sergeant Brandon Ciroli with the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Ocala Police Department?
I've been 20 years now.
And what do you do for Ocala PD right now?
Right now, I'm a sergeant assigned to the patrol division.
What does that involve on a day-to-day basis?
Checking a lot of reports, just more or less managing, leading 4 officers that are assigned to a quadrant. We just keep them, we're there for their assistance, more or less, just helping them out on a day-to-day basis.
What did you do before you became a sergeant?
Before I was a sergeant, I was a major crimes detective.
Let me direct your attention to September 19th of 2024. Did you respond to 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue in Ocala regarding a shooting?
Yes, I did.
Is that in Marion County?
Yes, it is.
When you arrived, tell the jury what was going on.
At first, I think I was either first or second sergeant on scene, but several officers had already arrived on scene at that point. I went up into the residence itself and just kind of, as a sergeant, my job is more or less just to kind of scan, see what's going on, try to bring some order to chaos. And that's more or less what I did, was assessing the moment to see what needed to be done, what was being done.
Did you go inside the residence?
I did. I briefly stepped inside the front door just a few feet just to kind of get a lay of the land.
What was going on when you stepped inside the residence?
Immediately, I saw the victim sitting in a chair. So several officers were tending to her, trying to provide some measure of first aid. And then the gentleman, white male, was off to the right-hand side in the living room area. There's also a dog in there, and so he was in the living room as well. So.
And that gentleman you saw in the living room area, did you come to learn what his name was?
Yes.
What was his name?
Leslie Boileau.
And do you see him here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point him out what he's wearing?
Yeah, the gentleman over here, bluish suit. Yeah.
Light blue or dark blue?
Oh, well, yes, there's a dark blue suit there. The lighter blue one with the glasses.
Okay, Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
No objection. Without objection, the record will reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Did you actually make contact with the defendant, like interact with him?
I did.
Okay, and what did you do when you made contact with him?
Seeing the scenario that we had playing out in front of us, I wanted him, kind of give the officers some room to work and not have him right there in the scene. So I escorted him out of the house, out to the front yard where we could be away from the officers to give them more space to work. At that time, just in general, asked him, what happened here, so we kind of get a lay of the land and figure out what we were dealing with.
When you escorted him outside, where did you guys go in the front yard?
Right to his front yard. There's like a gravel driveway, I believe. There's a few vehicles parked out there where we walked over to.
Was he handcuffed? Was he under arrest at that time?
No, he was not.
Did you have a body-worn camera activated?
Yes, I did.
Was it recording?
It was.
And did it capture the events that you just described and your interaction with the defendant?
It did.
Showing us the marked State's Exhibit E for identification. Do you recognize that item?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's I see my signature date on the side over here.
What is that?
It is it's going to be a DVD that contains a image or video from my body camera.
Does it fairly accurately depict the events you described in your interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, State would move E into evidence as State's 5, I believe.
No objection. Without objection, once the marked identification of State's Exhibit E will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
While you were outside with the defendant, did other officers approach?
Eventually, yes.
Do you remember who those officers were?
Yes, Officer Sampson and Officer LeBay came up to me.
And did Officer LeBay also have a body-worn camera activated at that time?
Yes, he did.
Would his camera have captured the remaining interaction with the defendant?
Yes.
What did you do at the point where Officer LeBay and Officer Sampson approached?
At first, I did stay with him just for a few moments, but at that point, other supervisors were arriving on scene. I needed to brief them on what we had and start working out a plan of action of what we needed to do on the scene to get it secured and start getting the investigations out. So I stepped away from them to start assisting the other supervisors.
Was the defendant eventually transported to the Ocala Police Department for a follow-up interview or for a further interview?
Yes.
Okay. And did that basically end your involvement in the case?
Yes, once he was transported, I was finished with my involvement.
May I publish State's 5, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
That's 26 times, so.
One is for Alex, 73. Clear for you, man.
26.
That's 26. Okay, I think we got enough units here. Slow anybody else down or cancel.
And for now, you shot to 35, cut the code 610.
Oh, this is. Is this the house of a 1037 or is he just here?
Liberty, come down, get away.
Yeah. Start setting that up.
No.
That's a deputy.
Okay.
6138. It is clear for EMS. He needs to come out here.
26.
Okay. Warning. Content warning. Get it up.
Sir. Hey, come on. Come on out here. Let me talk to you. Yep.
Make sure she doesn't get out.
Step on out here, man.
Ah.
What happened, man?
We were fucking around with the guns. I was cleaning them. She's like, you need to teach me. You need to teach me. And we were.
Who's that to you?
My girlfriend.
That's your girlfriend? Okay.
It's Paulina. God damn it! I told her not.
It's called up now.
All right, hey, relax. I know it's a lot going on right now. Just,
no!
Your dog's going to, I don't want him to freak out. I don't want him to freak out.
Liberty, stay. No, I don't.
Hey, come on out. Come here.
God damn it!
You know you want to give them room to work. Come on.
I know.
Come on. They're
I
here.
didn't want to. Oh my God.
What are you saying, damn it?
I knew this. I told her not. I didn't want this. I knew this was a turn. She doesn't ever fucking listen to me. I didn't want this to happen. No!
Hey. That's me for now.
I'm not. I got him.
Well, the three of us, we'll hang out with you, all right?
Fuck. I know.
What's your name, bud?
Leslie.
Leslie? All right, Leslie. It's okay. Take care of him. L-E-S-L-E-Y?
Huh?
L-E-S-L-E-Y?
No. No.
Jesus, I don't think we need the station.
They're holding the station?
Hey, June, while I'm interpreting, if you can catch.
Stations 1098, 1033, priority traffic 1035.
Are you all right if we put your tailgate down? You can take a seat on the tailgate, man. Hey. Stay on him. You too.
Okay, guys, we are going to bring this case to a pause. Our other trial is in court. Thank you so much. Get this back up.
You want an additional 20. That's perfectly fine. So we'll come back at 11:51. Everyone has an opportunity to review the instructions, make any changes, alert the court, alert the judicial assistant, and we can go on from there, okay? So that's going to be 11:51. No. Yes, let's come back at 11:51, ready to charge and close. If something comes up, you know where to find me. Recess.
What's that, recess?
Here's Brown, has written it all.
We heard a couple codes that you used at the beginning of your body cam. One said clear for EMS. What does that mean?
Well, just letting them know that EMS, the scene was secure enough. EMS won't come in if it's still a hot scene. There's danger there. They have to wait for us to say it's clear for them.
You used the term 10-8. What does that mean?
10-8 means just they can leave. So I believe I would have, not sure when I used it exactly, but yeah, it's typically clearing a scene or clearing a spot. If I want them, they take a 10-8 from here means you can leave from this spot, go over here somewhere.
Is that when you were calling or telling dispatch to tell other officers they don't need to come, we have enough here?
Yes, okay. I believe I did that at that point. They could take a 10-8, yeah.
And what's the term 1037? You saw that when you walked up.
Right. So that's it means employee. So when I saw the sheriff's department's car out there, at that point, I don't know if it's sometimes sheriff's office will hear our stuff go out, shots fired calls. They'll come to our scenes too to help out if they're in the area. So I was more or less inquiring if is that a 1037 like living here? Is this his house, or is this or did he just show up on scene to help? Kind of, that was the conversation around that.
And you determined obviously that the
Yes.
sheriff's office employee lived there.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Sergeant.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Hey, good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
You're one of the few around here that's been here long enough for me to remember.
Yeah.
All right. So you were clearly not the first officer to arrive.
That is accurate. Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how many Ocala Police Department officers were there by the time you got there?
No, I didn't stop to take an assessment of the count.
All right. But there were enough.
There were quite a few.
You told the dispatcher, stop the ones that are coming.
Yes.
At the point you arrived, do you have any idea how many of your officers actually entered that home?
No, I don't.
And you notice the patrol vehicle parked in front of the house, and you kind of gave a little under your breath exclamation, like, oh. That
Yes,
made
sir.
it a little different.
It changes the dynamic just a bit. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you verified that the driver of that vehicle was actually the owner of the home.
Yes, I didn't verify that personally, but someone,
Right.
one of the officers on scene
They
told me.
answered your question.
Yes.
Do you know how many officers were actually in the house when you kind of stuck your head in to get him out?
No, I don't. Like I said, I didn't stop to count
But you wanted
the heads there.
Is that right?
I wanted,
Mr. Boyle out of the house.
yes, sir.
Why is that?
At this point, it's whether it's a crime scene or it's a hot scene of some sort. I know there's firearms involved. I need my officers' safety is paramount. And they're trying to do work on the young lady in there. They need to make sure, they're going to have their back to him. I don't know if there's any other firearms. I don't know his state of mind at that point. It's the safe bet is to separate him from the scene at that point and have him step outside.
All right. And then you asked him what happened. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Friendly enough.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Any
I have
answer?
no idea what happened at that
Right.
point. I want to just try to figure out what we have going on.
Sure. And he answered you.
More or less, yes, sir.
How would you describe his demeanor at that point?
I would say he was distraught. Yeah, for sure.
Frantic?
He seemed, I'd say frantic would be a good word to use for that. Yes, sir.
And he actually at one point headed back up on the porch.
Yes, sir.
Kind of jumped.
Yeah.
And if I understood what you were saying on the video correctly, you were kind of concerned he was going to get the dog.
Yes, dogs typically play off their owners.
So you try to get him.
I'm not a dog whisperer or expert on that, but it's been my opinion.
Sure. But you wanted to kind of de-escalate what was going on in the front door of the house, so you wanted him to move.
Yes, sir.
So you walked over to the back of what turned out to be his truck. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Along with other police officers.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many walked with you?
That would be two, Officer Sampson, Officer LeBay.
Well, those are the ones you assigned to stay with him. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
right?
Correct.
And you directly did that. You two stay with him.
Yes, sir.
But there were others there.
There were others standing about. I think I saw a canine officer already over there. He ended up wandering off after that, though.
And at one point around the back of that truck, there were 6 or 7 uniformed officers kind of in a semicircle around the vehicle, back of the vehicle.
It's potentially a few of them probably walked up. I don't know how many. I apologize. I didn't make that count.
But you didn't consider him to be in custody at that point?
I would say he wouldn't be in custody as far as
relevance.
Overruled. You can approach.
I didn't find custody. Objection. Sidebar. Woo, that loud. That's a loud static. This sounds interesting so far. What's your thoughts? Diane, you got yourself muted. I'll mute you, Diane, otherwise I can't. You muted yourself, Diane. Yeah, you did, because I can't unmute you. It says you did it. You chose to mute yourself.
Okay.
There we go.
My daughter got home from Greece on Sunday.
Yay.
Yeah, I ain't talked to her yet.
Okay, I think we're back.
Mr. Boyley to have been in custody at that point.
I'm not sure exactly how to answer the question. I don't think he'd be in custody to my definition of in custody. He wasn't handcuffed. He wasn't demanded to, like he wasn't told you are detained. You're not free to leave. I get the optics, maybe perhaps in his mind. I understand where you're going with that, but nothing we did overtly detained him.
Okay. So it would have been okay if he climbed in the cab of his truck and drove off.
I would say at that point, I would not have appreciated that move.
And you'd have stopped him.
I would agree with that sentiment. I would have stopped him at that point, yeah.
And then he would have been in custody.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions.
Any redirect state?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? If you do, raise your hands. All right, seeing no hands, is he released, state?
He's released, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time. All right, state, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, state's going to call Hagen Sampson to this stand.
Okay, guys, while we do this, I need to give an update on Angela. I just heard from her daughter. Angela's daughter, haven't heard any update on just I'll let you know as soon as we do. That means no news is good news. Surgery. A lot of cases, yet this is different. It's almost like the Baldwin case. Yes, sloppy and stupid decisions on how to handle a pew lead shooter. At some point figured, yeah. Yep. Exactly. So right now, Angela is still in surgery. I think she went back at approximately 7:30, 8, 11. We are in 4 hours of surgery at this point. Continue to pray for our Angela. A lot of ours who hearts and prayers go out to them. Right, back to court.
Good morning. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to us and spell your name for record purposes?
How you doing? I'm Officer Hagen Sampson.
Can you spell your name?
Hagan. Last name Sampson. Samson.
Where do you currently work?
I work at the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you been with the Ocala Police Department?
Approximately almost 7 years now.
Okay. What is your current position with the Ocala Police Department?
I'm a police officer.
Okay. And can you, were you also working with the Ocala Police Department back in 2024? I know you said you were with them for 7 years, but were you working with them back in 2024?
Yes, sir, I was.
Same kind of position of patrol and police officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to draw your attention specifically to September 19th of 2024. Did you respond to a shooting that occurred at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
I did, sir.
Okay. What city was that in?
Ocala, Florida.
Okay. What county?
Marion County.
Okay. Now, when you arrived to the scene, were you the only one in your patrol vehicle or were you riding with somebody?
I was riding with my partner, Officer Kyler LeBay.
Okay. Now, when you guys got to that or responded to that scene, were you the first officer, one of the first officers? Kind of walk us through what that looks like when you guys are arriving there.
We had arrived there prior. I mean, after other officers had already entered the house, they were already tending to the victim, and then we got there just to try to help out as much as we possibly could.
Okay. Now, when you get to the scene, do you end up going inside the residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Can you just briefly describe to us when you go inside the residence, what it is that you observed or what you saw?
So when we entered the residence, we just straight ahead from the front door of the residence, you see the victim sitting in a chair, bleeding. There's a table just directly in front of her, just with guns and cleaning equipment on it.
Okay. And was there anybody with the victim when you arrived in the house?
There was.
Who was it?
Mr. Boyu.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Boileau in the courtroom today?
I did.
Can you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a blue striped tie, sitting in the defense's.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
No objection. That objection, the record will reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Now, where was you said you saw Mr. Boileau in the house with the victim. Where was he at in reference to the victim? Where was he standing? What was he doing?
He was in the main room. It's a house, the kitchen, dining room area is right next to where the living room is. As soon as you walk through the front door, he was standing next to the victim. He was with the other officers, just walking around the scene.
Okay. And I know you kind of touched on it, but were you the only officer? And I know you said you were kind of with Officer LeBay. Were you and Officer LeBay the only officers in the house at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you and Officer LeBay stay in the house the entire time?
No, sir.
Where did you guys end up going?
Once we found out we could not help more with inside the residence, we then were positioned more with standing with Mr. Boyu outside of the residence, away from the scene.
Now, when you went outside of the residence with Mr. Boyu, where did you guys end up kind of stationing or essentially kind of hanging out with him at?
We were predominantly by where his marked patrol vehicle and his truck were, just in the driveway of the residence.
Okay. And did you end up staying with him the entire time while he was on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
At that point.
And was he eventually transported to a area where he was later interviewed?
Yes, sir.
Now, who ended up transporting him to that Marion County office?
Me and Officer LeBay.
Okay. Now, did you and Officer LeBay take any part in the actual questioning or talking to him at the station?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, during this time, did you and Officer LeBay have body-worn cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were they recording and were they working and functional at that time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review not only your body-worn camera, but Officer LeBay's body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Is it me or are they talking like a bat out of hell? So what's happening is when we're interpreting and they're talking so fast, we clump, means we drop a lot of the short words and go straight for the concept, not word by word by word by word. Saying. So sometimes our signs are not as much as the words that you're hearing. That's fine. In ASL, clump, go for concept, not word to word. You're not wearing the ears I gave you.
Get the Radio Shack and get my longer piece.
Oh, go get. Oh, I know. You got to have the extender. All right.
Body-wear camera kind of captures the events a little bit better than yours.
Very.
Okay. But you were there the entire time that Officer LeBay's body-wear camera was recording.
Yes, sir. By the time we were positioned outside the residence, we were pretty much in tandem in the same exact area, seeing the same exact stuff.
And reviewing Officer LeBay's body-wear camera, did it accurately depict everything that you observed and what you saw that night with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as states out for identification, if I may approach.
Yes, sir.
Can you just take a look at this and let us know if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. I do recognize
What
it.
is that?
That is Officer LeBay's body-worn camera that I have reviewed and signed.
Okay. And again, I'm going to ask that same question. Reviewing that body-wear camera, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred that evening when you were standing with Officer LeBay?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state removing the evidence what's been previously marked as states F for identification as I believe state 6.
Diane, do you want to switch roles for a little bit? Give you a little break? Yes or no?
No objection. That objection was marked for identification as states F will be admitted to evidence as states exhibit 6.
And Your Honor, if I may publish and have access.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if you don't have anything to do, can you come out here and help set up front of the room? Safety, can you come help? Yep. Coughlin, need me here? No. Okay. Somebody start a. Ow! Perimeter? Yep. All right. Ready for that. I got him. Ah!
What's your name, bud?
Leslie Boileau Jr.
Leslie? All right, Leslie. Okay. Take care. L-E-S-L-E-Y?
Huh?
L-E-S-L-E-Y?
No, I-E. No.
Yes, I don't think we need the station.
Sorry. She put him over here.
10 for station 1088
Hey,
3
hey, sir, we're gonna step over here, okay? Step to the trunk, okay? So,
You all right to put your tailgate down? Take a seat on the tailgate, man?
well,
What's your middle initial, sir? Dale. Dale? Dale, what's your last name?
L-E-S-L-E.
Boyley? Boyley. B-O-I-L.
No, but he has on both sides.
I-L-E-A-U.
And what's your date of birth?
9/7/92.
10-7-0.
Patty
Where'd you put the gun at?
It's all in there.
What kind of gun was it?
The AR on the counter, and she has the pistol in her lap.
Okay, which is the gun that went off?
The AR. Fuck. God damn it.
What did you see happen?
I was cleaning the guns. We were pointing them at each other.
During the cleaning process, or what was going on?
She was like, I want you to teach me how to use them. I want you to teach me how to use them. I was like, okay, we will. We were pointing them at each other, and mine went off.
You were holding the AR? Yes. Well, just gonna hold what we got.
I know it looks really fucking bad.
That's terrible.
I didn't fucking want this to happen. I told her I did not want this to happen. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to fucking train her in the fucking house like this. Because she has no fucking gun experience.
5673.
God damn it.
Hey, do you have your? You want to drop the tailgate that you can just have a seat? There we go. Yeah,
how is she doing?
I don't know. I'm out here with you, man. I know the medics are in there. They're working on her now. Okay. You work for MCSO?
Yes.
Yeah. How long you been with MCSO now?
8 years.
8 years.
Fuck, I know better. God damn it. I can't believe this is happening.
Are the roads clear enough for them to get through?
I know fucking better. Why the fuck was I doing? No.
I take it you're A company with MCSO?
Yes.
Yeah.
They pronounced it. Fuck. No. No, we were having a good fucking night. Why did I let this happen? I should not have let this happen. Fuck! Why did I let this happen? Should not have. Should have never let her go. Should not have let her. Should not have. God damn it. No! Oh, No!
Sir, what was your name again? Sorry.
Leslie Boyley.
Leslie.
Dale Boyley Jr.
Boilier?
Boyley.
Boilu?
Boyley.
Okay. Boilu. How's that spelled?
B-O-I-L-E-A-U. I can get you my ID.
I'm sorry, he probably already.
B-O-I-L-E-A-U.
B-O-I-L-E-A-U.
Yes.
Okay. I got it.
No.
Like that. B-O-I-L-E-A-U. Yes.
My ID number will NCSO.
Quit turning your volume off. I got you.
Okay, oh, that's right. I find it very interesting. He goes from no to Leslie Boyle.
That's
Perfectly
normal.
calm. Is that normal?
It is. I've seen that before on scene when we're trying to get their information and we're in the middle of scene and it's kind of like your mind's going, oh, no, I can't believe this. No. And then they interrupt you and you're in this, and then they go with your name and it's an automated response. When people ask your name and you just start regurgitating, it's an automated response.
Wow. That's interesting.
Many times before. And like I said,
Okay. Okay, you got me. I won't touch it.
He's acting more normal than I would expect.
Oh.
I
Okay,
think
you got me.
At this point, I'm believing and I don't know anything about this case. And at this point, if I'm sitting in the jury box, I'm believing with my past experiences in my life that this is a normal response. I'm believing this is an accident. But what gets me is that they were pointing them at each other. He knew better. But
Well,
there's
he says that.
The fact that she's laying there naked, that's got me questioning.
No,
But
not if they're boyfriend, girlfriend.
Yeah,
They
but
could have been playing
with the man dressed and a woman naked.
Yeah, well,
Didn't
who
clean
knows?
sweats like that. Nobody. But anyway, we'll see what happens. But right now, I don't see anything in his response that I have seen that kind of reaction before.
It's new for me.
See, you guys think he's acting strange because he's lying. I can accept your opinion. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just saying I have seen this bouncing back and forth between anger, shock, what the hell, why did, and then spelling a name. It's a whirlwind of emotions, natural. It's always chaotic. This is not, when something like this happens and there's people react like this, to me, it's more natural than if it's just one type of emotion coming through.
I can see what you're saying because when Jonathan, who is now 40, gonna be 41 this year, when he was 4, he was bitten by Reddy, a dog like Lassie. Dog just bolted out of his pen and bit him. No, it wasn't Jonathan. Well, whichever, it was one of them, and just bit him in his face and the side of his head. Yeah, it was Jonathan. And for no reason. And I totally absolutely totally calm. Got him in the house, call 911, get somebody here, get us to the hospital, and just as calm as could be. And the minute I turned around and Walter was in the emergency room because he wasn't there when it happened, I was like, Mr. Balling's dog bit John. It was like, I didn't have to be in control anymore. So it was that fluctuation of emotion.
Well, yes, and the fact that he's rotating between the different emotions is normal in my humble opinion. And then they asked him, like, what's your address, what's your name, what's what. It is not uncommon for them to quickly go, oh, and then go right back to the emotion. It's normal.
Yeah. Interesting.
Turn on your radio, Carl.
No.
By the way, I do see some very suspicious stuff here, but his reaction, that's very normal.
No! No!
Your radio cut out. Turn on your recorder.
No!
Pleasure. Got a 679. I'll show 10-8. Call advice you can cancel.
No! No!
613.
No! 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 happy you guys are on this one. No! No! This is not happening! Paulina, no! No! I should not have let this happen! Why? Why? No! No! Paulina, no! 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 God damn it! No! 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 Oh no! 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 God damn it, Paulina! No, you can't be God! I was so. No! No! Paulina, no! 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 No, no, no! 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 No!
I said, if he's guilty, they need to give him an Oscar.
Okay.
She can't be God. She just can't be God. No!
Don't seem to work right now, man.
They're not taking her out in the ambulance, so she's fucking dead. This isn't my first fucking rodeo. No, no, I don't want her gone. No.
Right.
No, no. No. I was so cautious. Fucking unloaded her gun. No! Can't believe. Fucking let this happen. I know better. I fucking know better. Should not have been fucking doing this. No, no, no! 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 God, why? No!
67.
Accident 320.
What he means by not his first frickin' rodeo is because he is a sheriff deputy. He has been on many scenes when someone's been lead shotted. And so he knows the policy procedures. He knows what's expected. So that's what he means by his not his first freaking rodeo. I think right now he's just in shock. Wait, does that mean that you're signing the F word? Yes. There's several ways. I do it this way. She does it that way. How do you do it, Diane? This is kind of like for me when I sign it, it's kind of like, fuck you. But when he's angry, it's also territory. This is the act of doing it. You got male, you got female, you got two males, you got two females, okay? It's more like this. But when it's really anger and aggressive, it's like that. Yeah, we have a little bit of differences between our signs because she's on the East Coast and I'm Central. Hold on, let me get her sound on. What, ma'am?
You like that, son? Same thing.
Same thing. So anyway, yes, we're signing everything.
Oh no! No! This is not fucking happening! We had such a fucking good night! No! No! God, why? Such a good night. No! I can't believe this is happening. No, please God, this is a fucking nightmare. I hope this is a fucking nightmare. I hope so. No! This is not happening right now.
That's 30 tonight.
Yeah.
What is it?
Kenny.
It's like boy game.
No!
Leslie is on this side, and then this correct spelling of the last name right here. So it's
Shelly Evans, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us. Question. So when I flip the middle finger, am I really using ASL? LOL, no. ASL has adapted that into their language. Right, Diane?
Yeah.
It's not the right ASL line for that word.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's like a yes and a no. Hi, Shelly. Welcome aboard.
Leslie.
Please tell me. This is a fucking nightmare.
10-4. Here's your phone number.
No!
Hey, June, do me a favor. Go ahead and turn on the subs only. Thank you.
No! No! Oh my! Oh no! No! God damn it! No! She can't be gone. She can't be. I'm falling. Please, God. Please. No, no. No! This can't be happening. This can't be happening. No! Oh my God, no! Oh. No, Pauline, no! I fucking love you, I swear. No! Why? What did I? No! This can't be fucking happening! This can't. No. This can't be fucking happening right now. This can't be fucking happening. No! God damn. No. This can't be fucking happening.
I'll be right back. You don't gotta take me out.
Not the point. No, she's fucking good. This can't be fucking happening.
Yeah, thank you.
This can't be fucking happening. No. No. Fuck! This can't be fucking happening.
You like L 97?
No! God damn. No. It was so good.
699 Hotel 65 Signal 50.
She can't. Oh,
65.
2200 block of North Line. Florida plate 14 Echo Mike Victor Echo 14E MVE black sedan.
No! Paulina! Paulina! No! No! No!
Apparently, by what he says, and I think this is pretty much it.
Right, you need a guest room for the property. It's gonna be a white male, late 20s to 30s, with dark blue clothing and a hat.
I just wanted to be me. No, no, no.
So we're getting ready. Okay, I saw the judge walk, but they're still there. Okay. They're still not back yet. They're supposed to be back 10 minutes ago.
The body work camera kind of stops there, but
Back
the
in
body work camera is still recording the rest
You
of the
hear it?
interaction all the way up to the point
Diane?
you took him to the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
Okay. And the interaction that you had with the defendant, was it more or less the same of what we just kind of observed on this body work camera?
Yes.
Okay. I also know you did mention earlier that you and Officer LeBay took him to the to the Ocala Police Department. Besides that, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir. Can I please report?
I'm sorry. I don't think I answered your question. He claims that they were cleaning and she wanted him to teach her how to do weapons. And he claims he told her no, but she begged. They were pointing at each other and dry firing. And he made sure her weapon was unloaded, but his had a magazine in it and it went off. And it was an accident. But there was alcohol involved.
So,
jury
Officer
decides.
Sampson, your testimony is that both you and Officer LeBay entered the home.
Yes, sir.
And you were maybe the fourth or fifth officer to go through the door?
Possibly, yes, sir. Fourth.
And
I would
more
say
came
more.
in after you, didn't they?
I believe so. As soon as I was in the house and I left it.
Any idea how many police officers came into that house before EMS was allowed to enter?
Before EMS was allowed to enter, I'd say 5, maybe 6 before EMS got there.
Maybe 10?
Possibly. I don't know.
When you first walked into the house, would you agree that the kitchen table, rather than being pushed over to the side, was kind of perpendicular to the opening to the kitchen?
Yes, sir. I'd say
Right
so.
under the light.
I'd say so, yes, sir. We had to move the
squared
table.
up like it belonged
Yeah, we had to move the table away from her.
there. And Miss Wright was sitting in a chair being held by him when you first saw him, right?
He was next to her, yes, sir.
Right. Covered in her blood.
Yes, sir.
And her chair was kind of squared up in the doorway to the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
So then your partner, Officer LeBay, moves the dining room table.
Yes, sir.
And then he moves the couch in the living room. Right?
Yes, sir.
And then he grabs a table that was next to the couch. He moves that too.
I believe so. And we're at that point, we're just trying to move everything to get EMS as fast access to her as possible.
Was there an evidence officer anywhere in sight at that point?
At that point, no, an evidence officer would never be at the scene at that point in time.
Well, it's kind of mess up what they're going to find later, isn't it?
Later, yes, sir. But I mean,
Because nothing is where it was.
No, sir.
When you entered.
No, sir. The first thing we do entering through the door is just quality of life, trying to save the person as fast as possible.
Okay. That's why you had to move the couch?
Yes, sir. So gurneys are very big. We try to move anything that we can think of at the time that would help the person.
Did you move or otherwise touch the long gun that was on the dining room table?
The long gun, no. I moved the table that it was resting on.
Okay. Did you see another officer move the long gun that was on the table?
I cannot advise.
Did you watch all of Officer LeBay's body camera video?
I watched the portion of that was provided on the disc.
Okay. Didn't his camera catch Officer Coughlin picking the rifle up off the table?
I cannot advise, sir.
You don't remember that?
No, sir.
Love having you here, Shelly Evans. We have an Amy.
And there was another gun.
We have the Evans family.
Miss Wright was holding a gun, yes, sir.
Where was it?
In her hand.
Okay, Amy and Shelly, are y'all related? Just curious.
Well, I say lap. Her hand was resting over top of it.
Okay. And an officer moved that as well?
Yes, sir.
You remember who?
I can't advise her.
McCurdy?
I assisted with moving her hand away from it, and then
Sorry, I didn't mean to stop it. Amy, you did great. Thank you. Also, I liked and I shared.
And then McCurdy grabbed it.
possibly, yes, sir.
You don't remember?
I don't remember, sir.
And then you got directed by the sergeant to get Mr. Boileau away from the front of the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Out of the house first.
Yes, sir.
And then he's in the front of the house. That wasn't far enough. So then you go to the back of his vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And you and LeBay stood there with him.
Yes, sir.
And he did what we saw, what we could see.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you couldn't see him.
Mhm.
Is that because he was on the ground?
Yes, sir. He was in the ground multiple times during the video.
Ripping at the grass and the dirt and rolling around and screaming.
Yes, sir.
Possible.
How long did you let him do that?
I believe the video was 20 some odd minutes long.
Right. It was. It stopped at, it had the time down in the corner, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Had the date and then it stopped at 23:21:40. 23 is 11 o'clock, right?
Yes, sir.
And 21 would be 11:21 p.m.
Yes, sir.
You didn't remove him from that scene until midnight.
Yes, sir.
So he did that for an hour. And you just stood there watching.
Yes, sir.
Did it say anything other than here's your glasses, which obviously came off while he was rolling around on the ground?
Yes, sir.
You and LeBay, and you could see Sergeant Shirley, and you could see 2 or 3 more officers just standing around this man, screaming and agony.
Yes, sir.
And you just watched.
Yes, sir.
So you and LeBay took him to the police station.
Yes, sir.
Did you stay at the police station for a while?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Because at some point, when he had to pee, you guys escorted him to the bathroom. He couldn't even use the bathroom by himself. Is
No,
that
sir.
right?
No, sir. He was detained at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, when do you think he was detained?
Whenever he was in the back of a patrol car, and then whenever he was on scene, as soon as I could say when he was detained is whenever the statement came that,
While he was at the back of the truck, at one point he moved.
yes, sir.
And somebody said, whoa, whoa, whoa.
That was me. Yes, sir. I asked him to stay
You
over
didn't
here.
want him to move.
No.
Even then?
Yeah, at the very beginning of the video is whenever we had gotten wind that he was holding the gun that went off. And at that point, the questioning stopped. Everybody stopped talking because at that point, he's not free to leave.
Well, at that point, had anybody read him his constitutional rights?
No, sir, because no questions
Not
are
from the
asked.
time he came out of the house until you stood there for the hour watching him thrash around.
Yes, sir.
Right? I don't have any other questions, Judge.
State any redirect examination?
Just briefly. There were some questions about Miranda warnings and all of that. Was there a reason why you did not initially read Mr. Boylou Miranda warnings or give him Miranda warnings when you first got him out of the house?
Yes, sir. We were still trying to figure out what was going on at that whole scene.
At what point did you make the determination that if you were to ask any more questions, Miranda warnings would have needed to be given to Mr. Boylou?
Whenever he told me that he was holding the gun that went off when the gun was fired.
And at that point, when he made the statement that he was holding the gun that went off that was fired, did you ask him any more additional questions at that point in time?
Not a single one.
Okay. And is that why you also did not read a Miranda warning?
Yes, sir.
Now, and I think we might have asked it during my direct earlier, but I just want to confirm. Were you the individual that asked him all the questions down at the police station?
No, sir.
So would that have been whoever questioned him would have given him the Miranda warnings at that time?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
Any recross examination?
Nothing else.
Okay, members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? Please raise your hands. Seeing no hands, state is he released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection. No objection.
All right, sir, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir.
Before we call another witness, Mr. O'Neill, members of the jury, does anybody need a break? If so, raise your hands. Okay, you've got a hand. All right, let's go ahead and we'll take about 11 minutes or so. We'll be back at 11:05. Leave your notepads here. Face down. Remember, do not discuss the case with one another and do not use your electronic devices to communicate about the case or
K.
Yes, Mama Kay.
Comfort break. Right back.
So we still have both courts are now in break. The defense, the breaking news, the defense rest coming up next, closing arguments in the verdict watch and the Brandon Isabelle trial. As I can show you, we are still on break. Woohoo! I'm not happy about this still being on break. I'll be honest with you. I don't know why we haven't already.
I doubt you do.
Like we missed something.
The jury's left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up before we recess? Mr. Patty, is there anything we need to take up before we recess?
No, sir.
Okay. We'll be back at 11:05.
Unless you want to revisit the motion to suppress. I doubt you do.
Well, let's wait for your client to come back, and then we can talk about it then.
Hey, Joe. Oh, breaking news. Joe's taking a nap after lunch. I know. Shocking news that nobody expected to hear, but it's happening. Hey, Joe, missed you, Joe. I really have. I'm glad to be back. It's been a while. It had been a hot minute, y'all. Thank you guys for being back. I appreciate you so very, very much. It's I want. I don't know why. I had a direct feed from a news station. I don't know why they stopped the feed. It was weird. I don't want to hear that. And they ended the stream. Are they still going? Yeah. I don't know why they ended the stream, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Joe, how you doing? Well, which case? The Brandon Isabelle is looking at DP or life if convicted. Definitely. We still do not have any news yet on Angela's surgery. Technically, well, she's been in surgery 5 hours. They said 6 to 10 hour surgery, so we are still waiting for news on that front. So keep her in your prayers. Keep Angela, she's our mod, having very life-altering surgery. 3 procedures in one surgical procedure. So anyway. Hey there, Joe Schmo. It looks like we've got something happening in court, but I have no sound, even sound on, so we'll keep an eye on that. I hate that. I need to fix this. This is driving me. I cannot stand that ticker or my ticker at the same time. A little much. Maybe what I should try to do. Try and change my layout in this. If I can change the layout, because this bothers. I'm going to have to do a lot of altering. Flip moment, please. Let me go to this. Layers. That. Because I'm tired of the running of the. There we go. Let me see if I have fixed it. See? Yo, how you been doing? What you been up to? I love being able to do things on the fly, but it takes a lot of brain power. I will tell you. I knew I made a mistake. Do it again. It didn't take.
Each litigation team has a copy, including Mr. Isabelle. Anything else we need to take up before the jury returns? Thank you. That he would like to raise what exactly, sir?
God, please, we would raise our motion to judgment of acquittal as to each count. That because of the state's proof, we're no longer taking in the light most favorable to the state, and ask the court to dismiss first degree murder on each of the 3 counts. Counts 1, 2, and 3. And
How is this different from what we did on yesterday? I have here motion for judgment of acquittal approximately 4:38 on yesterday. So we're gonna do both? Okay, so you're asking me to dismiss the first degree. You didn't raise these issues yesterday, so let me start over. Dismiss first degree murder count 1 of the indictment.
Donna, we are asking that first degree murder be dismissed.
Yes, sir. What else?
And that taking the proof in the light equal to both parties, it would be second degree there. Same thing with count 2.
You're asking the court to dismiss count 2 of the indictment.
Yes.
Count
first
1
degree murder.
and count 2, first degree murder.
Same thing with count 3.
You're asking the court to dismiss count 3 of the indictment, which is the murder and perpetration of a felony.
It should be, when first degree be dismissed and second degree be sent back to the jury.
Would the state like an opportunity to respond?
Yes, Your Honor. Question is whether a rational jury could find the defendant guilty of the indicted offenses as charged. If my understanding correctly, Mr. Massey is asking for not murder 1, but murder 2. Your Honor, the state would rely on previous arguments from yesterday, but specifically addressing Mr. Massey's concern as far as the state has met its burden at this point in time that a rational jury could find the state's burden in case beyond a reasonable doubt. The state would rely on yesterday's statements, as nothing has really changed. But the testimony of Dr. Nushitz from yesterday. With regard to Mr. Massey's point of reducing it to a second-degree murder, the state has put within regard to count 1, which is the first-degree murder premeditated of Danielle Hoyle. The state Tennessee put on proof of that the defendant gave a confession as to shooting and killing Danielle Hoyle at Levi and Sedgwick on February 1st of 2025 here in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee. Your Honor, the state has put forth proof as to the element of intent and premeditation based on his search history recovered from his phone. Based home. The state also put on proof of text message conversations and letters that were written between he and Artesia that shows his state of mind at the time. And so the state has put forth proof that a rational jury could reasonably find the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder of the unlawful killing of Danielle Hoyle. So therefore, Your Honor, the state would ask this court deny defense's motion for judgment of acquittal and sending this case to a jury based on or reduction of count 1 to second-degree murder, and would ask the court to deny the motion at this time.
I would just raise the same argument as yesterday in regard to the last 2 counts, which is aggravated child neglect and especially aggravated kidnapping.
With regards to the last two counts, Your Honor, aggravated child neglect and especially aggravated kidnapping, the state would rely on its arguments from yesterday, as nothing has changed other than Dr. Newsheff's testimony, which the state submits did not negate the intentional elements. Aggravated child neglect, Your Honor, the defendant knowingly neglected Kennedy Hoyle as to adversely affect Kennedy Hoyle's health and welfare. The state of Tennessee put on proof that through the defendant's confession that he placed Kennedy Hoyle, he stated that he placed Kennedy Hoyle on the riverbank, but later admitted to throwing her by the leg into the Wolf River. Your Honor, that she also was never found. That adversely affected her health and welfare. She is deceased. Even by laying her by the river, that resulted in her dying as well. The act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to Kennedy Hoyle, the same points just stated by the state of Tennessee. Also, Kennedy Hoyle was 8 years of age or less. The state of Tennessee, through testimony of Ms. April Campbell, as well as the baby Kennedy Hoyle's birth certificate, established that she was less than 8 years old. She was 2 days old. Further proof was also submitted as to the defendant's GPS locations at the time, as well as that put him at Mud Island near the boat ramp, and video evidence also corroborated him as being at other locations at the time his phone says he was, to corroborate that he was with his phone as it was on Mud Island. As to the charge of especially aggravated kidnapping, the state put on proof that the defendant knowingly removed or confined Kennedy Hoyle unlawfully as to interfere substantially with her liberty. The defendant testified that he took baby Kennedy from the back of the vehicle after shooting Danielle Hoyle. He said that in his statement. And he drove with her, I think, for approximately an hour and a half before he admitted to throwing her into the Wolf River. By doing so, he substantially interfered with her liberty. He, at that time, was not a father listed on birth certificate. He also did not have parental rights at that time as far as that would have been established. And so he did not have a legal reason to have baby Kennedy with him, but also taking into consideration the facts that he had just killed Danielle Hoyle based on his statement and the evidence presented by the state of Tennessee during the course of the trial. He unlawfully interfered with her liberty. And as a result, or during the course of, she suffered serious bodily injury during the removal confinement. She is deceased as an act that continued during the course of the especially aggravated kidnapping. For those reasons, the state would submit that a rational jury could find the defendant guilty of both those counts beyond a reasonable doubt, and therefore ask this court to deny defense counsel's motion for judgment of acquittal at this time.
At the conclusion of the state's evidence, the defendant may move, as he has twice now, to ask for the trial judge to consider a judgment of acquittal. When confronted with a motion for judgment of acquittal, the only concern of the trial judge is the legal sufficiency of the evidence and not the weight of the evidence. Respectfully, Mr. Massey, I will have to deny your motion for judgment of acquittal. I do believe that in viewing the evidence provided in the state's case at its best light, it would be inappropriate to dismiss the first-degree murder counts in count 1, 2, and 3 of the indictment, or disturb the indictment on counts 5 and 6. Let's bring in the jury, please.
Hunter in the courtroom.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you may have found yet another packet in your seat. These are your final jury instructions, and I shall read them to you. Members of the jury, the evidence in this case has been completed. It is my duty to instruct you on the rules of law that you must follow and apply in deciding this case. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions. It is your duty to consider carefully all of them. The order in which these instructions are given is no indication of their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more of them to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each instruction in light of and in harmony with all the others. You are the exclusive judges of the facts in this case. You are also the exclusive judges of the law under the direction of the court. You must apply the law to the facts in deciding this case. You should consider all of the evidence in the light of your personal observations and experiences in life. Count 1 and 2 of the indictment charges the defendant with the offense of first-degree murder, premeditated killing. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of second-degree murder, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide. Count 3 of the indictment charges the defendant with the offense of first-degree murder, killing and perpetration of aggravated child neglect. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of second-degree murder.
Hello, it's Britt. Yes, we are in closing arguments. These are our jury instructions right now. And then we're going into closing arguments. The defense rested with one witness. Back to court.
Reckless homicide and criminally negligent homicide. Count 4 in the indictment charges the defendant with the offense of aggravated child neglect. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of child neglect. Count 5 in the indictment charges the defendant with the offense of especially aggravated kidnapping. The offense necessarily includes the lesser offenses of aggravated kidnapping, and false imprisonment. There are 5 counts in this indictment. You are to treat them as separate and distinct at all times. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendant with a crime. It is not evidence against the defendant and does not create any inference of guilt. The law makes it the duty of the court to give in charge to the jury all the law relative to the case on trial. The duty of the jury is to consider carefully all of the evidence delivered to you in the trial and, under the law given you by the court, to render your verdict with absolute impartiality. The jurors are the sole judges of the facts and the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In reaching your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts. The court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. You shall not have any sympathy or prejudice for or against the defendant or for or against the state of Tennessee, or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon your verdict. You must render your verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as you think truth and justice dictate. You may consider every fact and circumstance in the case in arriving at your verdict. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with those rulings. My rulings, these instructions, or any other remarks that I have made do not indicate any opinion about the facts of the case or what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you in understanding the evidence and applying the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements are made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you shall disregard them. The court will now explain the law applicable to the charge from count 1 of this indictment. First-degree murder, premeditated killing. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed Danielle Coyle, and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of Danielle Coyle, and the killing was premeditated. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act itself. It is not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exists in the mind of the accused for any definite period of time. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused was sufficiently free from excitement and passion as to be capable of premeditation. If the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it is immaterial that the accused may have been in a state of passion or excitement when the design was carried into effect. Furthermore, premeditation can be found if the decision to kill is first formed during the heat of passion, but the accused commits the act after the passion has subsided. Second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed Danielle Coyle, and that the defendant acted knowingly. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant killed Danielle Coyle, and that the defendant acted recklessly. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of Danielle Coyle, and that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. The court will now explain the law applicable to the charge in count 2 of this indictment. First-degree murder, premeditated killing. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed Kennedy Coyle, and that the defendant acted intentionally. A person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of Kennedy Coyle, and that the killing was premeditated. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed Kennedy Coyle, and that the defendant acted knowingly. That was your definition of second-degree murder. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant killed Kennedy Coyle, and that the defendant acted recklessly. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of Kennedy Coyle, and that the defendant acted with criminal negligence. The court will now explain the law applicable to the charge in count 3 of this indictment. First-degree murder, killing and perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Any person who commits the offense of first-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant unlawfully killed Kennedy Coyle, and that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the alleged aggravated child neglect. That is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event, and that the defendant intended to commit the alleged aggravated child neglect. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated child neglect are that the defendant knowingly neglected a child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare, and that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, and that the child was 8 years of age or less. The elements of first-degree murder have already been set out and are previously explained in count 1 and 2 of this indictment. The intent to commit the underlying felony must exist prior to or concurrent with the commission of the act causing the death of the victim. Proof that such intent to commit the underlying felony existed before or concurrent with the act of killing is a question of fact to be decided by the jury after consideration of all the facts and circumstances. Consideration of such factors as time, place, and causation is helpful in determining whether a killing was committed in the perpetration of the alleged aggravated child neglect. The killing may precede, coincide with, or follow the aggravated child neglect and still be considered as occurring in the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect, so long as there is a connection in time.
Diana, love you. Your hands are half off screen. Back it up, boo.
Time, place, and continuity of action. The elements of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide have already been set out in our previously explained in count 1 and 2 of this indictment. The court will now explain the law applicable to the charge in count 4 of this indictment.
While we do that, Amy, thank you all for understanding. I had to take a TT break. Okay, you shut off the lead board. Oh, okay. So for those of you who are asking about movies, y'all, we do movies and you can make suggestions. So go to this QR code that I'm getting ready to switch off at the top of Miss Diane. And that's better. Go to the QR code and join our fabulous Discord. And then there's a section called movie suggestions. We welcome all of your suggestions. So if you have a movie suggestion, please make it. We would love to watch it. All right. I'm going to hold on. What were you saying, Miss Diane? Okay, you turned yourself off again, so I can't turn you back on, and you're talking and we can't hear you. What, my dear?
Bring my water with me.
Well, I know, right? Okay, I'm trying to edit this a little bit to get the media and us back into the show. There we go. Okay, I think I got us.
Okay.
Miss Diane, I love you, baby, but you always
I love you too. Too. I love you too. Too.
Okay, can you center yourself and we'll get back into it?
Okay.
Move your body.
How's that?
Flying off the screen. I love you.
Aggravated child neglect. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements: that the defendant knowingly neglected Kennedy Hoyle so as to adversely affect Kennedy Hoyle's health and welfare, and that the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to Kennedy Hoyle, and that Kennedy Hoyle was 8 years of age or less. To constitute neglect, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there was an actual adverse effect to the child's health and welfare. A mere risk of harm is not sufficient. Neglect is a continuing course of conduct beginning with the first act or omission that causes adverse effects to a child's health and welfare, and can be an act of commission or omission. Child neglect. Any person who commits the offense of child neglect is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knowingly neglected Kennedy Hoyle under 18 years of age so as to adversely affect Kennedy Hoyle's health and welfare, and that Kennedy Hoyle was 8 years of age or less. The court will now explain the law applicable to the charge in count 5 of this indictment. Especially aggravated kidnapping. Any person who commits an especially aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Kennedy Hoyle unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with Kennedy Hoyle's liberty, and that Kennedy Hoyle suffered serious bodily injury during the removal or confinement. Aggravated kidnapping. Any person who commits an aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Kennedy Hoyle unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with Kennedy Hoyle's liberty, and that the Kennedy Hoyle suffered serious bodily injury during the removal or confinement. Kidnapping. Any person who commits the offense of kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Kennedy Hoyle unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with Kennedy Hoyle's liberty, and that the removal or confinement was under circumstances that exposed Kennedy Hoyle to substantial risk of bodily injury. False imprisonment. Any person who commits the offense of false imprisonment is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That the defendant removed or confined Kennedy Hoyle unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with Kennedy Hoyle's liberty, and that the defendant acted knowingly. As to especially aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping, and false imprisonment, a removal or confinement is unlawful if it is accomplished by force, threat, or fraud, or in the case of a person who's under the age of 13 or incompetent, if it is accomplished without the consent of a parent, guardian, or other person responsible for the general supervision of the minor's or incompetent's welfare. Although the law requires no specific period time of confinement or distance of removal, a removal or confinement interferes substantially with another's liberty if the time of confinement is significant or the distance of removal is considerable. To find a defendant guilty of this offense, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the removal or confinement was to a greater degree than that necessary to commit the offenses of first-degree murder and aggravated child neglect as charged in counts 2, 3, and 4. In making this determination, you may consider all of the relevant facts and circumstances of the case, including but not limited to the following factors: the nature and duration of the alleged victim's removal or confinement by the defendant, whether the removal or confinement occurred during the commission of the separate offense, whether the interference with the alleged victim's liberty was inherent in the nature of the separate offense, whether the removal or confinement prevented the alleged victim from summoning assistance, although the defendant need not have succeeded in preventing the alleged victim from doing so, whether the removal or confinement reduced the defendant's risk of detection, although the defendant need not to have succeeded in this objective, and whether the removal or confinement created a significant danger or increased the alleged victim's risk of harm independent of that posed by the separate offense. Unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged victim's removal or confinement exceeded that which was necessary to accomplish the alleged first-degree murder and aggravated child neglect and was not essentially incidental to it, you must find the defendant not guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping, or false imprisonment. Definitions. Intentionally intended intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. Adversely affect the child's health and welfare may include, but is not limited to, the natural effects of starvation or dehydration, adverse effects on the emotional and mental health and welfare of the child. Child means a person under 18 years of age. Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Criminal negligence refers to a person who acts with criminal negligence with respect to the circumstances surrounding the person's conduct or the result of that conduct when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. Identity. One of the issues in this case is the identification of the defendant as the person who committed the crime. The state has the burden of proving identity beyond a reasonable doubt. Identification testimony is an expression of belief or impression by the witness, and its value may depend on your consideration of several factors. Some of the factors that you may consider are the witness's capacity and opportunity to observe the offender. This includes, among other things, the length of time available for observation, the distance from which the witness observed, the lighting, and whether the person who committed the crime was a prior acquaintance of the witness. The degree of certainty expressed by the witness regarding the identification and the circumstances under which it was made, including whether it is the product of the witness's own recollection. The occasions, if any, on which the witness failed to make an identification of the defendant or made an identification that was inconsistent with the identification at trial, and the occasions, if any, on which the trial was made, on the witness made an identification that was consistent with the identification at trial and the circumstances surrounding such identifications. Presumption stands as a witness for him unless it is rebutted and overturned by competent and credible proof. It is, therefore, incumbent upon the state, before you can convict a defendant, to establish to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime charged in the indictment has been committed, that the same was committed within the county of Shelby and the state of Tennessee before the finding of this indictment, and that the defendant committed the crime in such manner that would make him guilty under the law here defined and explained to you. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Reasonable doubt is a real doubt of the defendant's guilt based upon reason and common sense after a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, therefore, is proof of such a convincing nature that you would be willing to rely and act upon it without hesitation in the most important of your own affairs. It is not necessary that the defendant's guilt be proved beyond all possible doubt, because absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge. But moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the offense. Direct and circumstantial evidence. The guilt of the defendant, as well as any fact required to be proved, may be established by direct evidence, by circumstantial evidence, or by both combined. Direct evidence is defined as evidence which proves the existence of a fact and issue without inference or presumption. Direct evidence might consist of testimony of witnesses who saw or heard what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they saw or heard, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. Circumstantial evidence consists of proof of collateral facts and circumstances which do not directly prove the fact and issue, but from which that fact may be logically inferred. It is your duty to decide how much weight to give the direct and circumstantial evidence. You should consider all the evidence, both direct and circumstantial, and give it whatever weight you believe it deserves. The law makes no distinction between the weight you may give to direct or circumstantial evidence. Either type of evidence can prove a fact if it is convincing enough. A defendant may be convicted on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Impeaching a witness. A witness may be impeached by proving that the witness has made some material statements at some point before the witness testified, which are different with his or her testimony on the witness stand. However, unless entered as a numbered exhibit by the court and allowed to be taken by you back to the jury room when you deliberate, you may consider proof of any prior inconsistent statements only for the purpose of determining whether the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior inconsistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard the evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved on the trial. Prior consistent statements are admissible to rehabilitate a witness or to respond to impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. The prior consistent statements cannot be considered by the jury as substantive evidence and is to be used only in assessing the credibility of the witness. Any prior consistent statements can be used only as corroboration of the in-court testimony of the witness after impeachment by opposing counsel. You may consider proof of any prior consistent statements only for the purpose of determining whether the witness is telling the truth at trial. The contents of the prior consistent statement are not to be considered as proof in the trial. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of Officer Brian Onan, who is described to us as an expert in the field of crime scene analysis. You heard the testimony of Special Agent Michael Garner, who was an expert in digital forensics. You heard the testimony of Sergeant Jason Bledsoe, who is an expert in digital forensics and extractions. You heard the testimony of Agent Stephen Walzak, who is an expert in forensic biology. You also heard the testimony of Jeffrey Neuschatz, who is an expert in confessions. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, the witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge, skill, or experience may testify and state his or her opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for his or her testimony. Merely because an expert has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe the testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment about whether the witness's background or training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must also decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. If there are conflicts in the testimony of the different witnesses, you must reconcile those conflicts if you can, without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness has sworn falsely. For the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. When you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe and how important you think the witness's testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything the witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Did the witness seem to have a good memory? How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the question? Has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? Did the witness have a motive to testify truthfully or testify untruthfully? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You should think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently. Witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be.
By the way, she did not have that headband on earlier today. And that's a different robe. Her robes are very elaborate. Yesterday it was the purple with the stripe. This is a black on black with a stripe. She has a lapel pin, a pennant on. She's always got pearl necklace. Yesterday it was a bling headband. Now it's a pearl headband. She didn't have the headband on this morning. Okay, back into court.
Wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness deliberately lied about something that is important to how you decide the case. If so,
Joe, my TRs are packed away. TRs are like a crown that doesn't go in a full circle. It's a crown that is open in the back. That's a tiara, meaning it's usually diamonds in the front, nothing in the back. A crown is all the way around. Headband is something that just holds the hair back. It's decorative. There you go.
you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part which you think is true and ignore the rest. The defendant not testifying. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness, and you shall place no significance on that fact. The defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. He is not required to take the stand in his own behalf, and his election not to testify cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Members of the jury, the court charges you that it
Tiara is like real diamonds, or no, not real. Tiara is usually worn as a bride or as somebody who is one pageant, a queen, a princess. Headbands we wear every day just to hold the hair back. Headband goes like this, literally like this. Tiaras are like this. Anyway, it's all bling. Hold on, Diane. Give me a second. There you go.
Well, tiaras are also for us people who are queens in our own right.
Yeah, you're bad.
Honey, I have been tiaraing it since I was big enough to walk. I'm
Mom,
way beyond my time.
welcome. Okay, now we're going to get into closing arguments. We got a little break. We'll try to take the first set.
any of you have been taking notes in this case, your notes are for your individual use only. You shall not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. Your notes cannot be shown to others, compared, or referred to in any way as authority. Your notes can only be used as an aid to your individual memory. No outside communications. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury room. You may not use any electronic device or media such as a telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website, including but not limited to Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Google, or X, formerly referred to as Twitter. To communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until you have returned your verdict and the trial has concluded. Unanimous verdict. Any verdict you reach in the jury room, whether guilty or not, must be unanimous. Your deliberations will be secret. You will never have to explain your verdict to anyone. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself only after a full consideration of the evidence with the other members of the jury. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your personal views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Having instructed you on the law applicable in this case, the attorneys may now present their closing statements. Pardon me, bench conference.
I got you on, Diane. Are you reading that?
I'm reading. I'm like, oh my. Oh.
All right, Joe Blow. Joe Schmo. Here you go. Here's the
I don't know where my crown is, my headband is.
every day.
Yeah,
Keep the hair back. We don't need tiaras today. Have mine.
I don't know where mine is. I've been working in my office. Only 2 rooms I got left, my bedroom and the office. The rest of the house is Tribune. What's he supposed to have done? Throw the baby in the river and killed it?
Oh, not just thrown the baby. He shot. Share this tab. There we go. Tiara. Headband. There you go. You can die on that hill, Boo. You can die on that hill.
I tell you what, headbands always hurt my ears right here.
Yeah, that's why I bend them out a little bit, halfway
Yeah.
up. Okay.
All right. Tilt them back. You were telling me what this not gentleman did.
Okay, this non-gentleman, he lured his girlfriend, or was a wife. I don't think she was a wife. Girlfriend. He was screwing around with multiple girls. This girl got pregnant. She had the baby. 2 days later, he lured her to an area, dumped a bunch of lead in her body, and then took the baby and threw it in the river, along with the weapon.
There's a special place in hell for people like that. And you know, the more I set in on these trials, the more I understand the scripture that says, wide is the road that leads to hell, and narrow is the road that leads to heaven.
Exactly. All right. Back in court.
Okay. Back in court.
I'll take some of the opening arguments.
Okay. I'm ready for break.
For a break. All right.
120 jury, it's my understanding that someone needs to take a break. I am not going to prevent you from doing that, but I want to direct your attention to page 8, the last full paragraph. There's mention the elements of first degree murder, second degree murder, strike through voluntary manslaughter. That's not what this is. That does not apply. Page 8. And then I need you to fast forward to page 21. We neglected to include Dr. Scott Collier as an expert in forensic pathology. If you may recall, that's when I stopped proceedings and explained to you.
Okay, I just got a word from Angela's daughter. Mom is still in surgery, but everything is going good so far. There are 3 procedures that they're doing, kind of all connect, but 3 procedures in one big, massive surgery. And right now, everything seems to be going well. Thank you so much, Angela's mom or Angela's daughter, for letting us know. Thank you. Thank you.
That he performed autopsies and to prepare yourself. So that's Dr. Scott Collier, Collier, page 21. That was on the expert list. One of you needs to step away. It is now 1:20. Let's come back at 1:30 for closing arguments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury leaves to pee in the pants in the chair.
You still can't discuss the case. I'll let you know when you can. Just leave your packets, leave your things, we'll take care of it. See you in 10 minutes.
Gonna zoom. Gonna come over to the other case. We're gonna share screen over here. We're gonna get back into this. You don't have to interpret. I know that that person is no longer watching.
To reconsider. Well, no, but I will say this, I mean, that I did not hear any additional facts today that had they been brought to light at the hearing on the motion to suppress that would have changed my ruling. I believe what Officer Sampson said was effectively implied in my ruling that at the moment they learned that he was holding the rifle when it went off, I believe at that point in time, Mirandizing him before any further questioning would have been appropriate. Additionally, I heard on the body camera, which I did not take note of during the initial hearing, that when Officer or Sergeant Diaz walked up and spoke to Sergeant Ceroli and said they were going to have somebody on him, Mr. Boileau indicated that he wasn't going anywhere, which to me indicated that to the extent that he remained fixed in the driveway, it was not because he was compelled by the officer's authority to remain there, rather that he felt compelled to stay there to see the outcome of the medical aid. I believe my order was 16 pages. I believe I addressed everything that needed to be addressed in that order. So I would not change my ruling based upon what I've heard here today.
Yes.
Okay. I told the jury until 5 after 2-minute warning. State, can you give me a roadmap where we're going to be going from here? We have, I heard you say Bolton. Is that Airlyn Bolton?
Yes, Your Honor. Our intention or plan, I believe, would be to have Ms. Bolton testify. I believe just based off of potentially the amount of evidence coming through her and all, she'll kind of be our last witness before lunch, take lunch, and then after lunch is going to be Mr. McDaniel, Ms. Patterson, Detective Kern, and then Ms. Killinger from FDLE and Dr. Lange.
McDaniel, Patterson, Kern, Killinger
and Lange, which Patterson and McDaniel both I don't believe will be too terribly long, Your Honor. Mr. Buxman can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think based off of our conversations, I think we're pretty much kind of right on schedule what we were originally thinking. So.
Okay. How long do you anticipate Ms. Bolton taking?
Probably at least 30 to 45 minutes, I would imagine, just to go through everything. And then I'm sure Mr. Patty may or may not have some sort of cross.
I expect.
Are you using this Pharaoh project? No. There was some sort of equipment used to do some sort of reconstruction or something in the home.
Ada, I'm going to have to say goodbye. I have got to get some billing done since it's the last day of the month. It's with Angela.
Or give a closing argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Kennedy Hoyle should be 3 years old. She should be growing, learning, getting into things, driving her mom Danielle and her grandma April crazy. She'd be too big for this car seat, but she's forever frozen in time, not even 2 days old, along with her mother, Danielle. They're gone because of that man, Brandon Isabelle. He shot Danielle 5 times and left her in the ditch. He took baby Kennedy, drove her to the river, and tossed her in the cold, dark water. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the proof that you're going to hear in this case. You've now heard the law given to you by the judge. You have 5 counts, and they're listed up on the screen for you. Now, you'll see in your jury instructions that there are lesser included offenses for each count. That is not a menu. You don't pick and choose. You have to start with the top charge. So in count 1, that'll be first-degree murder. Everyone has to agree that he's not guilty of first-degree murder before you move to a lesser count. Now, let's talk about count 1 and count 2. Talked about in voir dire elements, what the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You have count 1, which is premeditated first-degree murder as to the death of Danielle Hoyle. You also have count 2, which is premeditated first-degree murder as to the death of Kennedy Hoyle. The elements are the same. First, the state has to prove that Danielle and Kennedy were unlawfully killed, that the defendant acted intentionally, he intended to kill them, and he acted with premeditation. Now, in your jury instructions, intentionally is defined. It wasn't an accident. The defendant, he pointed that gun at Danielle and fired it at her, intending to kill her. He took Kennedy by the leg and threw her into the river. He intended to kill her. Now let's talk about premeditation. You have the full definition in your jury instructions. And you notice that it talks about reflection and judgment, but that there doesn't have to be a specific amount of time with regards to forming the intent of the purpose to kill. So, how did the state for counts 1 and 2 prove premeditation? The planning. Think about everything that you've heard over the course of several days. The defendant, he filed for divorce January 27th of 2022, mere days before he killed Danielle and Kennedy. What else? Kennedy is born January 31st of 2022. The defendant doesn't sign her birth certificate. Then we move to January 30th of 2022. And you heard Special Agent Garner tell you that they went through the defendant's phone. And what did they find? Web searches. 2 days out from the murder, and the defendant is searching Jared in the wedding ring section. And then he had some additional searches. Can all bullets be traced back to the exact gun that fired them? Can you tell what gun a bullet came from? Now let's move to February 1st of 2022. And you heard Special Agent Garner tell you that he was able to tell the defendant's movements throughout that day. And earlier that day, he's on Mart Road. And you heard Investigator Byers tell you that Mart Road is along Lakeview. And it's an easy turn to miss in the dark. And if you notice on the map, you take Lakeview and you miss Mart Road, next turn, Sedgwick and Levi. Dark, desolate, deserted. Now the defendant told us in his confession, and his GPS told us, he met Danielle at the MAPCO. And why? He told her he had baby clothes to give her. And what was found in the defendant's white Chevy Malibu? Baby clothes. And then we get to the scene. Levi and Sedgwick. He gets Danielle to meet him at that MAPCO. He convinces her to drive down Levi and Sedgwick. No lights, dark, quiet, raining. And he tells us in his statement that he had car trouble. Think about the scene at Levi and Sedgwick. Danielle's Chevy Cruze was parked on the wrong side of the road. And what did the defendant tell us? She got in position to shine her headlights to help him out with his car trouble. And what did he do? He walked up to her Chevy Cruze. He opened the passenger door and he fired. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shots into that car, striking Danielle 5 times in the face and head. Premeditation. Now by 9:23, according to his GPS, he's moving on. He's leaving the area of Levi and Sedgwick. And who does he have with him? He has baby Kennedy. And while Kennedy's in the car, and he has left her mother dead in a ditch on the side of the road, he's covering his tracks. He's sending text messages to Danielle, knowing that she'll never answer. Now, he's been driving around for about an hour. Kennedy's been in the car. And he stops off at home to get out of his murder outfit, those Adidas slides, that windbreaker-like jacket, the black and the greenish blue. Takes the time to hang that jacket in the closet. Comes back out, gets back in his car, and what does he do? He drives to Mud Island, all the way from Cordova, passing numerous exits, numerous houses, places. All that time, could have made a different choice. But he went, and he drove on Island Drive to get to Mud Island, to that boat ramp. And he took baby Kennedy by the leg and threw her into the Wolf River. Count 4, we're going a little bit out of order, is aggravated child neglect. And you can see the elements for aggravated child neglect, what the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That the defendant knowingly neglected Kennedy so as to adversely affect her health and welfare, that it resulted in serious bodily injury, and that Kennedy was 8 years of age or less. And there you have the definition of knowingly, as well as serious bodily injury, all defined in your jury instructions. What did the defendant do with Kennedy? He took her down to the boat ramp at Mud Island. In the dark, in the cold, in the rain, out of her car seat. And even if you believe that he didn't throw her in the river, he just left her by the river and she somehow managed to go into the river, he is still guilty of murder and perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Serious bodily injury or death. Adversely affect the health and welfare. He left her where she could fall into the river in the cold, in the dark, in the rain. And as you see, That goes hand in hand with count 3, and that's the murder and perpetration of aggravated child neglect. So in that count, the difference is the defendant didn't have to intend the killing. He had to intend the aggravated child neglect. Last count, especially aggravated kidnapping. You can see the elements. What do we know? The defendant, after shooting her mother, takes Kennedy, takes her from Levi and Sedgwick, drives around Cordova, goes to his parents' house, goes all the way down to the river, and kills her. The state has to prove identity. How do we know that the defendant, Brandon Isabelle, is responsible for each and every one of these crimes? He told us. You listened to his interview with police. He told us. He told us exactly what he did. We have the GPS that Special Agent Garner went through methodically, telling us all the points of where he was located throughout that day and night. His phone, a silent witness to those murders. The text messages. And you'll have those text messages between the defendant and Artesia. They're going back and forth throughout the night. And why is that? Is it because they're in two different locations? They're not together? And there's the shell casings. The defendant, he told us, he shot Danielle with his 9mm. What do we find? 9mm shell casings in the passenger seat of Danielle's car. 2 in front of her car. And a loaded 9mm magazine in the defendant's white Chevy Malibu in the center console. And he told us what he did with Kennedy. That he took her to the boat ramp, took her by the leg, and threw her into the river. And what did he say in his statement? It didn't go as far as the gun. And what did officers find on that boat ramp? Kennedy's baby cap. Why did he do it? What's the motive? You'll notice that is not an element that the state has to prove. But it's pretty clear, the motive here. And it's Artesia. The defendant wanted to be with Artesia. You heard her testimony. You've heard the text messages. She didn't want to have to deal with another child on top of her child, on top of the child the defendant already had, another mother in the mix. And so he came up with this plan. And he never wanted that baby. And you can see in that text message that he had sent to Danielle, what does he say? I can't be a father to that kid right now, Danielle. If you love me like you say you do, then let's end our mistake, Danielle. But Danielle wanted to be a mother to that little girl. That little girl wasn't a mistake. Now let's fast forward to January 30th of 2022. You heard the text messages between Artesia and the defendant. And this is in the late night of January 30th. What we know is that Danielle's already at the hospital and she's in labor, about to give birth to baby Kennedy. And what is the defendant texting? He's texting to wifey, Artesia, I love you. Baby, say it back. You doing this to me in a time like this. And what does Artesia respond? Tell her have a safe delivery. I'll talk to you when y'all get the results. Then we move in to those early morning hours, right around the time that Danielle is giving birth to Kennedy. And what is the defendant doing? He's still texting Artesia. He's still sending her messages over and over again. And what is Artesia's response? I'm going to make this simple. If it's yours, build that bond. Get to know her as a woman because she loves you as well. I won't need no response. Silence will answer that for me. If it's not, we still need space to take this relationship slow. She's slipping away. His perfect woman is slipping away. And what does he do? While his baby has just been born, he's still sending text message novels to Artesia, professing his love. And they're still going back and forth. And he says to her, this is the worst I've acted over a female. Never wanted somebody so bad. You knew this day was coming. Why wait until now and all this love and time? And then what do? That early morning, after Kennedy is born, they agree to meet up. And where does the defendant suggest? Where you want to meet at? Our river spot? Now we're at February 1st of 2022. 7:58, the defendant gets back to his home on Lathbury. Then he's gone again at 8:05. And he's dressed to kill. According to the GPS data, he's at the MAPCO at 8:32 to 8:51 p.m. And he says that in his statement to Sergeant Boyd and Sergeant Wimbush. He met Danielle at the MAPCO. And we found the baby clothes in the Malibu. Now we're moving on between 9:02 and 9:23. GPS has him at Levi and Sedgwick, and he admits to going there. And during this time, he and Artesia are still going back and forth. And you'll notice that from 9:04 to 9:22, he stops texting Artesia. All those blue messages, Artesia. Green messages, the defendant. And what is he doing in that gap in time, that 9:04 to 9:22? He's shooting Danielle 5 times in the head and the face and taking her sweet, precious baby and driving away. You see what's left behind. Danielle and those 9mm shell casings. And he drags her, and he tells us how he drags her out of that vehicle by the shirt. And look at her clothes. Look at how her jacket is pulled off her body. He killed Danielle. He left her in a ditch. He's driving around with Kennedy in his seat. He's texting with Artesia, and he takes the time to put in a food order. Cheeseburger, no onions, blue Kool-Aid. And what did Artesia tell us? That she stopped by Dixie Queen that night. And what did we find in her car? Looks a bit like a blue Kool-Aid. Now, we're back at 8702 Lathbury. Gets there at 1024. You can see what he's wearing. You see those Adidas slides, those black socks. Goes inside, takes the time to hang up his jacket, changes his clothes, and he's gone again at 1029, holding that blue bag. Baby Kennedy in his white Chevy Malibu. And what did they find in the trunk of that white Chevy Malibu? Those Adidas slides. And looks a bit like that blue bag he was carrying on the Ring camera footage. Where's he headed? Island Drive. And how do we know that that's the defendant? You heard Lieutenant Stanley testify that they had license plate reader hits on his tag going over the A.W. Willis Bridge. They were able to look back at camera footage from the Real-Time Crime Center, and they see that white Chevy Malibu driving up and down Island Drive. 10:59 to 11:20. And all that time, from leaving Levi and Sedgwick to 9:23, all the way to Island Drive, could have made a different choice. He had every opportunity to make a different choice. And we're at 10:54, right before he gets to Island Drive, and he's texting with Artesia. And what does he tell her? He tells her he just left the house. But we know he's down on Mud Island, getting rid of the last obstacle between him and Artesia. And at 11:13, right before he takes baby Kennedy and throws her into the river, he wants to know when Artesia's going to be around. 11:20 to 11:27. It's at the boat ramp, GPS. And he says that he threw the baby by the leg. And you'll have his interview. Notice that Sergeant Wimbush, he says he threw the baby by the arm, and it's the defendant that corrects him and says by the leg. Sergeant Boyd asks, how far into the water did you throw her? And his response, it wasn't far. It didn't go as far as the gun. And now, Baby Kennedy is in the Wolf River. Danielle is in a muddy ditch on Levi and Sedgwick, being discovered by Officer Sutton. And what's the defendant doing? He's at Walgreens, buying stuffed animals, roses for Artesia. And writing a card professing his love and talking about raising Kennedy, who he knows he just threw in the Wolf River. And how do we know? Because we have video. We have GPS. And the defendant told us. Now, while we're at the Walgreens, what's going on? Texting Artesia. And what did she say? She said he shared his location, which wasn't normal for them. And she called him out on it in the text messages. And where did she say that location was? Walgreens. Is he trying to set up his alibi? Because he's also out there in the parking lot, and you can see it in the video, sits there for a while. And what's happening? Prior to arriving at Walgreens, he's sending text messages, once again, to Danielle. 11:39. Show me Kennedy. I'm gonna take her tomorrow. After not half an hour before throwing that baby into the Wolf River. 12:02. Give her a kiss for me. Just miss her. That's all. Love y'all. At 12:13, sends Artesia another text. Now he's on the way to Walmart. And what does he tell Artesia? I want to cuddle tonight. I ain't slept with you in a week. And then we arrive at Walmart. How do we know? GPS, video, and the defendant tells us. And he tells Sergeant Wimbush and Sergeant Boyd. He left the car seat at the Walmart. And Officer Blake, that's where he finds it. And what does he find? Finds the car seat. And then you heard from Officer Walker, a mitten. A matching set. The riverbank and Walmart. Then he goes to Stacy Road. And again, his GPS puts him there. Artesia puts him there. He's coordinating meeting up with her. And what is found in his Chevy Malibu? An empty gun holster, a 9mm magazine, and gloves with the cockleburr. And then by 1:07 a.m., he and Artesia are back at his house at Lathbury. Let's talk about the gun. It's been a lot of talk about Artesia had a 40 and a Smith & Wesson, and there was 40 caliber rounds found at Levi and Sedgwick. You saw how many rounds were found of various calibers at Sedgwick. You saw, when you zoom into that picture, that street sign that was covered in bullet holes. You heard Investigator Byers' video, and he said that jingling noise that you could hear were shell casings. But what shell casings were found in Danielle's passenger seat? 9mm. What shell casings were found just up from the car? 9mm. What magazine was found in the defendant's center console of his white Chevy Malibu? 9mm. And if you look closely, from in front of the Chevy Cruze, Hornady, shell casing. In the passenger side of Danielle's vehicle, Hornady 9mm shell casing. And in the defendant's car, live rounds, Hornady 9mm. And what did the defendant tell us he did with the gun? He threw it in the river. What did we find? We didn't find the gun, but we found his gun box. And what was in that? More magazines for a 9mm. What gun did we find? We found Artesia's gun, a 40 Smith & Wesson. It wasn't missing. It was right there. And then you look at the scene at Levi and Sedgwick, and you can see, and those are placards 12 and 13. Those are those two shell casings from a 9mm in their Hornady brand. And what did the defendant tell us in his statement about what happened? After he shot Danielle, the car rolled. You can see a pile of glass fairly close to those 9mm shell casings. And you can see Danielle's car in the distance, as if it rolled. Now, at one point, the defendant tells investigators, after he's had some time to reflect, oh, Danielle was an accident. Ladies and gentlemen, you heard Dr. Collier. Danielle was shot 5 times, in the head and in the face. This was not an accident. This was a premeditated execution. Then we have the DNA, the Adidas slide, seen on the defendant that night in that Ring camera video, found in the trunk of his white Chevy Malibu. And what did he tell officers about that during the interview? He said that Danielle's blood would be on the slides. He even specified which one, the left. And which one had Danielle's DNA, according to Agent Walzak? The left. And then he sits through that interview the entire time wearing those white socks with Danielle's blood on them. And you saw that he had a pair of black socks over them. And that blood had seeped through to those white socks. But Officer Carlisle found them. They went to the TBI to be tested, and once again, Danielle's blood on those socks that were on the defendant's feet. Ladies and gentlemen, the term victim is used a lot. But Danielle and Kennedy were more than that. Danielle was a mom. She was 27 years old. She was a girl mom. She had 9-year-old Jariah and her new baby, Kennedy. And then there's Kennedy, who will forever be, frozen in time, less than 2 days old, never getting the chance to grow up. Danielle's mistake was getting involved with that man. Danielle and Kennedy. They'll never do so many things. And it's because of what the defendant, Brandon Isabelle, did. Ladies and gentlemen, the state asks that you find the defendant guilty of every single charge of the indictment. Thank you.
Does the defense wish to give a closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, guys, we're going to take just a quick breather. Everyone stand up. Everyone get a breath. Woo! She did good. She did real good.
Good afternoon. A long journey. Not always pleasant. Counsel laid out a lot of facts. You did a very good job of it. But I want to ask you this, and I think this is where your concentration would be, particularly count 1 and 2, which are the premeditated murder charges. And that is whether these acts were premeditated. That's the difference between first degree and second degree murder. To be premeditated, and that's one of the elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. To be premeditated, the court told you, and it's a short instructions, I'm going to repeat it here. A premeditated act is one done after the exercise of reflection and judgment. Premeditation means that the intent to kill must have been formed prior to the act, before the shooting, before the baby, before throwing the baby. It's not necessary that the purpose to kill pre-exist in the mind of the accused for any different definite period of time. This is where I want you to look. The mental state is on page 4 of the jury instruction. The mental state of the accused at the time he decided to kill. midway of the page. The mental state of the accused at the time he allegedly decided to kill must be carefully considered in order to determine whether the accused, whether Brandon, was sufficiently free of excitement and passion. So as to be capable of premeditation, because that requires reflection, cool thinking, reflection, judgment. So the state has to show that he's sufficiently free of excitement and passion. Now, I was reading this over. I also looked at the next sentence, and it says, if the design to kill was formed with premeditation, it doesn't matter if they were acting in a state of passion when they acted. Well, I ask you this. Is there any evidence anywhere that you've heard throughout this entire proceeding that Brandon was thinking about taking the lives of Danielle or that baby? Oh, it's the started hers. There's not. There's no plan that he was going to kill that child or Danielle. Why? What in the world? What drove him? It's really moved our teacher. Can there be any doubt from what we've heard and even from the state's argument that he was head over heels in love with her? That's passion. Head over heels in love with her. And what would she do? How would she, let's look at this situation. What we've got is Brandon and Artisha over here, and they're a hot couple. And you've got Danielle and the baby over here. Now, Artisha does not want him around Danielle. She says she's a nobody. It's the baby. And you told me it's not yours. She wants him for herself. And she even says in her statements that she's a narcissist. She wants him to herself. And I respectfully say, to me, and I hope to you, if she manipulated him, she tortured him, his love. And I'll show you why I say that. And she pushed him. She drove him. So she wanted more than anything in the world, right here or wrongly. He loved her. You can't reason with love. You just can't. We go through a few of these, and it's a big stack. It is full of what I'm telling you. I pulled out some of the larger pieces. Then it is full. Please read through it and consider what I'm telling you in this class. On the 30th, at almost midnight, he had texted her, Brandon had texted her, I love you. And she sent an emoji. With a heart. And it's got love. And he says, you text there, but you can't say you love me back. What would you do? What would she do here? Let's look at the time we're at. With the day before the baby's delivered. With the day before. So their relationship is strained. And he's going to the hospital. And she just says, when he says, you can't say you love me back, she just says, get there safe to the hospital, get there safely. Wow. Good night. Tuggy. Oh, gee. He says, you're doing this to me in a time like this. Tell her to have a safe delivery. I'll talk to you when y'all get the results. What results is he talking about? The DNA. The DNA results. Because Brandon's told her all this time, I'll be out here. She's wanting to know what the results are going to be. I'll talk to you when you get the results. But she does so. She says, let me know the results. My stomach hurts, so this relationship is at stake. Now to Brandon, that's shaking his world, because he is in love with our teacher. He's smitten with our teacher. And she knows it. And so he texts her and says, look, do you want this or not? You want to be with me or no? And her response is no or no. I think she's gonna be in the way. To me, I submit to you, that's an important statement there on page 11. I think she's fixing to be in the way. What's she getting at? I'm saying it. What's she getting at? This goes further. I'm going to make this simple. If it's yours, build that bond. Get to know her as a woman, because she loves you as well. I won't need no response. Silence will answer that for me. We still need this. We still need space to take this relationship slow. And talking about the birth certificate, sign it if it's yours. If it's yours, sign. Don't call me. Don't call me if it's yours. That's what she's saying. Then we get to that long statement of Brandon's where he's just basically pouring out himself to her. And this is on January 31st at 3:48. That's when the baby's delivered. I really want to say this to your effing face. No emojis needed this time. Look, I effing love you, Artesia Lachey Isabelle. Call her by his last name. Of course, likes her as wife. I love you and only you. You meant the world to me, baby. I want to say this to your face. No tears needed, because I want you to understand where this is coming from, my heart. This makes me look at women different. When I got with you and found out about this situation, I know it makes you look dumb to the world for being with a dude with a baby on the way. But I heard the same thing from people when you were pregnant. People were saying it was my baby. How do I feel? Why am I with someone else's baby mama having sex, etc.? But I tuned it out because I knew what I wanted eventually. It may have took me a long time to make the move, but that's only because I know how my heart is, as you have clearly seen twice. When I love hard, and it breaks me down to let somebody that's my world leave me. I visioned it long before us. I visioned it being us five together. And I respectfully submit to you what he's talking about is him and Artesia. Artesia's child, Aaliyah. Kingston is one child, and the baby. Like I've talked, five of us together, and I've talked to Denisha about it. Kingston being the oldest and the brother to protect his two little sisters. Me and Kingston being the men of the house to protect our three queens. Me and Kingston will forever have y'all. I will continue to teach him to be a gentleman, to hold doors for women, what side of the sidewalk to walk on, etc. Us five, nothing can defeat us. I'll have either full custody of Kingston or joint, so there won't be any he can't come around. She'll have to deal with it, but that's how. She'll have to deal with it. How I have, but that's nothing I have to explain to her. If I have my son because of court rights. And Danielle, time will tell. This was on the 31st. Time will tell, but if you're willing to talk to her like you say you are, then maybe that'll be a good start to something special for us and for the baby. I would say talk to Danielle. She might be reasonable. Maria, I wouldn't advise anybody to talk to her. And as I sat there, I thought about all this. I would want somebody by my side to be a great stepmom and even a greater mother. I love when Kingston smiles at you and plays with you. It warms my heart. My dad even asked me that before. You like that, don't you? I said, yes. I hope you can look at the baby like that. I want to be able to call you later down the line and say, while he's at work, check on you, and you say, oh, no, babe, me and the girls are just going shopping, or me and the kids just ran to Walmart or something. I want to see Aaliyah having a stepsister and eventually play with and talk with and hang with us in later years. All of these things are what I want. And why not want them with the love of my life? You are where my heart is. You are home. You don't have to respond. I know your mind is everywhere, baby. I understand. Just continue to read this over and know this is real as is. I'll give you your time again. I love you. Good night. Whether he should have been or not, Brandon Isabelle was head over heels in love with Letitia. And what did Letitia say that pouring out of his heart? He said, just take care of your children, Brandon. Because what they're talking about is breaking this relationship up because she doesn't know if she wants to be in this situation. He's got a baby with Sylvia, Kingston. He's got a baby with Danielle, and he's in love with her. And she doesn't know. She's in love with him. She doesn't know if she wants to step into that situation because everybody who's heard or knows that it can be a situation at times. She doesn't know if she wants to go there. So she said, just take care of your children, Brandon. She's not responding to the profession of love that he's poured out. She says, don't want to look any dumber. I got my answer. I don't hate you, but that's the man you are. And thank you for the journey. And I pray for this. And it gets worse and worse for a reason. Love isn't my best favor. I just hope everything works out for y'all. Because she's playing now. When you go to Danielle, everything will work out for y'all. It'll be okay. Knowing that he is in love with her. Yeah, she's a good woman. And she can help you through a lot. Just give her a chance. For me, this is my last message. He said, what do you mean, the man I am? What's that? You knew all the time. Sure, baby? But can you please leave me alone? Please leave me alone. And then she keeps writing. How many pounds? What's her full name? Answer my question. What's her full name? She says, if it's yours, I don't want to talk to you anymore. You want to be with her, Danielle. And you say, no, I don't. I want to be with you. I don't want to be with her. And she goes with the kind of reverse psychology again. I'm trying to get y'all to be a family. Y'all work it out. I regret this. You don't have to come back and get nothing. Delete my mom's number, just everything. Pictures, burn it. All. I don't want to remember none of this. Why are you doing this to me at a time like this? And that's what turns to, I'm hurt. I'm very hurt. I just want to cry.
Can you see all the tabs he's pulling on? Every single one of them he's going to refer to.
I'd be held. And then she comes back. I said, I love you, babe. I love you, babe. He said, I love you too. And then we go right back. I'm afraid we're not fixing to be the same. Why? Why are they not going to be the same? It doesn't take a lot of deep thought to get there. The baby and Danielle. Is Brandon saying that? He wants her to learn to be a good stepmom and a good mother.
Thank you.
How are we going to make it work?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm trying my best. It's just hard. Why? I'm trying my best in this situation, talking to her like I'm supposed to feel about my so-called man in the hospital hours. I hate this for me. But this ain't doing nothing but building a wall. You expect me to be loving in a situation like this, I'm all over the place. And you know, I mean, Patricia. This is when we get hospital. And she's about to work on the 31st. And she tells him, I've been trying to prepare, but I wasn't fully prepared for this situation. I'm sorry. I'm selfish. And she tells him about the paternity tests. I want those paternity tests. We'll talk after the paternity test. The DNA, I'll go by and bring it to you. The Walgreens, which we're down about the DNA test. You swab her, you swab the baby, and get it back to me. I just don't want you getting too close to it. And she's not yours. And again, what's her last name? What's her last name? Up to 4:30 in the morning. I feel you will leave me for them. Our relationship is at stake, even on mine. And she starts, you don't intend to leave her, do you? You don't intend to leave her. I'd rather you get away from someone as worse as you. I'm a narcissist. Somebody that loves themselves. Looks after themselves. This is awful. I hope I beg you to I don't want to do this anymore. Goodbye. You claimed all this time you want me and miss me, and then you push me back like this. I've never been hurt in my life like this. We don't need to even be or even deal with each other. Thanks. Leave it. 1 second, I'll go to the next. You stay at the hospital, Brandon, or you go home, but you can't come here. We just can't be together. I'm sorry. It's like you making this situation heavy on me. My heart never felt like this, and my mind has never throbbed like this. We just need to leave each other alone. And I love you. We just need to leave each other alone. I want you, but we just need to leave each other alone. Let's play. Get away. I'd rather be alone. That's how I've been lately. And on, and on, and on. So, I ask you, you say beyond a reasonable doubt that Brandon was not driven by passion. Would you mind resting for me?
Reverse.
Pardon me.
Sidebar. It ain't good. Hmm.
Can your mind rest easily as to the state establishing obligation beyond a reasonable doubt? Teacher, get away from Danielle. Prove the baby isn't here. Get a test. Don't come back to me till it's done. It's yours. I'm not talking to you anymore. Carefully examine what your jury instructions tell you. Carefully examine the mental state of Brandon Isbelle. regarding count 5, which is especially aggravated kidnapping. Under the state's theory, Brandon took the child after shooting Danielle, took it with him. He kidnapped her at that point. He gets that. Here's what the jury instructions are going to say. Unless you find beyond a reasonable certainty, unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged victim's removal or confinement exceeded that which was necessary to accomplish a first-degree murder and aggravated child neglect, and was not simply incidental to it, a part of it, then you must find the defendant not guilty of the state's aggravated crime. I respectfully submit when you remove premeditation, that leaves you with second degree. I think and submit to you that's what the state's proof has shown you. And to reach a verdict, you have to be unanimous. That's true. But you don't have to reach a verdict if you can't agree. You only reach a verdict if you agree. If you don't agree, see if you try to work it out. If you can't, you don't agree. You ain't got a verdict. To have a verdict and return a verdict, it must be a unanimous 12 people agreeing. I just wanted to be sure everyone understood that. Always talk to your fellow jurors. Keep an open mind.
I don't know if you caught that. I was reading it just to make sure I caught it right. He basically just argued the state proved second degree murder. Red room. Second degree. That's what he's asking them.
But do not give up your own belief, your own conviction, simply to reach a verdict or because other jurors think differently. Be strong.
Does the state wish to give a rebuttal argument at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Judge. I gotta clear something up real quick, because when you look at the premeditation jury instruction, passion in there does not mean that because you're in love with someone and they don't love you back, you can go start killing people. That's not what that means. That is a passion that's born of provocation. Somebody does something real bad to you. You know, somebody beating on your kid and you just lose it and you kill them. You come home and your spouse is cheating on you, so you kill somebody because of that. That is the passion, and it's born of provocation. Not oh, I love Artesia so much. I think I'm going to go kill a bunch of people that are in the way. That's not what it contemplates.
I have an update on Angela. Her daughter's rights. I have an update on Mom. Just came out of surgery and it was successful. Yay! Apparently, it appears, we'll know more later, but it appears I questioned her. I said, thank God they get to do all three parts, including the stomach reconstruction. I hope and pray they did get to do all three completely, but she says success. So all three parts. She's typing right now. Her daughter is only 14, so we'll see. Oh, I can eat now. I just took some mints because I was fasting. I do that a lot. I will fast when someone I know or love is in surgery. But sometimes the tummy gets a little nauseated, so I just have a couple of mints to kind of keep staying. So, yay, I can eat now. And I don't say that to boast for myself or brag. It's just something. He's still typing. I'll keep this going.
Anger, rage, sudden excitement, that sort of thing is what that contemplates. And I want to talk about, I thought that you didn't mention Neuschatz at all, and I guess it makes sense because that guy didn't even look at the facts of the case. He didn't mention the idea of a false confession. He forgot about that because obviously it's not a false confession. But I want to take you back just a little bit to go to this premeditation idea, right? Where did the defendant start his day? What did he say in his statement? He was at Regional 1. We remember that. He went to Regional 1. Why was he at Regional 1? What was he doing at Regional 1? That's where Kennedy was being born. Why is he there? This guy hasn't been paying any attention to Danielle for months. We know, based on the prior text, that he doesn't even want the baby. So why? Why is Brandon Isabelle at Regional 1? To try to take down Danielle's defenses. He doesn't care about that baby. He doesn't want that baby. But he's planning on killing that baby. That's what he's doing up there. He didn't go to Regional 1 because he loves Kennedy. Because if he loves Kennedy, he wouldn't have thrown Kennedy in the river. He didn't go up to Regional 1 because he loves Danielle. Because if he loved Danielle, he wouldn't have shot her in the head 5 times. That's planning, ladies and gentlemen. And again, forget about that definition he was giving you of passion, because that's not the definition for passion. That is planning. It's premeditation. What does he do the rest of the day? He goes to the surgery center for his kids, and he goes home to Lathbury. Now think about this. He goes home to Lathbury. It's just later on that day. And we see him going into Lathbury. It's about 7:58. What's he wearing? He's wearing those slides. He comes right back out of Lathbury, and he has done what? He's done what? He has lured Danielle to the MAPCO. His heart isn't just filled with love for Artesia. He wants to kill Danielle. That's why he lures her to the MAPCO. Long time goes by. He drives all the way to MAPCO, and we have his GPS taking him all the way to MAPCO. What else do we have? We have text messages between him and Artesia. And what's Artesia saying? Who can blame Artesia for not wanting to be with a guy that's having a baby with another woman? That's kind of normal, right? But is she texting him going, yeah, kill, kill, kill. You're not going to have me unless you wipe out these people. No, she's just texting normal things. They're planning on going out and have dinner in those texts. She went and bought him food from Dixie Queen. There's none of that kind of madness right there. They're just having normal conversations. It's up, it's down, it's in. You know, they're on the rocks. Seems like maybe a toxic relationship, but she's not inspiring him or encouraging him to kill anybody. I mean, we know he's on the scene. He gets her, and think about his statement too. And his statement is corroborated by all the proof, but he lures her to the scene at Levi and Sedgwick, right? What's going on there? It's a dark scene. We know he already cased the place because he went to Mart Road earlier in the day. That day, he went to Mart Road. Mart Road is just like Levi and Sedgwick. It's right next to Levi and Sedgwick. And he lures her out there, says his car's messing up. His car's not messing up. He gets her out there, and he's got his gun with him. He has his 9mm gun with him. Why? Why in the world would he lure Danielle out and bring his gun with him? That's weird. Seems like maybe he had a plan to kill Danielle. And he gets her out there, and he shoots her 5 times. 5 times in the head. No, we can just skip that one. He shoots her 5 times in the head. Car rolls back. It's pretty obvious he's the one that shot her, right? They didn't even argue against that. 9mm Hanaday rounds laying on the ground, pile of glass, car rolls back, just like he said. Remember, he's the first one that said that. He's the first one that said he used 9mm. He's the first one that said he shot her, and the car rolls back 20, 30 feet. What does he say he does?
Patrick Byrne, Organized Crime Division.
What does he say he does? He pulls Danielle out of the car, pulls her body out. What kind of passion is that?
Turn it off.
That's just, he's just trying to get rid of the body, right? He grabs Kennedy and does what? Puts her in his car. Is that okay? What's that? That's kidnapping. He had no right to take Kennedy and put her in his car after he killed the mother. It's not passion, that's planning. That's planning. He brought the bullets with him, he brought the gun with him, and he aimed it right at her head and he fired it 5 times. That's premeditation. It's premeditation. Now, the inspiration is Artesia. He's worried about losing Artesia. That's why he killed her, but it's not because of some passion. He planned it. He planned it for days. What is it? What happened? How about the Google search, right? He's searching on Google about whether or not shell casings can be traced back to a gun. Was it a passionate Google search? No. He sat there and he typed in the words and he searched and he found out, probably, yeah, they can trace guns back to bullets. And what does he do with the gun? He throws the gun away. Passion. No, that's planning. That's planning to get away with the murder. But what does he do with the baby? What does he do with baby Kennedy? He puts her in her car and he drives all the way back to Cordova. What is that? He's planning on how to get rid of, he's trying to figure out how to get rid of baby Kennedy. Trying to figure out, how can I get rid of this baby? What can I do with this baby? He said in his statement, I got to kill that baby because I didn't want to be a single parent. Yeah, the baby's in the way. Baby Kennedy's in the way. But he knew what he was going to do because he drove all the way out there, 30-minute drive all the way out to Lathbury. And what's he wearing when he walks in the door at Lathbury at about 10:24 p.m.? He's wearing the murder slides. The slides with Danielle's blood on them. He's wearing them when he walks in. He's not wearing them when he walks out because he put them in a bag and he put his murder clothes in a bag and he put them in the trunk of his car so as to hide it, so nobody could find it. That's planning. Maybe not the best planning, but it's definitely planning. He goes all the way down to Mud Island. Is that a passionate killing, or is that a long, long bit of planning on how he's going to get rid of that baby? Drives all the way down to Mud Island. Now he's had the baby for, I don't know, an hour or so. Is he still killing the baby because of the undying love that he has for Artesia? Just some passion? You know, he's planning to kill the baby. He's planning. He's trying to figure out, what am I going to do with this baby? Because we see his car go over A.W. Willis Bridge, photograph of his tag. We see the white Chevy Malibu driving up and down Island Drive, looking, searching. Where am I going to dump the baby? Where am I going to get rid of this baby? How am I going to kill this baby? And again, why did he throw the gun in the river? That's planning. He told them that those Adidas slides that he had on had her blood on it, had Danielle's blood on them. What did they have on them? Danielle's blood. That's corroboration for his statement. What else did he have on him that whole time? The whole time during that interview. Remember what he had on his feet. He had those socks on his feet. Hours into the interview, after they brought him down to the river and he's pointing out where he left the baby, he had the socks on with what? With Danielle's blood on them. He had the black socks pulled up over him. He said he threw baby Kennedy in the river. And we found her hat right down there by the river. Some hour and a half after he kidnapped her from the scene where he killed her mother. What does he do after he kills her? He runs to Walgreens. Or he drives to Walgreens. And we know he drives Walgreens because we have his GPS and he gets at Walgreens and we see the video of his car circling around Walgreens and he backs his car in and he goes inside Walgreens and he buys some things. He buys rose for our teacher. And he buys a card. Remember what the card said? What did the card say? Dear Artesia, dear Cookie, whatever, we're going to raise Kennedy together. We're going to raise the baby I just threw in the river together. Love, Brandon. What else is he doing though? At 12:06, around midnight, when he gets to Walgreens. And remember 12:06. Remember what's happening at 12:06? 12:06 was the very time, the very minute that Danielle Foyle was declared dead. She's been sitting in a ditch all this time with her blood soaking in with the water running down the ditch. And a paramedic has finally declared her dead at 12:06. And at that very minute, what is this guy doing? He's sitting in his car at the Walgreens parking lot. What's he doing in the car? Writing a little love note to Cookie. What else is he doing in the car? He's writing texts, sending texts to who? To Danielle. Kiss the baby for me. Well, I guess you're asleep. That's diabolical. That is diabolical planning is what that is. Absolutely. Setting up his alibi. Sending text messages to the woman who he just fired 5 shots into her head, talking about the baby that he just threw in the river. But then what does he do? Got to get rid of some more evidence, right? Jumps in his car. GPS's his way right on down to Walmart. We see him on the video. The familiar Chevy, the familiar car he's driving. Chevy Malibu. We see a figure get out and drop off what turns out to be the car seat. The car seat, the last known refuge, the last little piece of comfort that baby Kennedy had before he pulled her out of it. So yeah, his motive was to kill these people, to kill Kennedy and to kill Danielle so he could clear the deck, so he could be with Artesia. But he's not under any kind of passion. He's not under any kind of provocation. That's just his plan. That's just what he needs to do, what he feels like he needs to do. I want y'all to think about Kennedy, okay? Kennedy, sitting down there by the river. Kennedy, 45 hours old. And he puts her down there by the river. And she can't walk, right? She's not in that when he puts her down in the river. She can't walk. She can't swim. She can't hold her head up. She can't make a phone call. She's just left down there by the river. What she needed at that moment was what? She needed a blanket. She needed her car seat. She needed April. She needed the beautiful family that he just lured her away from, that had just showered that little baby with love for the hour that they had her. That's what she needed. That's what Kennedy needed. What did she get? She got lured away by this guy who was planning to kill her. She got lured away by him. What else did she get? She got dragged down to Levi and Sedgwick, and you've seen Levi and Sedgwick. That ain't no place for a baby. What else did she get? She had to sit in that car a foot or two away from 5 gunshots, 5 loud gunshots that must have almost burst her little eardrum. She's only 45 hours old, and she's already subject to 5 gunshots 2 feet from her head. Most of us live our whole lives without having experienced that. But that's not all she got. She got to watch those bullets enter the head and neck of her mother that had just given birth to her. What else did she get? She got to watch this guy drag her mother out of the car and throw her on the side of the road like a piece of garbage. But that's not all. What else did she get?
I'll be right with you.
Bye. Someone's not liking this clothing, but it's a good point. That not even a 2-day-old baby. I mean, mentally would have never remembered it if she lived. We know that. But body memory. So that poor baby is going to have would have had a lifetime of body memories. Coffee's ready.
Mr. Christensen, I hate to interrupt your closing any more than it already has been.
Thank you, Judge.
But I've been asked to take a break by one of the jurors. So I'm happy to bring them back so that you can finish. But I don't know what their needs are. I don't know if it's a bio break. I don't know if it's a medication break. But I have to give them a
Oh, yes,
break.
ma'am. No, I don't want
So I don't want to take it away from you. So do you mind if we take a 2-minute break for the jury?
to, not at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're not to discuss anything. The deliberations have not begun, and if there are any statements that have been made that are inflammatory that you do not believe the evidence supports, you shall give it no weight. See you in a bit. Then to discuss amongst yourselves when you want to eat.
So did they go to break? Or did they go to deliberation? I got a boo-boo. And I keep hitting it, and it's driving me back crazy. Okay, they're on a short break. That is on a short break. 10-minute jury break. Jury break. Jury break. Okay, let's go ahead and go to the other trial. Get going on that again.
When I approached the subject during the depositions, no one was in a position to be able to answer the questions because the witness that did it wasn't there. So,
Is that 3D crime scene reconstruction technology?
yes. And I have some discovery, which is partially viewable, but I can't get the thing to play the way it was intended. But they're telling me they're not using it.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think that there's anything that the scanner provided that the photos that we are going to introduce can't adequately cover and provide.
Okay. All right. Very good. Yeah. Because we've got the jury lunches arriving about 11:45. I just want to be mindful of that. Hopefully not have too much of a break before we take lunch.
Correct.
We're calling Mr. McDaniel to come early just in case we're running ahead. We can put him on because he's going to be short.
Okay. Very good. All right, are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Ready, Your Honor.
Defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring it back in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
State's gonna call Carolyn Bolton to the stand.
Bolden.
Yes, Bolton. And Your Honor, if I can also have access to.
Yes, sir.
And what are those evidence markers?
This is a photograph of the scene.
Okay, and is this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Okay. And is this that house that we just mentioned that was at 327 Southeast 32nd Ave?
Correct.
Okay. And just to confirm, what city and county was this located in?
It was in Marion County, Ocala.
Okay. And now, do you and crime scene technician McDaniel end up going inside of the home?
Yes.
And when you guys go inside of the home, kind of walk us through what is the first thing you do when processing or documenting a crime scene?
The first thing you do is either you video the home or you take photographs.
And did you take photographs in this case?
Yes.
And did you take photographs of the entirety of the inside of the house, the outside of the house, and the scene?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm also going to go to what's been previously marked as states 1, photograph number 3. Is this the scene that you observed when you first walked into the home?
Yes.
Now, I kind of want to circle back and ask you, when you respond to the scene, when you go into document it, are you getting there right there when law enforcement is originally responding and actively getting to the scene, or do you show up at a different time?
I show up at a different time.
Can you kind of elaborate or explain to us why that is?
I am not a first responder, so when the officers show up on scene, they are the first responders. They do medical response, priority of life. Life is a priority, and then I respond after.
Okay. And at that point, is it safe to say the scene has been cleared and secured to where there's no threat or any safety concerns to you?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I know some of these photos have already been introduced, but you said you also did take other photos of the house.
That is correct.
Now, do you also, when you go through and you see items of evidence, do you mark those items of evidence or those items that you might potentially collect or want to further document?
Correct.
How do you indicate or mark items of evidence that are of interest that you want to potentially collect or document or things of that nature?
How do I,
how do you mark that that's an item of interest or something when you're taking these photos? Like, how do you mark something as a potential item for evidence?
We have evidence markers.
And what do those evidence markers look like?
They are yellow, kind of the shape of an open triangle, and they'll have either letters or numbers on them.
Okay. And what do you do with those evidence markers once you kind of take them out and use them?
I will place them down by the evidence, and then I'll make sure to take a photograph to document.
So you also take photographs documenting those evidence markers of the things that you might potentially collect or that might have some sort of a relevance or value to them?
Correct.
I'm showing defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit G for identification. Without showing the jury, if you don't mind, can you look through this and let me know if you recognize what that is?
These are the photographs that I took of the scene.
All right. right, and are those photographs fair and accurate depictions of what you observed, what you marked for evidence, and ultimately ended up collecting?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as G for identification as state 7.
No objection. Without objection, what's
And we're back. That was a quick one.
All right, welcome back. It is now 3:14. We're a little early. Thank you for communicating your needs. While it's not customary that we interrupt counsels, I can't have you there needing a bio break or medication or food. So if you have additional wants and needs, let us know. Don't hesitate. We are here to take care of you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Judge. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now I have to start over. Just kidding. All right, well, I was talking about baby Kennedy, okay? And I was talking about the needs of a 45-hour-old baby, right? What does a 45-hour-old baby need? Baby needs comfort, right? Baby needs to be held. The baby needs to be kept warm. The baby needs a mother. The baby needs a father. The baby needs a real father. But what did baby Kennedy get? What did she get? She got lured away from her family, from the family that had just given her all that unconditional love that a little baby needs, showering her with all the things that a baby needs. For 1 hour, she got lured away from that, and she got brought down to Levi and Sedgwick, where she was in the car when 5 shots rang out. That's what she got. She was in the car when her mother got shot 5 times in the head and neck. She was in the car when her mother got dragged out of the car and dumped on the side of the road like a piece of garbage. Then she got kidnapped. She got taken out of that car and put in the white Chevy with him. And she gets driven all the way back out to Lathbury, and she gets driven all the way back down to Mud Island. A trip with this kidnapper that lasted longer than the time she was able to spend with her grandma, longer than the time she was able to spend with her family. And then what does he do? He gets down to the river. She was in her car seat, but he takes her out of her car seat. Do we think during all that trip that the guy that wants to kill her is comforting her in any way? Do we think he gave her a bottle? Do we think he changed her diaper? Do we think he hugged her? Do we think he did anything to comfort that little baby? He gets out there, and what's the first thing he does? He takes her out of her seat. He takes her out of her seat. He takes her out of the last vestige of comfort that she had. It's February. It's 11:20 at night. It's cold. It's raining. It's raining, that cold steel rain that you get in February that we've all ducked and run from. And he walks down that old, decrepit boat ramp. There's rocks. There's mud. There's trash. There's old dead bushes and grass. And he walks down there, and he gets her right to the water's edge. And this hat really should tell you, this is her hat. Look how tiny this thing is. And he walks out there, and he gets to the water's edge. The Wolf River. The Wolf River, right where it goes into the Mississippi River. It's a dangerous river. It's cold. It's 38 to 42 degrees cold. It's so cold that your body will go immediately into hypothermia if you don't get out super quick, but the little baby's not going to get out of it super quick. There's dangerous currents. There's unpredictable currents. There are catfish and creatures in that river. It's dark. It's full of mud and silt and rocks. Premeditation. Because what does he do? Grabs her by her feet and throws her in. and her hat just falls right there by the edge. And as she's circling the water, going into that dark, cold void, what does he do? He just walks away. He just walks away. Let's think about intent and premeditation with respect to that act. Okay? What did he think? What do we think he intended when he took her out of her little car seat? What do we think he intended when he drove her all the way down to Mud Island? What do we think he intended when he drove her right to the boat dock? What do we think this guy intended when he took her out of that car seat? What do we think he intended when he took her away from her blanket on that frigid February night? What do we think he intended when he took her away from her mittens on that frigid February night? What did he intend? He intended to kill her. That, ladies and gentlemen, is premeditation, and that is also the most egregious kind of aggravated child neglect that one can imagine. Putting a little baby like that in that situation. It's cold, it's callous, it's premeditated murder. Now April Campbell deserves justice for what happened to her family. She lost her 27-year-old daughter. She lost her 27-year-old daughter. And we kind of lose sight of that because we talk a lot about baby Kennedy, but 27 years old, murdered. 27 years old, 2 days after giving birth, happy as she could be. She didn't need him. She didn't care about him. She would have been just fine without him. But he killed her when she was 27 years old. What else did April lose? What else did her family lose? She lost her little granddaughter. April Campbell got to spend 1 hour with her granddaughter. She deserves justice, ladies and gentlemen. Danielle Hoyle, Kennedy Hoyle, they were people. We talk about all these legal terms and we're having all our arguments and we have all the autopsy photos and all the jargon and all the mumbo jumbo, but don't lose sight of the fact. They were people and they mattered. You know, I've been doing this a long time. And when you have a case like this, it gets in your soul. It really does set with you. It leaves a mark on you and it never goes away. It never does. And we've had this case for a long time. And when I get to this point, it's difficult. It's difficult to give it up. It really is. But now's the time. Now's the time for us to give the case to you. For us to give the case to you to make a decision, and we know that you'll do the right thing. We know that you'll do the right thing with the case. I'm going to ask you to bring back the verdict that common sense demands, the verdict that common sense dictates, the verdict that all the evidence dictates, the verdict that justice absolutely demands. Brandon Isbelle, he's guilty of the premeditated murder of Danielle Hoyle. He is guilty of the premeditated murder of Kennedy Hoyle. He's guilty of the aggravated child neglect of Kennedy Hoyle, and he's guilty of the murder and the perpetration of the aggravated child neglect of Kennedy Hoyle. And he's also guilty of the especially aggravated kidnapping of Danielle. I keep saying Danielle, of Kennedy Hoyle. And we really do appreciate your time, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long, long road, and we appreciate your time.
When you retire to the jury room, you will first select one of your members as foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. When you have reached a verdict, you will return with your decision to this courtroom, and your foreperson will deliver the appropriate verdict form to the court. The defendant has been charged with several crimes. The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense. The number of charges is no evidence of guilt, and this should not influence your decision in any way. It is your duty to consider the evidence that relates to each charge and to return a separate verdict for each count of the indictment. Your decision on one charge, whether it is guilty or not guilty, should not influence your decision on any of the other charges. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your finding as to each crime charge must be stated in your verdict. If you find the defendant guilty on all counts from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, you should convict on all. If you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt one or more counts guilty and have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the other count or counts, you should convict on the counts you are satisfied by a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of and acquit on the others. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt on all, you should acquit on all. In deciding the guilt or innocence of the defendant, you shall first consider the offense charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing, beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, your verdict must be not guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing. And you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in order from greatest to least within count 1 of the indictment. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offenses unless you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in count 1 of the indictment, you shall return a verdict of not guilty and proceed to the next count. Verdict form. The charged offense in the indictment is first-degree murder, premeditated killing. The lesser included offenses within the indictment are as follows: second-degree murder, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. When you consider your verdict in the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in the indictment, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of his guilt of this offense, your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not of the lesser included offenses in order of their consideration as set out in these instructions. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of blank as included in the indictment. Insert in said blank space the lesser included offense. If you find the defendant guilty, you can convict him of only one of the above named offenses charged and included in the indictment. If upon all the proof you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the indictment, under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict should be: we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 1. You will write your verdict as to the indictment on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. After you reach a verdict in count 1 of the indictment, you will next inquire as to your verdict in count 2. You will use the same rules in this count as you were instructed to use in the previous count. The charged offense in count 2 of the indictment is first-degree murder, premeditated killing. The lesser included offenses within the indictment are as follows: second-degree murder, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. When you consider your verdict in the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be: we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, premeditated killing as charged in the indictment, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of his guilt of this offense, your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. And then you shall proceed to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offenses as set out in these instructions. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count 2 of the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty, you can convict him of only one of the above named offenses charged and included in the indictment. If upon all the proof you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the indictment, under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him and your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 2. You will write your verdict as to count 2 of the indictment on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. After you reach a verdict in count 2 of the indictment, you will next inquire as to your verdict in count 3 of the indictment. You will use the same rules in this count as you were instructed to use in the previous count. The charged offense in count 3 of the indictment is first-degree murder, killing, and perpetration of aggravated child neglect. The lesser included offenses within this indictment are as follows: second-degree murder, reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide. When you consider your verdict in the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder, killing, and perpetration of aggravated child neglect, as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, killing, and perpetration of aggravated child neglect, as charged in count 3 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, killing, and perpetration of aggravated child neglect, as charged in the indictment, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of his guilt of this offense, your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. And then you shall proceed to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offense as set out in these instructions. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offenses in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count 3 of the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty, you can convict him of only one of the above named offenses charged and included in the indictment. If upon all the proof you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the indictment under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 3. You will write your verdict as count 3 of the indictment on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. After you reach a verdict in count 3 of the indictment, you will next inquire as to your verdict in count 4 of the indictment. You will use the same rules in this count as you were instructed to use in the previous count. The charged offense in count 4 of the indictment is aggravated child neglect. The lesser included offense within the indictment is as follows: child neglect. When you consider your verdict in the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of aggravated child neglect, as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of aggravated child neglect, as charged in count 4 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of aggravated child neglect as charged in the indictment, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of his guilt of this offense, your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense, and then you shall proceed to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offense as set out in these instructions. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of child neglect as included in count 4 of the indictment. If upon all the proof you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the indictment, under the law defined and explained to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 4. You will write your verdict as count 4 of the indictment on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. If, after you reach a verdict in count 4 of the indictment, you will next inquire as to your verdict in count 5 of the indictment. You will use the same rules in this count as you were instructed to use in the previous count. The charged offense in count 5 of the indictment is especially aggravated kidnapping. The lesser included offenses within the indictment are as follows: aggravated kidnapping, false imprisonment. When you consider your verdict in the indictment, you will first inquire whether the defendant is guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping as charged in the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping as charged in count 5 of the indictment. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping as charged in the indictment, or if you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of his guilt of this offense, your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. And then you shall proceed to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offense as set out in these instructions. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of a lesser included offense in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of blank as included in count 5 of the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty, you can convict him of only one of the above named offenses charged and included in the indictment. If upon all the proof, you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of the offenses charged and included in the indictment under the law to find and explain to you, it is your duty to acquit him, and your verdict should be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of count 5. You will write your verdict as count 5 of the indictment on the outside of the jacket and sign one of your names to the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and report to the court such verdict as truth dictates and justice demands. You may now begin your deliberations. However, 3 of you will not be joining your colleagues. We will be choosing alternates to remain seated as the jury goes back to the room to deliberate.
Number 12.
Hilliard.
We're not going to hear because they're calling out names. So they. Hey, Judgy Wudgy Bias Bevy. This is how you do jury instructions and verdict forms. Yes, it is. I've got to learn how to do my hair more than just a side braid. I suck at doing it.
It is now 3:37. I suspect that Deputy Moore will have a conversation about the order of events. Those of you who are going to the deliberation jury room, she will speak with you on your way there. The 3 of you remaining, please remain seated, and we will follow the instructions of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office about our next steps. Thank you all.
Jury's excused, bringing over switching, except 3 with remaining.
Okay, I'm going to start our jury clock now. They're leaving now.
You may be seated, the court's gonna be in recess.
Court stands in recess.
Okay, thanks to Miss June and Miss Angela and I have been avoiding using certain terms like law nerds, legal eagles, because someone said they were copyrighted. They can't be their phrases. Now, I do know that certain people do use those, but I'm not going to get in trouble if I do. So thank you all, law nerds. Okay, so we're going to get into the other trial. I'm going to keep this up. Oh, I will run a poll. Give me a second. Let's get this other trial started, and I'm going to run a poll.
The mark of identification as State's Exhibit G will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit
Miss June, do you know how to do a poll?
And Your Honor, I'm gonna obviously publish kind of as we go, if that's okay.
Want to try and do a poll?
So let's go to the first photo and state 7. Can you just kind of briefly explain to us what exactly we're looking at here?
This is the dining room table with the evidence markers that I described placed down.
Okay, and are those evidence markers those yellow things we see with the giant letters on them?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously there's kind of a lot we're looking at here on the table, but what is the purpose of those evidence markers that we see in this photograph? Is it to kind of draw our attention to those items?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to go through that. Do you end up collecting the items that are at each evidence marker?
Yes.
Okay. So let's kind of go through those one by one. I'm going to go to photograph 2. Can you just tell the members of the jury what we're looking at here?
It is a 9mm Glock firearm.
And did you end up collecting that firearm?
Yes.
Now, when I'm asking you the question of do you collect these items for evidence, can you kind of walk us just briefly through that process of what that means to collect items and how that's stored in evidence and what that looks like?
So when you collect an item, you place it in a bag, whether it be plastic or paper, depending on what the evidence is, and then you will submit it into the case file at the police department.
And Your Honor, I'm going to now show defense what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit H for identification. And I'm going to give you, I have a little cutter here if you need to cut the tape or anything. Is if you don't mind, if you can open that up and let me know if you recognize it without showing it to the jury yet.
This is the firearm.
And is that firearm in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as H for identification as State's 8.
No objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit H will be admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
I'll leave this one with you. And if I may publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for securing that weapon and ensuring that it is an unloaded weapon. Thank you very much. Murdaugh. That trial where that was, that's how you properly secure a weapon in court. I got to take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
Go to photograph number 3. We see kind of a couple different items here. If you can kind of just walk us through what each evidence marker is kind of identifying, and then we'll kind of go through each item one by one. So if we can kind of go in alphabetical order, start with B and then go through B.
Evidence marker number B marks a blue iPhone.
Okay.
Evidence.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Evidence marker C marks a MK18 5.56 rifle firearm. Evidence marker D is a magazine with live rounds inside. And then evidence marker E is a flower magazine.
And do you ultimately end up collecting all of these items at those markers that you just mentioned?
That's correct.
Going to photograph number 4 of State's Exhibit 7, is this just a closer up photo of the CD&E that we just explained to us?
That's correct.
And you said that marker number C was specifically marking which item?
The rifle.
And did you also end up collecting that rifle?
Yes.
And is that the same process that you just explained to us about where you collect the item, put it into evidence, and keep it for storage?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm now showing defense what's been previously marked as state's I for identification. Your Honor, if we can open it.
Yes,
so defense can see it. Yeah, I'll kind of come around to the side, but again, if you don't mind, if you can just look in here and let me know if you recognize that.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the rifle that I collected.
And is it in the same or substantially condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as state's I for identification as state's 9.
No objection. That objection was to mark for identification as State's Exhibit I will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 9.
If I can publish it.
Yes, sir.
That's the proper way. Yes, that is a proper way. Thank you. To ensure that that weapon is not loaded. Not a bad little weapon. Nothing to write home to mama about, though. Love the afro. I'm not being silly. I really do. I think it's great on her. Yay!
I'm going to go to the next photograph and State's Exhibit.
Congratulations!
7, which is going to be photograph
We have a poll.
number 5. Can you remind us what photograph, what that marker D is indicating or what that's signifying?
The loaded magazine and also the loose live round.
Okay, and is that the magazine and live round that we see depicted in that photo?
Correct.
And same question I'm going to ask that I've kind of been asking, did you end up collecting that magazine and that live round?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to show what's been previously marked as state's J for identification to defense. If you don't mind, you can just look in there and let me know if you recognize that.
I'm going to open it.
Yes. And do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that evidence bag?
The magazine that I collected.
Okay. And is that magazine and live round in the same or substantially condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as J for identification as state's 10.
May I ask a board hour question?
You may.
Officer Bolton,
Yes.
that magazine was actually on the side of the dining room table farthest from the kitchen, right?
Are you asking me that?
Yes, ma'am. Where on the table was it?
It's in front of the rifle
Right, and where was the rifle?
at the back of the table.
Farthest away from where the victim would have been seen.
I can't measure that.
Go back to picture two. There we go. That. So you don't know where the table was originally. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
But the magazine you're referring to is on the side of the table away from the kitchen.
Correct.
No other questions? And I don't have an objection.
Well, that objection was to mark for identification as State's Exhibit J will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 10.
And if I may push.
Yes, sir. Members of the jury state you're aware all items admitted into evidence as exhibits are sent with you to the jury room when you deliberate. You can inspect them as you see fit during your deliberations.
Now, I know you said in the photo, we also see it that the magazine was loaded and there was an extra round. Do you end up packaging the rounds and the magazines separately?
Yes.
Is there a reason why you do that?
It's our policy.
Okay. So it's not that that was necessarily exactly how the magazine was found. It's you take the rounds out and then put them in a separate package. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But you did ultimately collect those rounds from that magazine.
Correct.
I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as a case identification. Can you open that up within there and let me know if you recognize that? What's in that envelope?
The live rounds.
Okay, and those are the live rounds that we see that are in the magazine and the one loose one as marker D.
Correct.
And are those in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered them on the day?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been marked as K for identification as states 11.
No objection.
That objection was to mark for identification as State's Exhibit K will be admitted in evidence as State's Exhibit 11.
Going to jump back to photo 4. So we've talked about the rifle at C, the magazine at D. Can you remind us what marker E is identifying as that you eventually collected?
The flower magazine.
And going to photograph number 6, is that flower magazine that you were discussing with us?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ultimately collect the flower magazine?
Yes.
Similar situation we see in the photo that there's rounds in that flower magazine. Did you do what you did with the other magazine where you took the rounds out and packaged those separately?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's go with the magazine first. I'm going to show defense what's been marked as states L for identification. You can open this up and let me know if you recognize what's inside.
It's the magazine.
Okay, and is that flower magazine in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it on September 19th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as states L for identification as states 12.
No objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification, states exhibit L will be admitted to evidence as states exhibit 12.
And then also, Your Honor, I'm going to show defense previously marked as states N for identification.
So M is in Mike or N November?
N is in Mike. Same as you've been doing. If you don't mind, you can open that up and let me know if you recognize what's inside of there. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that bag?
The live rounds that were in the magazine.
And are those live rounds the same as substantially similar condition as when you recovered them on September 19th, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move in evidence what's been previously marked as M as in Mike for identification as states 13.
No objection. Without objection, states exhibit M will be admitted as states exhibit 13.
Well, I'm going to go back to photograph 1. Were there other items that you ended up collecting from this table that weren't necessarily marked by the evidence markers?
Yes.
Okay. So I kind of want to go through, can you kind of tell us where some of those items were that you ended up recovering from the table as well?
Under evidence marker D, there is a black rifle magazine.
Okay. And was that black rifle magazine, did it also have live rounds in there?
Yes.
Okay. What else besides the black magazine with the rounds inside the magazine did you recover from the table?
There were boxes of ammunition on the bottom. On the table.
So let's kind of go through those one by one. I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states N for identification as in Nancy. You can open that up and let me know if you recognize that. What's in that bag?
The magazine.
Okay, and is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered?
Yes.
Your Honor, state's going to move into evidence what's been previously marked as N for identification purposes as states 14.
No objection. Without objection, states exhibit N will be admitted into evidence as states exhibit 14.
I'm also going to show defense what's been previously marked as states O for identification. If you don't mind, you can just also open that, look in there, and let me know if you recognize what's in the bag. Do you recognize what's in there?
Yes.
What's in that bag?
The live rounds that were in the magazine.
Okay, and are those in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered them from the magazine on September 19th of 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move in evidence what's been marked as O for identification as states 15.
No objection. Without objection, states exhibit O will be admitted as states exhibit 15.
You also stated, I believe you said that there was box boxes of ammunition on the table as well too that you recovered?
That's correct.
How many boxes of ammunition were there?
2.
Your Honor, I'm gonna show defense what's been previously marked as states P and Q for identification. Can you please look in both of these bags and let me know if you recognize what's in both of those? Do you recognize what's in both of those bags?
Yes.
So can we start off with P? Is what's in that bag in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state will move in evidence what's been previously marked as P for identification as state 16.
No objection.
States P will be admitted as State's Exhibit 16.
And as well as for for what's been marked as Q for identification, is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence what's been previously marked as Q for identification as state 17.
No objection.
States Q will be admitted as State's Exhibit 17.
Now, looking at this photograph that I have up here, which is state 7, photograph number 1, we see the evidence markers that you were discussing on the table. We also see one that's number or letter F that's on the floor. What was F marking or identifying?
The shell casing.
And is this that same evidence marker F that we were just discussing?
Yes.
And is that the shell casing in the photo that you were just explaining to us that you observed or collected at that spot?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as R for identification purposes.
No objection.
If you don't mind, can you open this up and just let me know if you recognize that? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The shell casing.
And is that in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state we move in evidence what's been previously marked as states R, bless you, states, bless you again, states R for identification as states 18.
No objection.
State's Exhibit R will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 18.
And if I may publish that to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Now, was this dining room table the only area of the house that you documented and or collected evidence from?
No.
Okay. Was there also items of evidence that you documented or collected that were like in the living room area in front of the couch?
That is correct.
Okay. What did you end up documenting or collecting in that room of the residence?
A black iPhone.
I'm going to show you what's photograph number 8 and State's Exhibit 7. This is kind of that zoomed out photo, but is that what we see marked by evidence marker G in this photograph? Is that phone that you were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. Is that the same evidence marker that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up collecting that phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states S for identification. Do Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is that?
the black iPhone.
And is that the same or substantial or similar condition as when you recovered it?
Yes,
Your Honor, state removing evidence what's been previously marked as states S for identification, S states 19.
No objection.
Without objection, State's Exhibit S will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 19.
So I kind of want to reorient because we've talked about the items you collected off the table as well as the phone that was in the living room area. Did you also document and take photographs of other rooms of the house?
yes,
Did you ultimately make a determination or find the area where you believe the projectile went or where came to a stop?
yes,
What room of the house did you believe that the projectile was at?
the kitchen.
And looking at this photograph 3 of states 1, or I'm sorry, states 2, is where is the kitchen in relation to this scene that we're looking at? This kind of let us know where the kitchen's at.
Behind where the chair is located.
Now let's go to photograph number 10. Is this that chair that we saw in the last photo?
Yes,
And can you just kind of tell the members of the jury the purpose of taking this photo and what we're seeing on the chair?
I took the photo to document the possible blood located on the chair.
And can you just kind of highlight to the members of the jury the areas on the chair where the suspected blood was at?
The backrest area.
Going to photograph number 11, is this that same chair?
Yes,
Photograph 12, can you let the members of the jury know what you're documenting in this photograph?
the possible blood located on the floor.
Photograph 13, what are you documenting with this photo?
The south wall with the black chalk board located on it with possible blood spatter on it.
And where on that wall are you seeing the possible blood spatter? Just kind of point us out to that area.
Located beneath the chalkboard.
And can you let us know what we see here in photograph number 14?
And overall of like the entryway into the kitchen, but you can also see on both walls possible blood spatter.
And in this photo here, can you also see that bullet hole that you referenced that was in the kitchen?
Yes,
Can you just kind of point the members of the jury where that bullet hole is that you see it in the photo?
straight ahead on that south wall.
And is this a closer up photo of that bullet hole that you were just discussing?
Yes,
And can you kind of describe where that was in relation to the kitchen area that we were looking at?
it's straight ahead in the kitchen on that south wall.
Your Honor, if I can just have a moment to confer.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, you can take that now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any idea how many different police officers had been in the house before you went?
No,
Do you have any idea what had been touched or moved before you entered the house?
no,
For instance, the rifle on the dining room table, you marked it and photographed it in the position you found it.
that's correct.
Do you know how it got in that position?
No,
Do you know that an OPD officer had picked it up and then put it back down on the table where you found it?
no,
Nobody told you that?
no,
And you found a fired cartridge casing on the floor.
that's correct.
And in where approximately?
Behind the table,
On the side away from the kitchen.
correct.
Do you have any idea whether it had been kicked by a police officer before you found
No,
it? And you found a hole in the kitchen wall, right?
yes,
And eventually you and Mr. McDaniel found a projectile in that wall
correct,
after you had tore into the wall.
correct.
And before you tore the wall up, you held the tape measure up and took a picture to presumably demonstrate the height of the hole from the floor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any measurements of the chair that was sitting in the kitchen entry?
No.
Did you have an understanding of what the significance of that chair was?
That is where the victim was seated previously.
Is it your understanding, based on what you were told, that she was sitting in that chair when the bullet struck her?
Yes.
Do you think it would have been helpful to know how high the back of the chair was and where her head would have been in relation to the back of the chair? Wouldn't that make the hole in the wall mean a little bit more?
I can't answer that.
I'm not sure which exhibit number this is, but do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
And this one depicts your easels, B, C, D, and E. Is that right?
Correct.
And in the middle of the photo, there's some kind of aluminum can in the sleeve. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you look at that?
No.
Why not?
It did not seem of any evidentiary value.
Why?
That's not what we were looking for on scene.
Did anybody tell you to look for alcohol?
No.
Nobody told you to look for alcohol?
No.
Did you see any alcohol on the kitchen counters, in the sink, a cup, with something that looked like alcohol? Anywhere in the living room, do you find an alcohol container?
I do not recall.
You don't remember?
No.
Do you remember what this was?
No.
What is it? What does it say on the top of the can?
Raspberry acai green tea.
I don't have any other questions.
State any redirect examination.
No, you're right.
Members of the jury, any of y'all have any questions of this witness? If you could raise your hand. Write it down on a clean sheet of paper. Counsel, approach. I'm going to put the noise on, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. Oh, counsel, we have another question. Ms. Bolton, the jury has written two questions. I'm going to ask them of you, okay, exactly as they are written. The revolver in the picture seems to have a magazine attached. The picture shows an additional magazine on the table for the revolver. The revolver presented into evidence seems to have no magazine. Were there 1 or 2 magazines for the revolver?
The firearm that was letter A, marked letter A.
I'm only going to ask you exactly what they have written.
From my recollection, in the photograph, there was no magazine in the firearms on the table.
Next question. How many rounds in a magazine?
From the Flower magazine, there were 25 live rounds. From the 9mm Luger, there were 7 live rounds located inside.
I'll be right back.
And from the rifle magazine, the black rifle magazine that was under evidence marker D, there were 25 live rounds located inside.
State any follow-up.
1 second, Your Honor.
Is that distracting, Joe Schmo? Is it distracting you?
Just to ask kind of a clarifying question, because I know you were kind of asking, so I'm going to clarify that. We saw two firearms, one at marker A and the other one at marker B. Going with marker A, that handgun, was there a magazine inside of that handgun?
No.
Was there a magazine that would have fit inside that handgun located on the table?
Yes.
And where was that magazine found?
Located at evidence marker D.
Okay. The AR style rifle we saw, was there a magazine inside of that rifle?
From my recollection, no.
Okay. The flower magazine and the black rifle magazine, would those have fit potentially in that AR rifle?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Defense, any follow-up?
No, sir.
Members of the jury, any additional questions? If so, raise your hands. Okay, seeing no hands, is she released, State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
All right, man, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
State, how long do you think the next witness will take?
10 minutes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and I'll let you call your next witness.
Your Honor, State's going to call John McDaniel to the stand.
And then we'll break.
Sorry, Mom was checking up on Jennifer and Angela. What stream are you talking about? Oh, yes, I do have that up. 24. Yeah, that's our stream. Yep, that's what we got. Oh, pop-up red. That's so cool.
I do.
Also, I want to apologize for the static sound. I can't control their sound. I will try and gauge it down on my end. I'm better. I didn't realize it was that loud. We're waiting for the light to pop. So that's what we're waiting. Yo, does it bother you? I'm playing with my earring. Bother you? Now I'm doing it just to bother you. Yeah, I know. Just to irritate you.
And Your Honor, before we begin, if I can have access.
I'm going to
Good
try.
morning. If you don't mind, can you just introduce yourself and spell your name for the record?
My name is John McDaniel, MC, capital DANIEL.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at Ocala Police Department as a civilian crime scene tech.
How long have you been a crime scene technician with the Ocala Police Department?
With Ocala Police Department, 8 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before working with the Ocala Police Department?
Yes, I did. I spent 31 years in Cedar Rapids,
Right at
Iowa,
40
as a
minutes.
sworn law enforcement
Delivery.
officer in various positions.
So, kind of want to take your attention to September 19th, 2024, September 20th. I know kind of late evening hours, early morning hours. Were you working on that night, that morning?
No, I was not. I was at home and received a phone call.
Okay, but you ultimately came in to assist with processing a scene at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you just kind of briefly explain to the members of the jury what you observed when you were first able to go inside of the scene?
When I was first able to go in, I did a video of the scene inside. As I walked in the door, it's a little hallway that's right into the living room area. If you walk straight ahead, you come to the dining room area, which the victim was laying on the floor. On the right side of the dining room area next to the entryway of the kitchen. I then also observed the dining room table had a bunch of cluttered stuff on it, to include some firearms and a bunch of other items on it. As I walked through, I noticed what appeared to be at that time a bullet hole on the far wall, which would be the south wall of the kitchen area. There was also a chair that was between the kitchen and dining room, a wooden chair that appeared to have some blood on it.
And I'm going to show you what's already been introduced as State's Exhibit 7, photograph 14. Is this kind of that chair and bullet hole that you were just describing to us?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The other question I kind of want to circle back, and I kind of jumped ahead and I apologize, is when you arrived on scene, were you the only crime scene technician that was on the scene that evening?
No, I was not. CST Daryl and Bolton was already on scene upon my arrival.
Now, once you get to scene, is it something where she's processing and looking at other items of evidence and you're doing other items of evidence, or are you guys kind of working in tandem?
At this time, we were not allowed to enter the residence at the time of my arrival. We had kind of talked about what we were going to do, and we were going to work the scene together, basically side by side, having our own little jobs that we did though.
So we just heard from Ms. Bolton, everything we heard about her processing, taking photographs of evidence. Were you then, my understanding is, next to her and with her the entire time that was happening?
Yes, I would have been, unless one of us would have walked out to one of the crime scene vans to get a tool or something.
Now, let's talk about that bullet hole. Do you guys end up documenting and photographing the hole in the wall as well as the round itself?
Yes, we did.
How did you get the round out of the wall?
I ended up starting at the bullet hole and taking a saw and slowly working my way down, making sure that I did not miss the bullet along the way. That could have been stopped by a 2x4 or something.
And did you also take measurements of how high that bullet hole was off of the ground?
Yes, I did. Had a tape measure placed there, and it was between 48 and 49 inches, if I recall correctly.
And did you also take photographs of those measurements when you did those?
Yes, Miss Bolton did.
Okay. And Your Honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as T for identification. Without showing the jury yet, if you don't mind, can you just look through those and let me know if you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are photographs of the bullet hole and then the measurement and then the procedure as I was cutting the wall.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you just described to us of the bullet hole, the measurement, and the procedures to extract the bullet from the wall?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move into evidence what's been previously marked as T for identification as states 20.
No objection.
What's been previously marked for identification will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 20.
And if I may follow, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So going to states 20 photograph 1, can you just tell the jury what this is?
That is the bullet hole that's on the south wall of the kitchen.
Going to photograph number 2, is this what you were describing to us earlier about that process you did with the tape measure?
Yes, that's me holding the tape measure.
Okay, so if that's you holding the tape measure, I think you might have told us earlier, but I'm going to ask anyways, who was the person who took the photograph?
CST Bolton.
And this was that measurement that you were telling us earlier about how high the bullet hole was from the ground?
Yes, it is.
Now, you also, if you don't mind, if you kind of can redo it just briefly, is what was that process you did to kind of get to that projectile that was located in the wall?
I had a saw that I started sawing to the side of the bullet hole, trying to figure out if the bullet hole or if the projectile was lodged in a piece of wood or if it kept falling in a downward angle.
And is this that process that you're talking about where you cut out that piece of the wall?
Yes, that's the end result.
Were you able to end up recovering the projectile?
Yes, I was.
Where did you end up locating or finding the projectile?
It was in the very bottom on the floor where the wall is inside the wall itself.
And just to confirm, so it was the projectile, because we see that marker H. What is marker H identifying or highlighting this to?
H marks the projectile that was in the wall.
Now, I see that H is kind of on the outside of the wall. Was the projectile found there outside the wall or inside the wall, just in that general area?
It was inside the wall. However, by the time I got down to it, there was sheetrock dust that had basically covered it. So at that time, you couldn't really photograph it. So I pulled it out and placed it in front to be photographed.
Did you also end up collecting that projectile?
Yes, it was collected.
Your Honor, I'm showing defense what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states U. This is a little cutter. If you don't mind, can you open that up and let me know if you recognize what's inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what is in that little manila envelope?
It is the projectile that I collected from the wall.
And is that projectile in the same or substantially similar condition as when you recovered it from the wall?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state we move into evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as states U as states 21.
No objection.
That objection was to mark for identification as State's Exhibit U will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 21.
And before I publish that to the jury, I'm going to show Mr. McDaniel, that's photograph number 5. Is that just a closer up photo of where the wall was cut out and that projectile that you found?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to also show photograph number 6. Is this that projectile?
Yes, it is.
And if I also may publish to the jury, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know a lot of these items were documented and photographed on scene, but did you also end up taking photographs of some of these items later on at the evidence lab or police station?
Yes, some were photographed there.
And were some of the photographs you ended up taking of the Glock handgun that was recovered from this?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, I'm going to show the defense what's been previously marked for identification purposes as V as in Victor. You can look at these and just let me know if you recognize those.
Yes, I did.
What are those photographs of?
These photographs is of a Glock 43 9mm handgun.
And did you actually take those photos?
Yes, I did.
And do those photos fairly and accurately depict the way the handgun looked when it was recovered?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state removing evidence what's been previously marked for identification purposes as V, as states 22.
No objection. The state's exhibit B will be admitted to evidence as state's exhibit 22.
And if I can just publish to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Is this that handgun that you were just talking to us about?
Yes, it is.
Now, in this photo, are you able to make a determination? Actually, let me back up real quick. Are you familiar with handguns?
Yes, I am.
And as a trained or previously sworn officer, did you carry a handgun on you for duty purposes?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Glock handguns?
Yes, I am.
Looking at this photograph, are you able to make a determination if there's a magazine in the handgun?
Yes, I am. There's no magazine in the handgun.
And do you recall when the handgun was recovered?
Ooh, I kind of like that. That's a short Glock. I had the big one. I mean, I got the Big Daddy. Yeah, like the Popo carry. I got the Big Daddy like the Popo carry.
Covered from the scene, was there a magazine located inside of the handgun?
There was not, no.
Like, you can't conceal that one very well, I'll be honest. You cannot conceal one.
And can you just kind of briefly tell the members of the jury, we see kind of a substance on this side of the handgun. What was that substance, or what were you believing that substance to be?
It was blood on the handgun.
Your Honor, if I can just have a brief moment to confirm.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Joe. You stated that there was a downward angle to the projectile. What exactly?
I do want to circle back to one thing you had said earlier, Mr. McDaniel.
What is exactly a downward angle, and how do you calculate that angle, and what is the scientific basis of your calculation? And have you reached this conclusion with the relatively, the relative degree of certainty?
I just kind of wanted to get some clarification on it. You had made a comment or a reference that there was a point in time where you guys were not allowed into the scene yet. What was the reason or what was the purpose that you guys were not allowed into the scene initially?
Detectives were writing a search warrant to get a search warrant for the residence.
And during that time when you were not allowed in and you were waiting for that search warrant, was there anybody allowed to be in or out of the residence at that time?
No, there was not.
Okay. And when you guys went into the house to process, document, and collect items of evidence, was there anybody else that was non-law enforcement that was allowed into the house or anything of that nature?
Did you say non-law enforcement?
Non-law enforcement.
The only person that would have been in the house at some point would have been the medical examiner investigator.
Okay. And would the medical examiner investigator been involved in your process of collecting or documenting evidence?
No, she was not.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, you can take them. I won't hand you anything to need them for. All right. Your
Degree of certainty.
You handle dealing with projectile in the wall. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the significance of taking a picture of that demonstrated how far from the floor the bullet hole was for what?
Basically, to just document how high the bullet hole was when we're going to tear a wall apart or something. I always like to document the scene.
Did you have an understanding, obviously because somebody told you, that the victim had originally been positioned in the chair that was in the entrance to the kitchen?
Yes, I was.
Did you make any attempt to measure the chair?
Nope.
Do you have any idea how much of her head was above the chair? Anything like that?
We did a feral scan of the residence. The chair had been moved to a certain degree. The table had also. I would have to estimate the back of the chair at probably being 35, 36 inches high.
Is that based on the Faro scale?
Yes.
Or are you just ballpark?
Kind of ballparking it from a wooden chair, but
Okay.
if I did look, I could give that measurement.
And Mr. O'Neill, had you identify what looks like blood on the Glock handgun? Right?
That is correct.
The Glock handgun was located laying on the corner of the table, right?
That is correct.
You have any idea where it was before you found it on the table?
I was advised that it was moved from the victim's lap area prior to her being placed onto the ground.
So blood on the gun, if it was in her lap, is not a shot.
No.
Were you told that the rifle that was collected had been moved before you found it?
That I don't recall. I do recall that the table had been.
How about the couch?
I was not made aware of that. No,
And the table beside the couch?
I was not made aware of that.
Did you prepare a report in connection with your involvement in this case?
No, I did not, because CST Bolton did such a detailed report and included all the items that we did at the scene.
Did you submit an evidence narrative that said you were going to do a report on September 24th?
Yes, I did.
23rd, I'm sorry, 2024.
Yes, I did. And then I read CST Bolton's report.
At your supplement?
Yes,
It says you're going to do a supplement.
that was it. Yes.
And you never did.
No.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirects safe?
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Sir, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you.
Members of the jury, it's about 10 after 12. This would be a good point to break for lunch. Your lunches have arrived. We're going to pick back up at 1 o'clock. These instructions over the lunch hour. Your notepads, as with every other witness, remain here in the courtroom face down. Deputy Boucher will guard them, pick them up while you're at lunch. Over the lunch break, again, you cannot communicate with anybody about the case. You cannot discuss the case among yourselves. Okay, remember, you cannot have those discussions until you go back to actually deliberate. Okay. If you use your cell phones or other electronic devices, you cannot use them to communicate about the case or places involved in the case. You cannot use them to try to get any information about the case in any form or.
Okay, guys, we can fast forward this, right? We can zoom just to let you know that we are now 1 hour into deliberation.
Obviously, the next witness, in fact, there's 2 more witnesses before the FDLE expert. However, as I discussed previously with the court, Mr. Taddy, my intention is to have Ms. Killinger be able to kind of demonstrate some things with the AR style rifle specifically and things of that nature. I just wanted to have an opportunity to have the lock removed from the firearm before she testifies. I didn't know if that's something the court would rather have done now, or if we're going to just naturally take a break before her and have it done at that point. Just that way it's not being taken off and removed in front of the jury.
Defense wish to be heard.
What's wrong with taking it off in front of the jury?
I mean, we can take it off in front of the jury.
I see no issue with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Take half a second.
I mean, it's a key, right?
Yeah. That's fine.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have no objection to the demonstration with an appropriate witness.
Yes.
Hopefully she's an appropriate witness.
I would hope. We'll see. All right. Who's the next witness state?
Karen Patterson, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get the jury brought back in. It's Patterson, Kern, Killinger, and Dr. Lang.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, we have our poll. And the poll shows 33% said less than 1 hour. Boom, you're gone. 50% said 1 to 3 hours. 3 to 4 hours was 17%. Kitty, kitty, be playing with my dog.
Counsel, y'all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. First, how was lunch?
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Would y'all like Jimmy John's again tomorrow? We don't really have a whole lot of choices. Southside Deli gets
You're
here.
lying, we'll have 2 minutes.
The money comes from somewhere, not from me. All right. When we broke for lunch, I asked you all not to talk about the case with one another or use your electronic devices to attempt to learn about the case with people or places involved. Were you all able to follow those instructions?
Yes.
All the jurors have nodded in the affirmative. Very well. We'll begin then. State, next witness.
The state calls Karen Patterson.
Okay, sit down, sorry. Yeah, I get.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Will you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Karen Patterson.
Where do you work?
I work at the Ocala Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've worked there for about 7.5 years.
What do you do there?
Digital forensic analyst.
Can you explain to the jury what that involves? What do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Sure. That means that I work with cell phones, laptops, computers, vehicles to try to extract data that is relevant to the cases that we work with.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background or the training that you've had that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I spent 3 months with the Marion County Sheriff's Office working on the job with their senior digital forensic analyst, training in that regard. And then I've taken a variety of classes through industry organizations.
Can you estimate about how many different cell phones you've forensically analyzed or extracted data from during your career?
Probably over 200.
Are you familiar with the different makes and models and operating systems that various phones have?
Yes, sir.
What equipment do you use to do a forensic analysis of a cell phone?
I primarily use 2 programs. One is called Celebrite and the other is Magnet Gray Key.
Before we get into those 2 programs, what is meant by the term forensic analysis?
Forensic analysis is using scientific methods to extract, examine, and report on the data that's contained in the devices.
Is the majority of your analysis, does it involve basically taking the data from the cell phone and removing it and putting it in a readable format using this program?
Correct.
Have you been trained in how to use those two programs you just described, Cellbrite and GrayKey?
I have.
Can you briefly explain that training?
Sure. I took 2 classes with Cellbrite. One is called Cellbrite Certified Operator, which trains you how to use the software. The other is called Cellbrite Certified Physical Analyzer, which is the program that then allows the data to be presented in a way that's readable. And then GrayKey, similarly, I've also done webinars and classes with Magnet, which is the company that owns GrayKey.
Can you give the jury a very brief rundown of logistically how you go about taking a cell phone, what you do to get the data off of it?
Sure. What you do when you try to get the data from a cell phone is take that cell phone, connect it via the USB port on the bottom to either the Magnet GrayKey or the Cellbrite software. And then the system will kind of walk you through what steps you need to take in order to access that phone and extract the data.
Once that data is extracted, what do you do with the actual data?
The data is then loaded into that physical analyzer program that I spoke to you before about, and it is presented then in a variety of reports. You can have a selection. You can do an Excel report, PDF, reader report, etc.
And what type of things does this process extract from a phone?
Videos, messages, photos, location data.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to September 23rd of 2024. Were you requested to perform a data extraction on a cell phone belonging to the deceased victim in this case?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence of states 19. You take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
And did you perform such an extraction like you described on that specific phone?
Yes, sir.
What kind of phone is that?
That is an iPhone 11.
And how did you get possession of that phone?
I received it from the Ocala Police Department Evidence Department.
Did you have any involvement in actually collecting it from where it was in the scene?
I did not.
What was the state of the phone when you received it?
The phone was on, it was locked, and it was in airplane mode.
What is airplane mode? What's the significance of putting it in airplane mode?
Airplane mode is like when you get on an airplane and you put your phone in airplane mode so it doesn't receive signal. And the significance of that is that it is not then able to be remotely accessed.
When you took that phone out of evidence to do an extraction, did you have the passcode or the password to it?
I did not.
Were you able to unlock that phone somehow and get the password?
No, there were a couple of passwords that were potentially the correct passwords. We tried those, and when those did not work, we just moved on with the extraction without the passcode.
And how can you do an extraction without the password to get into it?
That's a tricky method. So you can get data from the phone, but you can't get the full data from the phone. So it's called a partial extraction.
Following that initial partial extraction, did you make efforts to further try to figure the password out or passcode to that phone?
Yes, the programs that I referred to offer something called brute force, and that is a method where it will go through various iterations of passcodes attempting to locate that passcode. So I did put it on Magnet GrayKey and run brute force.
Now, brute force, you're not taking a hammer to it or
No.
anything. It's basically just trying every imaginable passcode.
Correct. I don't know the exact format it does, but it's like 0000001 002.
Were you eventually able to unlock the phone using that process?
Yes.
How?
I put it on Magnet GrayKey. GrayKey went through. GrayKey located the password, and then once it locates the password, it puts it on the screen and shows you. So then I had the passcode, and I was able to use that to unlock the phone.
So let me direct your attention to October 14th of 2024.
Yes.
At that point, did you obtain the passcode, enter it into the phone, and able to access all the data?
Correct, yes.
What did you do at that point with the phone?
So at that point, I put the phone back on the Magnet GrayKey. I unlocked it with the passcode, and I reran the extraction.
And were you able to obtain the data off of the phone?
Yes.
Were there any problems with the extraction process?
No, sir.
If there were problems, would the program itself tell you there's a problem?
It would. When there was an issue, it would flash an error message on the screen and let you know that there was a problem.
Once you extracted all the data from the victim's cell phone, did you then create that digital forensic report of the data?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through personally and analyze the data? Meaning, did you look at text messages, photos, videos, things like that?
No, I did not.
Is that kind of beyond the scope of your job?
Typically what I do is I just look to make sure there is data. And then once I see there is data, I put it in the report and that report goes to the detective.
In this case, would that have been the lead detective, Kyle Kern?
Correct.
All right. So any questions about what was actually on the phone will be better asked of him?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hand. All right, seeing no hands, is this witness released?
She is, Your Honor. Thank you.
No objection.
All right, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time. State.
Your Honor, next, state's gonna call Detective Kyle Kern to the stand.
Swear or affirm to testify about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. You can be seated.
Good afternoon. If you don't mind, can you introduce yourself to us and spell your name for the record?
Yep, Kyle Kern. Kern, Kern is my last name.
Where do you currently work?
The Ocala Police Department,
What's your job title or position with the Ocala Police Department?
Patrol Sergeant.
Have you held any other positions with the Ocala Police Department besides Patrol Sergeant?
Yes.
What positions are those?
Major Crimes Detective, Property Crimes Detective, and Patrol Officer.
How long have you been with the Ocala Police Department?
7 years.
And what was your job position back in September of 2024?
Major Crimes Detective.
Can you just kind of briefly explain to us what that means to be a major crimes detective? Like, what are your job duties and obligations when you're a major crimes detective?
Case assignment. Typically, major crimes deals with robberies, homicides, and sexual offenses.
Did you, on September 19th, late evening, early morning of September 20th, 2024, did you get involved with the investigation of a shooting that occurred at 327 Southeast 32nd Avenue?
Yes, sir.
What city and county was that located in?
Ocala, Florida, Marion County.
All right. So walk us through, how do you get notified or how do you get involved at the very beginning of investigation? How do you get kind of pulled into it?
Whenever patrol responded, realized what the scene was is when they start notifying on-call CID. Because I was a major crimes detective at that time, I was called out by the supervision to come out and assist with the investigation.
And did you immediately then, once you got called, go to that residence?
I did.
When you arrived at the residence, was the defendant still located at the residence?
No, he was not.
Where was he at?
He was at the Ocala Police Department.
Were you the one who took him to the Ocala Police Department?
I was not.
All right. Now, when you first arrived on scene, did you immediately go inside of the residence?
Briefly.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to investigate or make any determinations or essentially look at the scene at the time?
Briefly.
Can you kind of just briefly describe to us what it was that you observed or what you saw?
Just looking through the front door of the resident, saw the deceased on the floor of the resident, kind of in the dining kitchen area. Just a quick overview, and then I went to the Ocala Police Department.
And was there anybody located besides the victim? Was there anybody else inside of the home at that time?
No, sir.
Was there anybody allowed to go inside the home at that time?
No, sir.
We heard earlier there was testimony about a search warrant obtained to eventually go inside the home to document and photograph. Did you have involvement in getting the search warrant for the residence?
I did.
And was anybody allowed inside of the home until you obtained the search warrant to go inside the residence?
No, sir.
Now, you said that you briefly looked into the home and you ended up going back to the Ocala Police Department. What was the purpose of going to the Ocala Police Department at that time?
To interview Mr. Boylan.
Okay. And did you, in fact, have an opportunity to interview Mr. Boylan?
I did.
And the person that you interviewed as Dale Boylan, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and identify him by an article of clothing?
Bluish jacket.
Can you kind of be a little bit more descriptive for me?
Male with beard, glasses, blue jacket, blue and gray tie.
Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
No objection. That objection, the record will reflect the witness identified the defendant.
Now, let's talk about the interview a little bit. When you interviewed the defendant, did you only interview him one time or multiple times?
Multiple times.
Can you kind of explain the reason for the multiple times and kind of give us just a brief timeline of what was going on during this time?
So the first interview I had with him was just to get a roundabout story of exactly what had occurred. There was a break in between my first and second interview with him. That was the time that the search warrant was executed at the residence. And the second interview was to clear up timelines and information from the first interview I had, coupled with what we had from the search warrant.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, you got an initial statement from him, executed the search warrant. So did you go back to the residence at that time yourself?
I did.
Then at that point, did you go inside of the residence?
I did.
After you went inside the residence, viewed everything for yourself, is that when you did your second interview with Mr. Boyle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the purpose of doing that second interview?
Just to clarify the original statements, again, what we located at the house during the search warrant, and just to get a more definitive timeline about what had occurred.
Now, when you do these interviews, are they recorded?
They are.
How are they recorded?
We have rooms within the Ocala Police Department that have audio and visual recordings, and the entire time that he was at the Ocala Police Department was recorded.
And have you been able to view the recordings of your times of when you actually interviewed the defendant in this case?
Yes.
In your honor, I'm going to show defense what's been previously marked as states W for identification. If you can look at this and let me know if you recognize this.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is my interviews with Mr. Boylou that I have signed off on.
And just to be clear, you say interview, so that's both the initial interview you were discussing and the second interview after you executed the search warrant.
Correct.
Are both interviews a fair and accurate depiction of the interviews you conducted with Mr. Boylou on, we'll kind of start evening of September 19th, 2024 into the morning of September 20th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would move in evidence what's been previously marked as states W for identification as states 23.
No objection. What's been marked for identification as states W will be admitted to evidence as states exhibit 23.
And if I may publish, Your Honor, and have access to the system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, wow. I just got here not too long ago, so I'm kind of coming into the back end of this whole thing, right? So bear with me because I really don't know a whole lot. But first thing I want to tell you is I'm sorry for what's going on. All right. Dale, what's your birthday?
9/7/92.
92. And what's the home address?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave.
You can take it off display mode because there's photos that haven't been introduced yet. Okay, thank you, Your Honor. They were should be okay.
What's the address of the emergency?
I just had an accidental discharge.
What was that, ma'am?
Accidental discharge of a firearm.
Okay, ma'am, and what's going to be the address for this?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave.
And can you repeat it one more time?
Damn it! No! No, no, no!
Ma'am?
No! Oh my God! No!
Ma'am, what happened?
Me and my girlfriend were cleaning my gun, and we were trading it back and forth, and I didn't know it was loaded, and I fucking shot her. No! I need an ambulance right now, please.
All right, ma'am, we're getting help on the way, okay?
Please, please. Oh my God, no! No!
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way.
It's a man, not a woman.
I'm not. No, please. God damn it, I'm lost. No. No, no, no. No. Oh my God.
Ma'am, I need you to take a deep breath. We're getting help on the way, okay?
327 Southeast 32nd Ave, please. No, oh my God. I don't. No, God. Damn it. I'm lost.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
No, oh my God. I'm sorry, babe. I love you. No, 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 no. I need help right now.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
It's
I love you. God damn it, no.
Just bear with me
No.
1 second, okay? We're getting help on the way.
No.
All right. And ma'am, how is she doing now? Is she breathing? Is she awake?
No, she needs medic. She's shot in the head. God damn it.
Ma'am, is she obviously deceased?
I don't want to say that. No, babe, no. I don't think she is. I can still feel a pulse. Hurry up.
All right.
I'll have the
All right, ma'am. And where in the head was she shot? The front, the side, where?
forehead. The front, the forehead. No, 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 oh my God, no.
We're already getting help on the way, okay?
Oh. The door's unlocked. God damn it, no! I knew I should have been doing this. I know, no. Oh my God, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am. And how old is she?
She's 25. No,
right.
my God.
Ma'am, I need you to put the gun away and let me know when it's secure.
They're away. They're unloaded, they're away.
And as of right now, is she awake?
No, she's unconscious.
Is she
I
breathing?
need help right now. Please, I need help.
Ma'am, is she breathing?
No. I don't think so. I need help.
We're already getting help on the way, ma'am.
I need help right now. No, 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 no. God damn it. No. 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 Tell them to come in. I'm good. I'm good.
All right, ma'am.
Okay. I need help. I need medics right now. Go. Liberty, come here.
Ma'am, are you a deputy?
Liberty. I need help. There's one in her lap and one there. We're good. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking.
We heard during the 911 call, the call taker repeatedly refer to the caller as ma'am.
Yes.
When you arrived, did you actually determine that the caller was a male?
Yes.
Okay. When you arrived, tell the jury a picture of what was going on and what you saw when you got there.
I saw a white male holding a white female's head. She was sitting in a chair.
Did you notice any vehicles parked outside the residence when you were walking up to it?
I did.
What did you see?
It was a Marion County Sheriff's Office patrol car.
Did you eventually determine who that patrol car belonged to?
We did.
Who?
It belonged to the defendant.
Were you the first officer on scene, or did multiple officers arrive all around the same time?
Multiple officers arrived around the same time.
Was there a dog in the residence?
There was.
Based on the defendant's comments, did you determine the dog's name?
Yes.
What was it?
Liberty.
Showing us the marked spaces of the B as in boy. Can you take a look at those photos and tell me if you recognize them?
I recognize them.
And generally, what do those photos show?
Photos of the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the residence and the inside of the residence?
Yes.
This time state would move B into evidence as states 2, Your Honor.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit B will be admitted to evidence as State's Exhibit 2.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photo 1 of state 2. Generally, what does this show?
Shows the front of the residence.
Okay, and did you also see the Marion County Patrol vehicle in front?
I do.
We see some yellow tape lined up. I'm assuming that tape was not there when you arrived.
It was not.
What is that tape?
That is crime scene tape.
Was anyone outside when you arrived?
No.
You briefly described it earlier, but what did you and other officers do right when you went inside the house?
We went inside, moved the table out of the way, secured the scene.
Showing you photo 2 of stage 2. What does this show?
It shows the entrance to the residence.
When you walk into that front door, what's to the right?
It's a living room,
And what's straight ahead?
a dining room.
Explain what you saw. You mentioned that you saw the defendant near the victim. What was happening when you walked in?
When I walked in, the defendant was holding the victim's head and screaming, "No, no."
Okay, and how was the victim positioned?
Victim was sitting in a chair with her back facing the wall.
Was there a table near her?
There was.
You said the victim was in a chair with her back facing the wall. Which wall?
The wall between the dining room and the kitchen.
What was done to try to assess and treat the victim?
She was, officers took a look at her. I'm not exactly sure. That was Officer Coughlin, I believe.
What was the last thing you said? I'm sorry.
Officer Coughlin.
Okay. And what did Officer Coughlin do?
Officer Coughlin checked her for injuries.
Okay. And did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
What did you see?
I saw a gunshot wound in the center of the forehead.
At some point, did Officer Coughlin assume holding the victim's head stationary?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
I believe the defendant was asked to walk away. She began to fall down, and Officer Coughlin grabbed her head.
Okay. What was your role at this point? What did you do inside the residence?
I cleared the left portion of the house to the left of the dining room, make sure that no one else was there. I then went and stood by. There was a rifle sitting on the table to make sure that it was not moved.
What do you mean by cleared the left side of the house? What does that mean?
It means I went and searched to make sure there were no other persons in the residence.
Did you find anybody else in the residence?
No.
And once you were done clearing and making sure nobody else was there, is that when you went back to where the dining room table was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything on the table itself?
Yes.
What'd you see?
I saw a rifle, some firearms, accessories, and then a bunch of miscellaneous items.
As a law enforcement officer, are you trained and familiar with firearms and how they work?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the various parts of the firearms?
Yes.
Describe the rifle that you saw.
The rifle did not have a magazine. It was an AR-15 style, and it had a red dot sight mounted on it.
And for those jurors who may have no knowledge of firearms at all, describe, you said there was no magazine in it.
Mm-hmm.
What's a magazine?
Magazine is the part of the weapon that contains the ammunition. It's detachable from the bottom. It sticks out the bottom, and it can be removed.
Okay. Is that where the projectiles and the bullet, the ammunition is loaded into?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You mentioned that the rifle, AR-style rifle, had a red dot sight on it. Describe what that is.
It's a sight fixed to the top of the rifle, towards the back. I think it's round, and it has a lens with you look behind the lens, and in the center of it, there's a red dot that you use to aim.
And is that kind of like a laser?
No.
Okay, what's the difference between a red dot sight and a laser sight?
So a laser sight would be sort of like a laser pointer affixed to the rifle that would point a red laser, whereas the red dot sight, the red dot is inside the sight itself. It's not visible outside.
Okay, so you'd have to look through the sight to see the red dot, but nobody else could.
Yes.
I understand. Did you notice any blood on the floor around the victim?
Yes.
What'd you see?
There was a lot of blood pooling below the victim.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant was escorted out of the house.
Yes.
And at some point, had EMS arrived on scene yet at this point?
At some point they did.
Okay. And when EMS arrives on a scene, do they just walk into the scene or do they have to be allowed in?
They have to be, the scene has to be cleared for EMS to come in.
Okay, why? Can you explain to the jury why they do that?
So in a situation involving something like a firearm, it could be dangerous for EMS who don't have any way to protect themselves. So law enforcement arrives on scene first and make sure it's safe for them before they come in.
And once you give the all clear that's safe, then the EMS can come in?
Yes, sir.
Before the defendant was escorted out of the house, did he say anything about another firearm?
He did not. Not that I can recall, at least.
Okay. Do you remember, was a firearm ever located in the victim's lap?
Yes.
Okay, describe how you guys discovered that and what happened.
When one of the officers mentioned that there was a firearm sitting in her lap, and that's when it brought it to my attention.
Okay. And what happened with that firearm?
I removed the firearm from her lap and set it on the table.
Okay, describe to the jury how you did that.
With the gloves on, I went and I grabbed the bottom of the grip and I carefully picked it up and moved it and set it on the dining room table.
What kind of firearm was that?
It was a Glock handgun.
Describe the condition of that gun.
The slide was forward. It did not have a magazine.
How was the victim dressed or covered?
The victim was naked.
Okay. Did she have anything covering any part of her body?
Not that I can remember.
Once the scene was cleared and the medical personnel came inside the house, was anything done with the table to give law enforcement, EMS, better access to the victim?
Yes, the table was pushed from where it was in the center of the dining room up to where you see it in the photographs.
What did the EMS do to try to treat the victim?
If I recall correctly, EMS looked at her and determined that she was deceased.
And what did you do while EMS was doing that process?
I stood by to make sure that no one manipulated the rifle that was on the table.
Once EMS confirmed she was deceased, what was done with the victim's body?
She was lowered to the ground and covered with, I believe, a blanket.
Showing you photograph 3 from States 2. What does this show?
That shows the crime scene.
You said earlier that the chairs and the table had been moved to give better access to the victim. Can you describe for the jury how the table that we see in the photograph, is this how it appeared after you moved it?
Yes, sir.
How was it positioned before it was moved?
The table was originally in the center of the dining room, kind of lined up with the window in the back.
And the chair that we see at the threshold of the kitchen, what is that chair?
That chair was the chair that the victim was sitting on originally.
Did you have a body camera on at the time?
Yes.
What is a body camera?
Body camera is a device that records video from the point of view of the officer.
Was it actively recording at the time?
It was.
Showing us the marked States Exhibit C for identification. Do you recognize that is?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed it and I initialed it.
And does that disc fairly and accurately depict the portion of your body cam we discussed?
It does.
This kind of statement you see in evidence of States 3.
No objection.
Without objection, what's been marked for identification as State C will be admitted evidence as State's Exhibit 3.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Liberty! I need help. There's one in her lap and one. I need medics right now. No! No! I knew we should have been fucking doing this! Please, no!
Somebody's over here.
She has one. I don't know why we're fucking doing this. She got trying to fucking teach me. No! I didn't want her to fucking be doing. God damn it!
I'm just gonna watch it. I want to move it for evidentiary.
No! Larry, come down. Get away. My dog's friendly. Just leave it alone. Make sure she doesn't get out, okay?
Let's get her. What do you need? Put her in the room. All right. How far is he gonna mess up? Find that person.
6716, 1052 on EMS, please.
Clear away from moving table. What? Move her hand. There's a single zero on her lap. Someone move her hand. Someone look for the zero. Be careful. All right. Is anybody else in the house?
Was that the firearm that we just saw
Yes.
that you moved?
Yes.
Show me what the mark states to the D as in dog. You recognize that photograph?
I do.
Is that the same person that you saw deceased in the chair?
Yes.
This time statement moves states D and evidence states 4.
No objection.
Without objection, what's marked for identification, states exhibit D will be admitted into evidence as states exhibit 4.
May I publish?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
And please support.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Officer McCurdy.
Good morning.
You okay?
Yes, sir. Just have a cold.
A whole lot of coughing going on in here. Based on your body camera videos, would you agree you were the third one in the door?
Yes.
And one of the ones ahead of you was coughing,
Yes.
bald, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Boylou, when you came through the door, was standing next to Miss Wright, holding her. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes, sir.
And he was covered in her blood.
Yes.
And frantic
He was.
and distraught.
Yes, sir.
What was the first thing you heard him say?
No. No.
And then somebody asked him about guns
Yes.
right away. And what did he say?
I believe he told us where the 2 firearms were.
Right off the bat. He said, there's one in her lap. And then he pointed at the table and he said, there's one right there. You didn't remember that when you first began to testify.
I did not recall that.
So the reason you knew there was a gun in her lap is because he told you there was a gun in her lap.
Yes, sir.
And then you did a quick check of the other rooms to make sure there wasn't anybody else in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at about that point, when you got back into that kitchen area, dining room area, somebody told Mr. Boylou to let her go, right?
I can't recall that exactly.
It's pretty evident. He was waved away from her. Did you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then he went to the living room area, right?
Yes.
And Officer LeBay was with him, right?
I can't recall what Officer
Dark
LeBay did.
hair, big, thick, black glasses.
Yes, I know who
That's
Officer.
LeBay, right?
Yes, but I don't recall what he did.
You didn't see him?
I was looking at the victim in the video.
We got verdict, everybody. Sorry, I was trying to get to the end of that, but it's not going to work. Verdict is in less than an hour and 35 minutes. Approximately an hour and 35 minutes. We'll see the exact time, but the seal is up. That is, it's a short one. And we knew it was going to be. So yay. Yeah, yes. I was hoping Channel 24 would have it. They don't. Nope. So I guess we're going to be stuck with this one. Edit this kitty driving me crazy. Driving that shite. Be on the phone. He won't cat alone. Cat won't leave me alone. And all over me. I am trying to get ready for tomorrow and get preloaded on all my stuff for tomorrow. Verdict is in. And it is muted on their end, not mine. Come on, work for me, man. So right now we're waiting for the jury to come in. Obviously, she is already giving some instructions, but unfortunately, we're not going to hear those instructions. I know. But give the bell. I don't like the way that's sitting. We do have verdict. We are waiting. Verdict is it. All right, guys. So we were 50% of us was correct. It was between hours. Not surprising in the least at all. And somebody asked who does all my little frames and all of the artwork on the lives. I do it. I'm doing it. That's why sometimes you're hearing it doing, because I'm replacing a file with a file. I don't want to save 30,000 of everything. So anyway, so we have this one. And then tomorrow we're going to have, I quit it. Seriously? Okay. I'm still working on the other one. I still working on oh my going up down. I got I am seriously all of them working on tomorrow's stuff. Takes I need I think tomorrow. We are waiting patiently for everybody back. What do y'all think the verdict's going to be? June, are you going to do a quick poll? This is tomorrow's. This is day. Bit of adjustment. Yep. Verdict. Boop, boop. All right, got that done. That out. Okay, guys, let's see what we got. Oh, my sound's breaking up. It usually does when I talk over a video. I love a judge with pearl. I just say it. If it has pearls, it's not a headband. Oh. Amen to that. In Joe Schmo's world, everything works. In Joe Schmo's world, it's backwards. I'm sorry, I had a friend named Joe, and he talked like that. Well, I can't say friend. He was actually a patient at the psych hospital that I worked. And anything that had, I go to school, how we talk school. We used to love to make fun of our patients' accents. We really did. Kitty, what the hell are you doing? Hey. They go to the bathroom and the young kitty just scratches forever. I mean, the wall, the floor, everywhere. And I'm like, covered it, dude. Give it a rest. Mine has candy. Oh, I ought to make a candy bar crown for Halloween. Joe, I didn't use your last name. There's no HIPAA violation here. I tell everybody I worked there, but really I was a patient. I really did work at the Kerrville State Hospital for the forensically and criminally insane. I kid you not. The only way you could get in that hospital if you were found not guilty by reason of insanity or incompetent to withstand trial. Those are the only two ways you could access that hospital as a patient. And when I was working there, it was fun. God. It's not. No, it just scratches the floor, scratches the walls after it goes. It scratches because I guess it still smells it, and it keeps scratching and scratching. And I'm like, enough. So I'm going to have to figure out what to do because that's getting annoying. It didn't do that at the shop. Annoying as hell. Okay, we're going to go back over here until we have actual.
And within a
So, excuse me, I know we just watched both the interviews you conducted with Mr. Moore. Once you finished conducting those interviews, did you continue on an investigation in this matter?
I actually bumped it, so I don't know exactly where I am.
Briefly outline what were kind of some of the additional things you did in the interview.
Now we.
You may be seated. It is my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in the matter of the state of Tennessee versus Brandon Isabelle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Will you please identify your foreperson? You've reached a verdict in this case.
We have.
Will you please pass up the file? Please silence all cell phones.
All right, guys. Real quick. Do you think he'll give a reaction? Or is he going to be stone-faced cold? Which do you think? Reaction or no reaction? Comment below.
Is this verdict unanimous?
It is.
By show of hands, please. Let the record reflect that all 12 of our jurors have raised their hands, indicating a unanimous verdict. When we began this process, I explained to you that this was a two-phase situation. I am going to give the verdict, and then you will have to report back to the deliberation room for the second phase, if necessary. What you'll discuss then with Deputy Moore is how late you want to go, or if you want to return in the morning, if necessary. Do you understand?
Do it tonight. Get it done. You don't have to be sequestered another day. Going redneck here.
Mr. Isbelle, will you please stand?
Guilty.
Mr. Isabelle, a jury of your peers has found you guilty of the first-degree premeditated murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. Mr. Isabelle, the jury has found that you guilty of the first-degree murder premeditated killing as charged in count 2. Mr. Isabelle, we the jury find the defendant guilty of first-degree murder, killing in the perpetration of aggravated child neglect as charged in count 3. Mr. Isabelle, as to count 4, we the jury find the defendant guilty of aggravated child neglect as charged in count 4 of the indictment. Mr. Isabelle, we the jury find you guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping as charged in count 5 of the indictment. I will ask the jury to retire to.
Jurors excused, like to step.
Guilty, 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 guilty.
It is now 5:33. Strike that 5:31. We will begin our second phase at 6:00 p.m. should the jury decide to go forward tonight. Recess.
Recess.
Quick, so we can get back in over here for this one. No reaction. We had that nailed. That's okay. He'll fall apart in his little jail cell tonight on that metal bed, and he'll suck his thumb and cry for mama all night long. Especially if he gets the DP. Oh. Okay, there we go. I'll be right back. Drink too much coffee.
I do, yes.
You be seated, ma'am.
Good afternoon. If you don't mind, can you please introduce yourself to us and spell your last name for record purposes?
My name is Kristen Killinger, Killinger.
And Ms. Killinger, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And what is your job title or job position?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
For about 5 years.
And can you just kind of briefly explain to us what your job duties entail in terms of being a crime analyst at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement with firearms?
Primarily, I will test firearms to see if they're functional or not. I will also compare microscopically compared fired ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to the suspected firearms.
And are you also familiar with the general working parts and layout of a firearm and how they operate generally?
Yes.
Can you kind of also explain to us what your educational background is to actually get to a position of this nature?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic Science from the University of Central Florida. I also completed a 2-year training program in the area of firearms identification.
Now, aside from your background, education, and training, do you also have to continue to do additional training as you hold this position?
Yes.
And what is the requirements of that training that you have to do? How often and how much do you have to do?
I have to do an average of 16 hours of continuing education per year over 3 years. So I will attend like lectures and conferences as well as armors, courses, and then read articles.
Now, during your time as a firearm examiner for Florida Department of Law Enforcement, how many times have you examined firearms roughly?
I would say more than 600 times.
And is that about the same amount of times that you've also done comparisons with projectiles or casings?
Yeah, I would say I've done more than 1,000 comparisons.
And have you been able to?
Are you doing what I said I would do? Are you doing what I told you I would do?
This jury wanted to finish.
I didn't see one. You said you did.
I thought, yeah, that was a miscommunication.
See, I'm not.
We're gonna find out.
We're back on the record.
Just for the record, the state has had a copy of it since this morning.
The court has not received a copy yet.
I
Get
understand.
Mr. Isabelle out, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay, congratulating each other for the verdict. Now we got to go to the sentencing phase. We are waiting to see if that is what's going to happen. The jury is going to make up their minds. If I was on the jury, if I was being sequestered, I would be like, boo. We're going to do it tonight. That would be me.
If he's going to come back out.
Say what?
I mean, and we're back on the record.
Of course, back in session.
I am going to wait on Mr. Isabelle to join us before I make this announcement, if he's going to come back out.
They have declined to return, which means they on the stick and they getting it done tonight because they wants to go home. I don't blame them.
Is this the same thing you just said? So is that a courtesy tap?
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Yeah, make sure that one has the writing on it.
No writing. They both have writing.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm giving this back to the keeper of the record.
Judge, if they do want to do the sentencing, we have a few minutes to kind of gather ourselves and get ready.
No. The jury has indicated that they would like to stop for the evening, and they would like to
Okay.
resume in the morning in order to spend some time with their thoughts, collect themselves, and get some rest.
Okay.
It's been a very long 7 days, and I think you all could agree the least we could do is allow them some grace. They are very exhausted. So, Mr. Isabelle, I'm not trying to delay your proceedings at all, but I have to defer to the 12 people who are asking for additional time. Let's report back 10 a.m. in the morning. We are adjourned.
All right. Good night. Adjourn to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. Adjourn.
Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, dear.
We're going to finish this. We have about, I think about an hour left. We'll zoom through. The other person's testimony is pretty much done now. This woman handles the weapon, and I'm anxious to see how well she does compared to where they did it in the Murdaugh trial, where the attorney pointed the weapon at the other attorney. Oh, and made a joke out of it. Let's see how she does.
Render an opinion as to the comparisons of casings or projectiles to firearms before.
Yes.
And has that been in a court similar to this?
Yes.
About how many times have you been able to do that?
I think about 20 or more.
Your Honor, at this point in time, state would request that Ms. Killinger be able to give her opinion in terms of firearm ballistic comparison as well as the general operation of firearms.
Do you have any objection? Okay, you can continue, counsel.
So I kind of want to ask, did you receive items in reference to what would have been Ocala Police Department number 2024-0012-4192?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what exactly did you receive from the Ocala Police Department to examine or review?
I received one firearm, one cartridge case, and one projectile.
And what was the firearm that you received?
I received a 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber Daniel Defense Model DDM4 semi-automatic firearm.
And did you have an opportunity to examine this firearm personally yourself?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to determine the operation and how this firearm actually operates and works?
Yes, I did.
So what I'm going to actually have you do is, if you don't mind, kind of give me a minute. I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced into evidence as that firearm. I'm going to have you show the members of the jury exactly how that firearm operates. And Your Honor, once she's done loading up, I'd also ask if the witness can step down to demonstrate to the jury.
She may. And counsel, y'all can move as you need to.
I'm going to ask the bailiff to repeat that. All right, if you don't mind, if you could just step down. Now, if you don't mind, can you just walk through the jury, essentially process of having the firearm as is, how you would actually be able to make the firearm shoot or dispel a projectile?
Yes, so this firearm has a magazine, which is kind of like a container that holds the cartridges. The magazine will be inserted right here into this hole. And then from there, you would pull back on this charging handle right here. You pull back and release. And in doing that, it will cock the firearm as well as chamber the first round from the top of the magazine. It will strip the cartridge off the top of the magazine and place it into the chamber of the firearm. From there, the trigger is ready to be pulled. Once the user pulls the trigger, the firing pin will be released and it will strike the primer, creating a spark, igniting the gunpowder inside that ammunition. the gunpowder will burn and create a lot of gas, and the gases are what push the bullet down and out the barrel. The gases will also push back on the bolt, and it will cock the firearm again, and then a spring will push the bolt back forward, stripping the next cartridge off the top of the magazine, loading the firearm. So now the trigger can be pulled again for the next shot.
Now let me ask you this, because you were showing us pulling that charging rod back. Does that naturally stay back, or how does that work when you pull that back?
You just pull it back and then you let it go like that.
Okay. And we've heard a phrase of resetting a trigger and dry firing. I kind of want to take those step by step. So let's start with dry firing. What does dry firing a weapon mean?
Dry firing is just basically when the chamber is empty, pulling the trigger, and so nothing will happen when you pull the trigger.
Now, when you pull that trigger with the chamber empty, does the trigger change position, or does it alter the trigger in any way in terms of where it's set?
The trigger will move backwards, obviously because you're pulling it, and then it will be disconnected from the hammer internally, so it will kind of be limp or depressed. And then the process of pulling that handle back and releasing it again will reset the trigger so that it's stiff again and ready to be pulled.
Now, other than pulling that rod back all the way and releasing it, would there be any other additional steps required in order to quote unquote reset the trigger?
No.
So you don't have to physically alter the trigger or push it back into place or anything like that?
No, if the firearm's working properly, it will automatically reset the trigger.
And based off of your exam and review, was this firearm operating properly?
Yes, it was.
Let me ask you, is there any other way, other than that process you talked about of pulling that rod back, is there any other way to put a round in the chamber of that firearm?
The user can manually, we call it hand chamber a cartridge, but other than that, even if you do hand chamber a cartridge, you still have to manipulate the bolt by moving that charging handle in order to cock the firearm.
If you put a magazine in that rifle and you pull the trigger without ever pulling that bolt back, will it ever automatically just put a round up into the chamber?
No, if you put the magazine in and the chamber's empty, you have to pull back on the charging handle in order to insert that first round into the chamber.
Can you also briefly explain to us what a magazine safety is?
So safeties are basically how a device internally usually that the manufacturer puts in their firearm to basically stop firing from happening. Some safeties are external, some are internal. A magazine safety is an internal safety, meaning that the user doesn't have to turn it off or on. It will automatically function during the firing process. So with a magazine safety, the magazine has to be inserted in order for the firearm to be able to fire. If no magazine is entered, then the trigger usually has something blocking it, so it cannot be pulled. And in this case, this firearm does not have a magazine safety, so the trigger can be pulled even if no magazine is inserted.
And is that common for that type of firearm to not have a magazine safety?
Yes, that's normal.
Now, I know I'm going to have you sit down here in a second, but I know you also mentioned that you received a casing and a projectile. Can you just kind of briefly demonstrating with the rifle, let the members of the jury know where the casing would be sent from and where the projectile would actually come out of the firearm as well?
So the projectile will come down and out the barrel, out the front towards the target. And then the cartridge cases will be ejected out of this hole once the bolt is pulled. Once it returns rearward, the casing will fly out the side. If you think of like in a movie, you're seeing the things flying to the side. Those are the empty cartridge cases.
Now, let's say you have a magazine.
Okay, for the most part, I think she's holding that weapon quite well, but I would like to see it more like this. I mean, she's kind of pointing it at the feet and the knees of the prosecution, truth be told. I mean, it should be. Let me go back and look at that again. Yeah, she's raising it a little too high. Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. That is pointing it directly at people. What the hell? Okay, the way they're handling it.
Can't connect to the Wi-Fi network. You might want to check the connection settings
Google Home.
I didn't ask that. See how they're handling it? It's straight up and down. And now I guess because she knows that it's empty. But that right there to me is totally inappropriate. You should never, ever, even if you know that it's empty, point it in a straight direction like that. There are people in the gallery. Look at that. I mean, the muzzle control on this is, I mean, would she be doing this if it was loaded? How do we know? I'm sorry. I'm gonna skim back, but I'm not happy with her control of this weapon.
Of clearing a gun. How would you clear a gun?
And
what does that mean? And what would you do to clear the gun?
So, if you have a firearm that you think is loaded, you would remove the magazine by pushing this button here, and then the magazine will be able to be removed. And then from there, you would want to check that the chamber is also empty. So you would pull back on that charging handle, and then it will automatically extract and eject that cartridge that's inside the chamber. If you don't see that happen, then you would want to physically look with your eyes to make sure that the chamber is empty and there's nothing in there.
Thank you.
Horrible handling of that weapon. I reconsider. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, we had in the Murdaugh trial, the lawyer pointed it directly at the other lawyer and laughed his ass off about it. And then in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed, it was pointed at the judge. I'm like, what is it with these experts? I'm not an expert and I handle a weapon far better than this. Ever. Bam. Come on, ma'am. Really? As an expert? Damn.
So I know you talked about a little bit of it, that it's part of what you do with your job process, but I kind of want you to explain it to us in a little bit more detail. We're going to start with casings first. Can you kind of describe to us the process of when you say you're doing comparisons on casings? What does that process look like?
So first I'll receive the evidence and I'll document what I have, what it looks like, if there's any damage on it. And then from there, I will look at it microscopically to see the microscopic imperfections that are present from the firing process on the back of that cartridge case. If I have a firearm to compare, like in this case, I will test fire that firearm and then use the cartridge cases that I test fired to compare it to the one that I received as evidence. I can do this using a comparison microscope. It's two compound microscopes connected by an optical bridge, so I can see two things at the same time.
Now, when you're looking at these two casings at the same time, what are you looking for?
So I'm looking at the microscopic imperfections. They appear as lines or striations, as shapes, depending on how the manufacturer decides to manufacture the firearm, they will look differently.
So let me ask you this, because I know you talked about microscopic imperfections, but are there also what I kind of refer to as class characteristics as well too?
Yes, so class characteristics are features that are determined prior to manufacture by the manufacturer. So this would be the caliber or the shape of the firing pin, the style of the marks that I'm looking at. If you think of your car in a parking lot and you're trying to find your car, you're going to narrow it down to cars with similar class characteristics. So that would be the make, the model, the type of car, the color of your car. So that's what I'm looking at. Once I see that my cartridge case that I have from evidence is similar to the class characteristics of my firearm, I will move forward and I'll look at the individual characteristics or those microscopic imperfections that are unique to that firearm. So if you think of your car again, what separates your car that's the same one that was made right after it? You're looking for the scratch on the side of your car or the bumper sticker in the back. So I'm looking at those similar features they're called individual characteristics that would happen during the manufacturing process or also during the use of the firearm over time.
And I want to ask you about that with the and I know we're kind of using interchangeably, the individual characteristics or those microscopic imperfections. Have you ever had a situation where two different firearms have the same individual characteristics?
No, I have not.
So is it that every single firearm has its own individual characteristics?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously introduced as states 18, is if you don't mind, if you can pull that out. And I know we don't have the dual microscope that you were explaining to us, but can you just kind of show the members of the jury what the area on the casing is that you're actually doing this evaluation and examination on?
Yes, so this is the cartridge case, and at the head of the cartridge case is the primer. There's a little tiny circle kind of inside of that. That's what creates the spark that's hit by the firing pin. So as the gases are building, they're actually pushing back on that breech face and on that firing pin, and it's creating like a stamp of the inside of the gun. So that's what I'm looking at.
And were you able to make, and I'll kind of go in turn here, were you able to make determinations in terms of the class characteristics of this projectile?
Yes.
What were those determinations?
The class characteristics that they were 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber, and then it had like a hemispherical firing pin impression. As I continued further looking at the individual characteristics, I could see consistency with the firearm.
And just to confirm, were you then able to render an opinion in terms of the casing to that Daniel Defense firearm that you received?
Yes, I could identify the cartridge case to the firearm.
And just kind of, for me in layman's terms, what does that mean that you identify the cartridge to the firearm?
So the agreement of the class characteristics and the individual characteristics was to an extent that I could say that this firearm fired that cartridge case.
Okay. Now, I'll let you put that away. And then you also had an opportunity to look at a projectile as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to kind of ask, the class characteristics and those individual characteristics or microscopic imperfections, are you looking for similar things in terms of the projectile as well when you do a comparison?
Yes.
And I'm going to kind of ask you to do the same thing you did with the casings. If you don't mind, can you just kind of show the members of the jury, I'm giving you what's been previously marked as states 21, is if you can just show the members of the jury where on that projectile are you doing your examination, or where are you looking at for these markings?
So here's the projectile. There's the inside of the barrel has rifling, which is cut into the barrel during the manufacture process. It imparts the spin on the bullet. If you kind of think of like a football, the bullet will be more accurate as it's spinning down and out the barrel and traveling. So the rifling inside of the barrel will actually cut into the side of the bullet. So it's very hard to see, but it's down the side of the bullet here. It appears as like striations almost.
And again, were you able to do a similar comparison that you discussed in terms of projectiles from this firearm and the projectile that you received?
Yes, I fired the firearm into our water tank, which is a tank filled with water, so I could recover the projectiles. And I compared those projectiles on my comparison microscope to this one, and I was able to identify that this bullet was fired from the firearm.
And that also means that it was the same class characteristics and same individual characteristics.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Briefly. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Prosecutor asked you about resetting the trigger on an AR style rifle. Are you familiar with a process involving an AR where one would, assuming the gun was in, right, pull the trigger and hold it, listening for the hammer, then charge the weapon, at least pull the charge handle back, release the trigger, again listening for a click, and then set the charge handle, and then you pull the trigger
You're asking, am I familiar with this process?
Yes.
No, I am not. No.
Ever heard of it?
No, I'm not sure why someone would do that.
Fair enough. Thank you.
State, any additional questions? Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? If you do, please raise your hands. Seeing no hands, state, is she released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Okay, so ma'am, you're free to go about your day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, does anybody need a break? All right, we're gonna take a break. This will be about a 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 3:20.
Every witness will have a research. No work. Learn to hold the urine. That's okay. We can zoom. Zoom.
Counsel, y'all be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. State, you can call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Rachel Lang.
I do.
You can be seated.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Dr. Rachel Lang. That's Lange. I'm an associate medical examiner with the District 5 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
Medical examiner.
Can you describe for the jury, first of all, what do you do as an associate medical examiner?
Yeah, so I'm a doctor. My training is in pathology and forensic pathology, meaning my job is to determine the cause of death by doing autopsies.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and training that allows you to do that job?
Yes, my medical degree is from the University of Miami, followed by pathology residency at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City, and additional training in forensic pathology through a fellowship at the Office of Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
Oh, over 10 years, since 2009.
You said earlier you're a doctor. You're licensed to practice medicine in Florida.
Yes.
And you also mentioned that your duties include the performing of autopsies. What's an autopsy?
An autopsy is an examination performed on the body after death, which consists of an external examination where the body is identified and we look for injuries or signs of disease, followed by an internal examination, which is done by an incision made on the body to allow us to see the body's organs.
Can you estimate out how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Well, conservatively, a few thousand.
You mentioned the term pathology. What is pathology?
Pathology is a specialty of medicine, and as the broad field, pathology involves looking at tissues or laboratory tests to make diagnoses. So, for example, when you have a biopsy or you have blood work done, that's all overseen by a pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is an additional subspecialty of pathology, which is where we do additional training to specifically to perform autopsies to determine cause of death. And forensic basically means applying to the matters of court. So we use the field of pathology to deal with questions posed in the court.
So because of your additional specialized experience, are you considered a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
Have you been permitted to provide opinion testimony in a court of law before in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Not how many times?
Dozens of times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would request this witness be permitted to give opinion testimony in the area of forensic pathology.
I have no objection.
All right, you can continue, counsel.
You direct your attention to September 21st of 2024. Did you perform an autopsy on Paulina Wright?
Yes.
How did she get to the medical examiner's office?
She was transported to our office by a contracted transportation service.
And where is the medical examiner's office in the Fifth Circuit?
It's in Leesburg, Florida.
That's in Lake County?
Yes.
Does that also cover deaths that occur in Marion County.
Yes.
Is there a case number assigned by the medical examiner's office to each autopsy that's performed?
Yes.
And what was the medical examiner case number associated with the autopsy done on Paulina Wright?
2024-2220.
When you did your external examination of Miss Wright, did you determine how tall she was?
Yes.
How tall was she?
She was 5'6".
And did you also determine how much she weighed?
Yes.
How much did she weigh?
181 pounds.
How old was she?
Her reported age was 25, and she appeared to be consistent with that age.
During the course of your autopsy, did you also take photographs documenting her appearance and various injuries that you may have observed?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit X for identification. Can you take a look at those photographs and tell me if you recognize them? If I could have the display as well. Thank you.
Yes.
Generally, what do those photos show?
These are photographs taken of Paulina Wright at the time of the autopsy.
Do they fairly and accurately depict your observations of the injuries you saw on Miss Wright?
Yes.
It's time State would move X into evidence as State's 25.
No objection. Without objection, State's Exhibit X will be admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 25.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 25. Is this Paulina Wright, the woman that upon whom you performed an autopsy?
Yes.
And does the number on the sticker in the bottom match your medical examiner case number?
Yes.
When you did the external examination of Miss Wright's body, specifically her head, what did you notice as far as injuries?
The most notable thing is that she had a gunshot wound of her head.
Can you describe the location of that injury on her head?
Yes, the entrance wound of the gunshot path was on her forehead, basically between her eyes, and the exit wound was on the back of her head.
You described the wound we see in photograph 1 here, an entrance wound. How can you tell if a wound is an entrance wound versus an exit wound?
Entrance and exit wounds have typical features. So, for example, an entrance wound typically is circular or oval in shape. It has a punched out look to it. It often has abrasion or scraping around the skin of the margin, while an exit wound typically is more slit-like or stellate in shape.
You said around the edges of the margin. What is the margin?
The margin, just the skin around basically the defect, the hole that the bullet leaves.
When you examined this entrance gunshot wound to the center of her forehead, was that entrance circular or was it slightly irregular?
It was slightly irregular.
What do you mean by that?
So instead of being a round or oval shape like we typically see when a bullet travels straight through a tissue, it had a bit of an irregular shape, and the abrasion that you see around the defect is also irregular instead of being circumferential.
In your training experience, what is the general cause of an entrance wound of a gunshot wound being slightly irregular?
This tends to happen when the bullet is no longer traveling straight. So if it hits something else or passes through something else, and it enters, at a unusual angle instead of straight on, it can create an irregular look to the wound.
I'm going to ask you a few questions about that later on. Describe the damage that the projectile did as it struck the center of her forehead and traveled through her head.
It caused extensive damage, which you can see the reason her face looks somewhat distorted. There were many, many fractures of the base of her skull, the top of her skull, and her brain through the bullet path.
Was this wound fatal?
Yes.
You mentioned there was an exit wound as well. I'm showing you photograph 2 from States 25. What do we see here?
We're looking at the back of her head, and as typical in an autopsy, we will shave around a wound so that we can see all of its characteristics. So we're seeing a shaved area of her hair on the back of her head, and the large slit-shaped tear in the skin we're seeing is an exit wound.
You can tell this is an exit wound because of how it appears in contrast to the entrance wound?
Yes.
Using your own head, because the picture is a little bit deceptive of where the shaving is and where the injury is. Can you point to the jury in your own head where the exit wound would be?
Yes, it's the back of her head.
Okay. Obviously, since there is an exit wound, I'm assuming you did not locate a projectile inside of her head.
That's correct.
Describe the path that that projectile took after it entered the front of her forehead.
So it continued basically straight through her head, damaging the skull and the brain before exiting through this defect here. So it's pretty much front to back, straightforward, without really any significant deviation to the right or left or up or down.
Did you locate another injury on Miss Wright's body?
Yes.
Where was that?
She had another gunshot wound on her right second finger or index finger.
Showing you photograph 3 from stage 25. What do we see here?
We were looking at a photograph of 2 of her fingers. The one in the center of the screen is the back of her right second finger or index finger, and we're seeing a gunshot entrance wound right below the knuckle.
And can you describe the damage that the projectile did after it entered the right index finger?
It basically went straight through her finger and came out on the other side.
Showing you photograph 4 of stage 25. What do we see in this photo?
So now we're looking at her hand with the palm up, and the finger that's extended is her right index finger, and we're seeing the exit wound in the middle of her finger.
And photograph 5 of stage 25. What does this show?
This is her hand seen from the side, and what you see is a probe. This is something we often use in an autopsy to try to clarify a bullet path. And this is just to demonstrate that it did go directly all the way through her finger.
You said earlier that the gunshot wound, the entrance wound to the center of her forehead was slightly irregular, consistent with the projectile striking something else before it entered her forehead.
Yes.
If only, considering that one projectile was found at the scene, one casing was found at the scene, and the injuries that you saw, are the injuries and appearance of those injuries consistent with the projectile striking the outside of the victim's finger, traveling through the palm side of that finger, and then that same projectile striking her forehead?
Yes.
Did you locate any soot on either the entrance wound to the back of her finger or her forehead?
No.
What is soot?
Soot is basically burned gunpowder. So in addition to the bullet that comes out of the muzzle of a gun, there is also burned gunpowder or soot and unburned gunpowder fragments.
What does the lack of soot on the entrance wounds, either the back of her finger or her forehead, tell you about the distance of the barrel of the firearm to the injury?
The absence of soot basically means there's nothing to show that it was a close range wound. So when we don't see soot, it's not consistent with the muzzle being very close to the surface of the skin where it struck.
What is meant by the term stippling?
Stippling refers to small dot-like abrasions that you can see around an entrance wound, which is caused by the unburned gunpowder fragments striking the skin.
Did you see any evidence of stippling on either the entrance wound to the back of her right finger or the entrance wound to her forehead?
No.
And what does the lack of stippling tell you about the distance of the barrel of the firearm that shot that projectile from the wound?
So again, we see stippling when the muzzle of the gun is close enough to the skin for those unburned gunpowder fragments to actually reach the skin. So we only see that up to, in general, from a few inches to about 1.5 feet or 2 feet, depending on the weapon. So it tells me the lack of these features, the soot and the stippling, tells me that likely the distance of the muzzle of the gun is more than at least 2 feet.
During the course of your autopsy, was a toxicology screen done? Was a sample taken from her body?
Yes.
And was that toxicology sample then sent to a lab?
Yes.
Did you get the results of that toxicology?
Yes.
First of all, how do you go about collecting a sample to send to toxicology?
We collect a number of body fluids at the time of the autopsy, most importantly blood. We collect in laboratory tubes and send to a toxicology laboratory.
What were the results of the toxicology analysis done on Paulina Wright's blood?
I showed the presence of alcohol. Her blood alcohol concentration was 0.046.
Did 0.046?
Yes.
And if the legal limit to drive is generally a .08, it's about half that?
Correct.
Okay. Did that presence of alcohol cause or contribute to cause her death in any way?
No.
Did you notice any other injuries to Miss Wright's body or medical conditions that caused or contributed to cause her death?
No.
What's meant by the phrase cause of death?
The cause of death is the specific disease or injury that leads to the physiological change in the body, resulting in no longer being compatible with life.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be for Paulina Wright?
A gunshot wound of the head.
What does the term manner of death mean?
The manner of death refers to the circumstances around which a death occurs. And this is where we generally will classify a death as natural, homicide, accident, or suicide.
And is there a fifth, undetermined?
Yes, sometimes we do have to say undetermined if we just don't know.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be in this case involving Paulina Wright?
The manner of death was homicide.
And from a medical standpoint, what does that term homicide mean to you?
It simply means death caused at the hands of another.
Thank you, Doctor. I have another question, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
May I please support? Mr. Johnson? It is afternoon.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Now, assuming that one bullet caused the injury to Miss Wright's index finger and to her head, what you can tell the jury is her index finger at some point must have been between the muzzle of the weapon and where it hit her in the forehead.
Yes.
Okay. Any way for you to tell what she was doing with her hand at the time it was struck?
No.
She could have been pushing her hair out of her face?
Yes.
Because it did enter the back, right?
Yes.
Not the front. So her hand was in more in this position.
Yes.
And based on your observations of her hand and her forehead, you can opine that the weapon was more than 2 feet.
Yes.
Width of a normal dining room table is about 3. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So it could have been from the other side of a dining room table.
Yes.
And Miss Wright's blood alcohol level at her height and weight was 0.046.
Yes.
Now, did you also find evidence that she had had a full meal prior to her death?
I have to refer to my report. Yes.
Okay. Could you even identify what kind of meal she might have had?
Yes. I described that she had partially digested food, including green pepper, tomatoes, onion, light tortilla.
Sounds like Mexican food.
Yes.
Would the fact that she had a stomach full of food have an impact on her blood alcohol level? Or at least the way the alcohol would have affected her?
Yes. Having a full stomach full of food can delay absorption of alcohol.
And do weight and body size also have an impact on blood alcohol level?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that a larger, heavier person who consumed the same amount of alcohol as a smaller, lighter person is probably going to have a lower blood alcohol level?
Yes.
Now, you explained for Mr. Buxman that the homicide word that you use means a death caused by the volitional act of another person.
Yes.
I'm right with that.
Yes.
Okay. Homicide the way you're using it does not mean that the killing of Miss Wright was criminal. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could have been the result of an accident or negligent act.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
State any redirect examination?
Very briefly, Mark. The blood alcohol content of 0.046 in her blood, does the body stop metabolizing alcohol once she's deceased?
Yes.
So that would be the blood alcohol content at the time of her death.
Yes.
Okay, it wouldn't change after she died on anything. A short period of time afterwards.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Members of the jury, do any of y'all have questions of this witness? All right, seeing no hands, is she released? State?
She is, Your Honor.
Defense?
No objection.
Are you free to go about your day? Thank you for your time back. State, you can call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this point, state rests.
What?
Give Dr. Lang a moment.
What? 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 They too? What?
Wait.
No.
Members of the jury, the state of Florida has rested its case. So there are some procedural matters that we have to take up outside your presence at this point. So I'm going to have you go back to the jury room again, and we'll get you back in as soon as we're able. This may take some time, so please just be patient. Leave your notepads here face down. Don't discuss the case with one another. If you use your electronic devices, don't use them to try to learn about the case with people and places. We'll see you back shortly. Counsel, you all to be seated. Mr. Caddy, would you like to go from here?
Yes, sir. And I neglected to pull a little handful of cases there are on this subject. But there are a couple. The defendant would move the court to enter a judgment of acquittal based on the state's failure to present a prima facie case of manslaughter. The evidence establishes, number one,
Okay, I don't like this attorney, and I'm not trying to be mean, but his guys, his side looks. I just can't. I can't. His
that the state has no evidence other than what was received from Mr. Boyd. Every physical piece of evidence corroborates what he told the law enforcement officer. And what he told the law enforcement officer was it was an accident.
So are you not going to put on a?
Contrary.
Hey June, before we get there, do me a favor. Pop up a Q&A. I mean a poll. Do you think the defense is going to put a case on? Yes, no. Or are they just going to rest?
To the opening statement by the state, at no time did Mr. Boylan ever tell Detective Kern that he pointed the rifle at her and pulled the trigger. We were pointing the rifles at each other, and then when Kern asked him about it, he said in the general direction. As he explained, they were sitting on the opposite sides of the table. There was no intentional, Mr. Boyle made no statement to Kern indicating that he raised the rifle, aimed it at Miss Wright, and pulled the trigger. There's no evidence of that, which is what the state has argued or suggested in an opening statement that their evidence would show. That has not happened. And I would submit, Your Honor, there is no evidence from which a jury could legally return a verdict of manslaughter.
At this point in time, the court is bound to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, including all inferences that may be appropriately drawn from the evidence. Based upon Tillman versus State, 842 Southern 2nd, 922, Florida 2nd District Court of Appeal, 2003. Navarro versus State, 433 Southern 2nd, 1011, Florida 3rd District Court of Appeal, 1983. Dellinger versus State, 495 Southern 2nd, 197, Florida 5th District Court of Appeal, 1986. The court will find that based upon the evidence presented, there has been a prima facie case made of manslaughter from which the jury could base a finding of guilt. Obviously, this is a case where it is in the province of the jury, not the court, to determine what happened and what was proven. So the motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied.
Yes, sir.
Where would you like to go next?
Well, they're prepared to go forward, but my assumption, perhaps dangerously, was that I would be able to present Mr. Boyle's testimony in the morning.
Okay.
Because it will be fairly lengthy.
Okay. How long do you think his testimony will take?
The direct, probably 45 minutes to an hour.
State, if you had to make an educated guess about how long cross-examination would take?
I would say probably at least 30 minutes.
But the defense hopes the judge will put it off until tomorrow.
I mean, it also depends to what other
And they
additional
do.
information may or may not come out during the direct. So I would say at least a rough guess of at least 30 minutes.
I don't intend to present any other evidence.
To also help the court in terms of timeline and all, I don't anticipate, I would be the one giving the closing argument tomorrow, Your Honor. I don't anticipate a very lengthy closing. I would say at max, initial closing and rebuttal no longer than probably about 45 minutes to an hour. And I usually kind of over guess on mine.
What I'm wondering is whether or not his testimony may lead to rebuttal evidence. If so, by whom? And how long that person may need to get here.
I don't foresee, Your Honor, any rebuttal evidence being necessary by the state with his testimony. Kind of doing a short conferral with Mr. Buxton, I think he agrees as well.
I can't envision that occurring.
Okay.
I certainly can envision the jury wanting to hear his recorded statement again during their deliberation.
Sure. Okay. Let's do this, and I'll tell the jury that we wrapped up a little bit early. We'll recess until the morning. We'll start at 8:30 tomorrow. I'd like to put the afternoon to good use and try to get the jury instructions as close to an order as we can for them.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and bring them back in. I'll let them know.
8:30 in Florida is 6:30 here. Damn.
Counsel, you all could be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 10:04. Rather than risk going past 5 o'clock today, what we're going to do is we're going to break for the day. Okay, we'll have you back tomorrow morning. We'll begin court at 8:30. Now, there's some instructions I have to give you before we break for the day. First, you all have notepads here. Those need to remain here in the courtroom. Deputy Boucher will pick them up and he'll keep them under lock and key until tomorrow when they'll be handed back out to you. Second, there has been, as you have no doubt seen, a camera here in the courtroom throughout the trial. I do not know how far and wide and into what corners of the internet today's proceedings may have been broadcast or where they may be found.
Oh.
So for that reason, I'm going to instruct you all tonight to not watch any television news, to avoid the use of your cell phones and electronic devices, including social media. Okay? Do not watch local news. Do not read local news. Do not watch anything that is court related. Okay? If you go home to friends or family and they mention that they have seen something about the trial, remember what I told you yesterday. Tell them that you are a juror serving on the case and that they cannot talk to you about it. And ask them to stop. It is very important that you not be exposed to anything other than what you hear in your role as jurors. So I'm going to order you all to do that. That's very, very important tonight. Okay, we'll get going at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Have you all put your lunch orders in for tomorrow for Jimmy John's? Deputy Boucher will take care of that here before you all leave. So I hope that you have a good night, get some good rest, and we'll see you back. I'd like you here back in the jury room by 8:15 in the morning. If you want to get here a little early, obviously you're free to do that. We're all here. So see you tomorrow morning. Thank you for your time and attention today. Yes, ma'am?
Did you want our names written on the front paper?
That would help Deputy Boucher in the morning. So if you all don't mind doing that, take a second to do it. He'll be able to hand them out a little more quickly. Everybody's done right. So no pass here. We'll see you all back tomorrow morning.
I have to
Jurors of the courtroom, y'all can be seated. I'd like at this point to go ahead and have our charging conference. If y'all don't mind, give me a moment. What I can do is I can put the jury instruction draft up on the television, and then we all can follow along. Would you rather follow along on the one big screen or?
However you want, Your Honor.
All right. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way. The most recent draft I sent out would have been yesterday morning at about 8:15. All right, let's start with 3.1, Introduction to Final Instructions. Any objections, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
3.2, Statement of Charge. Any objections, state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
7.1, Introduction to Homicide. State, any objection?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Subpart of 7.1 is Justifiable Homicide. Any objection, state?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
No, sir.
Excusable Homicide. Subpart of 7.1, state, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I see you have a highlighted section that's kind of scratched out.
Yes, sir. I was not sure whether or not I would be reading Justifiable Homicide to the jury. If I am reading it, I can define dangerous, or I could either redefine great bodily harm a second time, which is defined differently in excusable versus justifiable homicide. And I'd like to know if you all would like me to read what I crossed out the sentence, an object not designed to inflict bodily harm may nonetheless be a dangerous weapon if it was used in a manner likely to cause death or great bodily harm. I don't believe that's appropriately given that a firearm is by its design intended to inflict bodily harm.
Correct.
Defense, are you agreeable to that being removed?
Yes, sir. I have no problem eliminating that language.
Would you like me to read the definition of great bodily harm a second time in excusable homicide?
Yes.
All right. 7.7 manslaughter. So I drafted a couple of different proposals for element number 2. If we were to go even with proposal 1, everyone agrees that procurement as a theory of prosecution is out, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right. So what do you all think about proposals 1, 2, and 3? I prefer 2 or 3.
I prefer 3. I think I'm leaning towards 3 as well, Your Honor.
Okay. The first subpart of element 2, Leslie Dale Boileau Jr. intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Paulina Wright. I was inclined to omit or acts because I believe that this would be a single act. Defense agreeable to or acts coming out?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Depending on what they're going to argue.
Well, let's leave it at it.
I'm kind of inclined to leave it in at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, arguably. Okay. I understand. Okay. All right. There's a definition of to procure. Everyone agrees that can come out. State?
Yes.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other requested modifications to 7.7 manslaughter? State?
No, Your Honor.
And defense?
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to 3.3a, aggravation of manslaughter by carrying, displaying, using, threatening to use, or attempting to use a firearm. I've lined through on my draft I provided to you all those portions of the instruction that I don't believe need to be given in the definition of firearm and weapon.
I would agree.
That's fine. It always became a tongue twister.
Yes, sir. All right. So the firearm will be limited to be defined as any weapon which is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. And then I will remove the definition of weapon. All right. Those changes, any objections? State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
All right. Plea of 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, burden of proof. That's standard. Any objections? State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Was there any change made to that on September 12th?
No. No, last summer they changed it to include the sentence proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all that, but that's the most recent change.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. In the
Whoever coughing, get away from the mic. God, that hurts.
draft, we had 3.8 evidence of employment. I have previously ruled that would not be given, so I will remove that. And I understand that is over the defense's objection. All right, 3.9, weighing the evidence. 1 through 5 is given in all cases. Let's talk about 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I believe 9 and 10 will be able to come out. State defense agree?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
I also believe number 6 could definitely come out.
Defense?
I agree.
All right.
Frankly, I think 7.
State, are you agreeable to 7 being removed?
I'm fine with that as well, Your Honor.
There has been some indications of prior inconsistent statements, so
Yes.
8 will be left in, renumbered as 6. All right, we do have law enforcement witnesses, so I will instruct the jury on consideration of their testimony.
Yes.
Defense agree?
Yes, sir.
All right, expert witnesses, there have been persons here who may be considered experts by the jury. State, we'll leave that in. You agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir. Even though the Supreme Court's told us not to call them experts.
Yes, sir. No, I most certainly don't. All right. We have the accomplice testimony paragraph. Everyone agrees that can come out.
That can come out.
All right. Testimony of a child. There have been no children who have testified.
Yes.
Correct.
And then we have the defendant in this case has become a witness. I'm going to leave that in anticipation of Mr. Boileau testifying tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
I will take out 3.9a, defendant not testifying. Agree, state, and defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Obviously, Mr. Boileau, if you change your mind tomorrow morning, I understand you've made a tentative decision at this point, but you're free not to. And if you choose not to testify, we'll just add this stuff back in. It's not a big deal, so I don't want you to feel pressured one way or the other. You'll be able to think about it over the night and talk to your lawyer. All right, 3.9B, defendant statements. State any objection?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
3.9C, eyewitness identification. I always include that in my proposed draft of instructions. I don't believe that this is a case to which it applies.
No, Your Honor.
That will be removed in its entirety. At that point, I'll give the instruction on closing argument.
Are you going to instruct the jury prior to closing
I will do all that up to 2 point. Yeah, this will be, when I read the instructions, we'll get to 2.7. I'll read that, and then at that point in time, state, defense, make closing.
That is a procedure with which I have some familiarity.
All right, 3.10, rules for deliberation. I'm going to leave I'm going to leave number 7 under rules for deliberation. I do not know whether the jury will want to ask Mr. Boylo any questions tomorrow, and if so, whether or not they may not be appropriately asked. So I will leave that in, and we'll deal with that tomorrow. Right. Let's see. Other than that, any other requested changes to 3.10?
No, Your Honor.
Right, we have 3.11, cautionary instructions. State any objection?
No.
Defense? All right, we have 3.12, verdict. State any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's look at the verdict form. We have the style of the case at the top. We, the jury, finds follows as the defendant in this case. Check only 1. A, the defendant is guilty of manslaughter. Interrogatory. If you check A, you must answer the following question. Check yes or no. Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm? Yes or no. And B, the defendant is not guilty. So said we all, dated this blank date of October 2025. Any objection, state?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
We have 3.13, submitting the case to the jury. Now, I have something highlighted at the bottom there.
Yes.
I often tell the juries you will not have a means in the jury room to play audio or video recordings. If you wish to view or listen to any audio or video recordings, we will do that here in open court, so please request that in writing. I have procured from court administration a laptop computer that is not connected to the network. It's not connected to the internet. The only things that are on it are programs that that the jury could use to play recordings. What we've done the last couple of trials we've had is we've taken all the exhibits that are forms of media. We've put them on the desktop directly, and we've labeled them. States Exhibit A, States Exhibit B, States Exhibit C, or 1, 2, 3. We've done the same for defense exhibits that are forms of media. That way the jury can watch them in their discretion in the jury room, be able to consider them, talk about them, and deliberate while they're watching, as opposed to having to come out here, sit here, watch a video, not talk, and then go back. And if they want to watch part of it again, they're left telling us to rewind it, whatnot. My preference would be to give them the ability to watch all of that during their deliberations in the privacy of the jury room. State, are you agreeable to us using that procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
I will take out that paragraph then, and I will give them some instruction about how to use it when we get to that part of the instruction. I've ad-libbed that in the past. Do y'all trust me to do that off the cuff tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. I've seen you do it before. I'm fine with that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Are you comfortable with me instructing them how to use the laptop to watch the videos off the cuff?
That's fine. Right. My assumption is something won't work. So.
No. First time for everything. It's worked. We've tried it in the past. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. All right. Very good.
I would request that ammunition not be sent back at the same time as firearms.
Look at the look on his face. I'm sorry. I got a visual.
I would request that ammunition not be sent back at the same time as firearms.
State?
Look at his face. Please. Really, dude? You're smart. You're smart. You
Locks be damned.
That's fine, Your Honor. Okay. All right, I'll fashion some instruction about how the ammunition will not be sent back. The firearms will be sent back. The ammunition will not. And if they would like to see and inspect the ammunition, they may do so. Please request that in
Or
writing.
swap it.
And we'll swap it. We'll take the firearms and have those out here. Send the
Now you're worried
I'll
about
fashion
firearm
something
handling.
with that and get it and let you all see it.
Now you're worried about firearm handling when that woman was pointing it right at people. You are now worried about the firearm handling, firearm and lead. When the woman was pointing the lead shooter at people, the expert. That's why I laugh. And then I have this visual of somebody arguing and somebody unaliving somebody in the jury room. And then we had a mistrial and a new charge and a new victim and a new everything. I just had a visual. I just had this movie strip goes through my mind. I'm super visual. Sorry, guys. That the fact that had to be said cracks me up. But I mean,
I will do, counsel, I will email this draft to both of you, or all three of you. If you want to look over it once more before morning in the event there's something we've overlooked.
yes.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
So we're leaving or acts.
Correct.
Sorry. By the way, if you go to the QR code up there, become a member of our Discord. We have a section in the members section that says Judge of the Year. Please go and put a name and the case of a judge that you want to nominate. And by the way, if it's already there, that's okay. Nominate them anyway, because right now we only have 2 people nominating. But at the end of this year, we're going to have a Judge of the Year award. So please go into our Discord, and I've got a kitty hair. Please go into our Discord, go under the file that says Judge of the Year, and nominate your favorite judge. Doesn't matter why, just nominate them. Are you afraid that somebody's going to come out with a lead shooter and unalive your client? If that's your concern? Yeah, you can. Even though it's probably already up there. Put it in again. Boone's judge won Judge of the Year last year. I sent a little time.
Okay, counsel, I sent you all the email. Let me know if you received it.
Joe Schmo. Really? Really, Joe? Come on now. Don't make me pull the screaming goat. I can do this.
Yes, I just received it. Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, and we don't want to hear this coming from the jury. Yeah, we don't need those sounds coming from the jury room. Let's say it.
I haven't, there it is. Okay. I was gonna say, I haven't yet, but I have. Okay. IT provider inflicts the most ridiculous filters on my emails.
Fair enough.
Notwithstanding the fact that I own all of the equipment.
Okay. Anything else, counsel, we need to take up before morning?
I don't believe so, no, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Boiler, I'll see you back at 8:15 in the morning. Give some thought tonight to whether you wish to become a witness. Okay, you and I will have a conversation in the morning, like I talked to you about on Monday yesterday, to make sure that you're making whatever decision you make freely and voluntarily. Okay, but talk to your lawyer about it. Give us some thought. We'll see you back. I'd like you all back at 8:15 tomorrow. If I can conduct that colloquy before 8:30, we should begin promptly at 8:30. I think I have a motion to set bond at 8 o'clock. So hopefully the bus with inmates will be available or be here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.
It's not another open.
No, sir. No, sir. We got going at 8:33 today, so it didn't push us back by much. So, all right, very good. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mm.
The court will call 24 CF. In order for the court to consider whether to accept your guilty plea, I need to ask you.
Y'all, what a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's not like falling in love. Oh my gosh, y'all. No, seriously, y'all, go please and vote on a judge, or go put a name, put your judge's favorite. Go in Discord, go to Judge of the Year, nominate your favorite judge. It can be more than one. At the end of the year, we will have a vote, and that judge will have a plaque from the panel. Judge of the Year 2025 from the 8K Media YouTube channel. Yep. I'm Redneck. Okay, guys, we really have to go. We got 6 minutes before the movie starts over in Discord. So please, if you haven't already, hop on over there. There's the QR code. And all you have to do is sign in, validate your account. Should be easy. And then go to the movie channel. And you can watch the movie with us. Free. Free. As a little piggy said, instead of wee, 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 it's free, free, free. I know. I love that little pig. Love the little pig. Well, y'all have fun, Joe. I'm still waiting for my invite that you invited me, and then you went on without me. So I'm still waiting. Mm-hmm. So anyway, y'all have a fabulous evening. If you're going to join us over on the Discord, go ahead. We'd love to have you. We are also Paresha and Joe Schmo will be going live at the top of the hour for a miscellaneous recent news, I guess. Joe, if you just do the QR code. Right there, Joe. You don't need my link. It's right there. Right there. We'll be live bright and early tomorrow morning. I'll be live probably right at 7:30, maybe 7:25 in the morning. We've got 2 cases. One that will be in sentencing phase, and that's the Isabelle trial. And then this particular trial will be going into the defense's phase and probably into verdict by tomorrow. This is interesting. These cases are moving, snip, snip, snip. Now we got to find another case. June. Here's an update. I have not had an update. The update is I have not had an update. Let's see. I'm going to see if she comes back real quick. I snagged the QR code. Woohoo! And isn't that cool, Joe? You got a QR code, you got logo, you got copyright, you got everything in one place. I'm happy about that. See y'all soon. Bye, Schmo. Bye, Joe Schmo. Oh, someone told me that I was being rude by talking to Joe Schmo this way. I don't think he cares. I don't think he minds. If he does, private message me and I won't do it anymore. I just think it's fun. Just fun. Have some fun. Yes, please remember to verify and accept the rules. Okay? All right, guys. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Let's go watch a movie. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.